Could have at least smashed the like, David, and yeah. Go stream tomorrow either for multiple people. Just gonna be me solo. Just a heads up on that one. Damn, I let that intro play for too long. Sorry, guys. Sitting there screwing around in the backdrop. That's what happens when you take, like, basically, like, almost a week off, it feels like. Oh, dear Lord. How's everybody doing out there? Hopefully everybody had a decent week. Not too much crazy go on with you. I have had one hell of a week. Might as well turn off my title card here and go to actual video. Get right into it. Yeah, so I cut my hand open to, like, right here on my hand. I cut that shit down to where I could see the fat. The fat started to pop out of it. Like just below the just above the bone. Completely jacked myself up. Bad. Real bad. Also, I almost got mauled by a pit bull. That was fun. It's been a set of days. But, you know, the good news is I got the Juggernaut here to work on. And, I got 2 prints completely knocked out. Come Saturday, I will start working on the next print. Which I don't know who it's going to be or what. Yeah, we got Juggy to work on. We got our base coat on there, everything else. I think this is... as I get everything arranged on the desk. Yeah, I've got his base to do. This has been primed now, so that's ready to be painted whenever. And then I have this other base here for another figure. And who is it? This goes with him. The biggest thing I've one-shot printed yet. It is about 1 foot and 2 inches total. And it is a cape. Now, whose cape is it? Well, I have to show you. I'll go to the simple model before I get to who the cape's for. This over, that's his base. Move Juggy out of the way real quick. And pop open the other container. What's up, Retro? That sucks. You broke your toe. No, not my puppers. I almost got mauled by the damn pit bull. I'll go into that story, but what was crazy is My dog is completely black. Everything else has a red collar. This dog looked identical to my dog, maybe 10, 20 pounds heavier. And it was the exact opposite of my dog. My dog is very non-aggressive. It's really in the way you raise them. This dog had like a spike collar on, and I was out in my yard. I was going out to check the mail or whatever, and this thing, like, it just legit started to charge me, and your instinct kicks in. You're like, I gotta run. That's what goes through your head. Like, shit, I gotta fucking run. And everything in me just said stop and face it down. And that's kind of what I did. But even then, I was backing up slow, keeping like dead eye lock with it and everything else. And then ended up backing up the driveway far enough where I could get into the house. And went for a weapon or what have you. Told my wife, call animal control. That kind of thing. But yeah, it was close. Like, so now when I walk my dog, I've been going out in the yard and making sure that there's nobody running around. Like, there's no animals out there when I'm taking him out. Cause if he had jumped on my dog, it would have been over. Like, they would have started fighting and I would have gotten jacked up bad. I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well stranded. Make sure you guys all smash like and all that fun stuff. It is not Cavill Superman's cape. Jesus Christ, Bubba. You fell out of the bed, broke your toe, and hit your head. I'm telling you what, you didn't have bad luck. You have no luck at all, Bubs. Yeah, so that's just it. Mine's a pit bull mix too, and he is the sweetest dog I've ever owned, and I've kept him like that. Granted, he was being trained to be a bait dog when I saved him. But this was different. Like, this pit bull was being trained to be a fighting dog, and I mean, when I say it was mean, it was fucking mean. Not Batman either. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I felt it in my heart, and I don't want to put a dog down. Like, I don't want to kill a dog. Anyway, I found out that if I killed a dog, then I would be in trouble. That even the cops aren't allowed to actually just like take them out. So that was real comforting to know that some scumbag just lets its animal walk around, town all vicious. Before I get to who the cape's for, this is the other base. This guy's ready to go. Hopefully, I don't show off any of the key giveaways to who it is. Although there is one directly on his tie, on his chest. This one's going to be a bitch because of the pinstriping on the suit. Yes, Retro lives in a country called Canada that is fictitious. She's made it up. Let me see if I can set this down at an angle where you guys can't see the symbol on it. And here's his head, but I won't turn the face around. And his shoes. And then I can't show off the last accessory that he has, because then you guys will know exactly who this is. You guys can't even see the shoes. Let me move them in to frame a little bit better. He's got these nice little wingtip shoes. So this guy, outside of the pinstriping, should be easy. This goes to one of his arms. That's one of his arms. Can you guys guess which character this is? The cape does not go to this character, by the way. Just want to see if you guys can tell before I put the head and the hat on who this character is, or show his missing a piece. How the hell am I missing a piece? Did I not print it? It's really fucking weird. I tested all pieces and everything else. I will give you this too. Now, one piece is missing off this. This actually goes into this hand. But he has a cane. Now, I printed out the cane in the 3 parts that they recommended. And I did a one-shot of the cane. Stranded nailed it. Stranded nailed it. It is the Riddler. So he will have the cane in his hand like that. And then there's his head and his face. Hair coming down the back. And the giveaway is actually, if you look on any of his pieces, he's got a question mark on his tie. Nope, maybe not on the leg. You know what? It's on one of his arms. Yep, right here is one. You have a little question mark hidden. Although I am pissed because I don't know where his other hand is. But yep, the Riddler. So his other arm crosses up like this into the shoulder. And he's holding it. And then this arm comes off like that. Holds his cane out. He's going to be a cool one. I mean, that's a big ass cane. The Riddler in Gotham, I think, was the best Riddler they've done on screen. My opinion. I think that is the best on-screen Riddler I've seen yet. I love the way they did him. Mr. Enigma, Edward Nigma. So it looks like I'm going to have to reprint his other arm if I can't find it. But now to the character, I did the cape. A 33-hour print. There is still one piece to the base it's printing. I'm going to have to go check it right around midnight and see how far along it is. That one had 13 hours before it was done printing. But let's see who that cape's for. Not really close to the comics, just the way they presented him. He was menacing. The comics, like especially the old school comics where they first introduced the Riddler, he was kind of fucking goofy. He's always been kind of a goofy character. Then in the video game, the Arkham video game series, so like Batman Arkham Asylum, Return to Arkham, or Arkham City, and Arkham Knight, they did the Riddler where he was like a complete psychopath. Riddler's big thing was trying to prove to Batman that he was smarter than Batman. The worst iteration of Riddler that they have done has got to be the Batman with Robert Pattinson, the gay Batman movie. Yeah, it was the worst version, in my opinion, because when you really break it down, the Riddler won. He outsmarted Batman. So at that point, your character has no motivation going forward. Batman always outsmarted the Riddler at every turn, or figured out his riddles and beat him. And that's why Riddler kept coming back at Batman and kept going and going and going. If Batman just let him win, well, he's got no motivation anymore. So, I will tell you guys now, while this cape is huge, this little tiny vase compared to the cape is nothing. Super important model not to screw up, in my opinion. One of the goats. I will show off his chest first. Let's get that moved out of the way. Here's his chest. I will place these legs together. Throw them into the chest. Any ideas yet who this is? Any guesses? It is not Doctor Strange. I mean, actually, to tell you the truth, that's a really, really good guess, too, if you're saying it's not Strange, yes. Yeah, Doctor Strange. I actually saw a model I really, really like for Doctor Strange, but I haven't done him. I haven't printed him. But yeah, this all goes together. I don't know why that's kicking on, but that's getting turned off for right now. What do you say we go to a pair of legs? So he is going to be, grab our base here. This one is actually going to be up. That means this one goes here. So he will be standing on something like this. The second piece of this base isn't done yet, but he will be angled. Here's our legs. Cool, Retro. We'll see you in about 40. Any guesses, guys? Yay, nay? It's not an Egyptian character. It is a comic book character, believe it or not. I'm gonna remove this. Actually, you know what? I didn't even check to see if this actually fits. It does. It's right in there. So this is the crest, his family's crest on the front of it. Let's I'm gonna take off these legs real quick because they're a pain in the ass to hold together. Let's just show what the cape actually looks like on the back of the figure. Cape is going to come down and flow up. And then he has, let's look at that piece in there. He has this piece that goes around like so. It's like a, and granted, I don't have it locked in. When it gets locked in, it'll be like this on his back, flowing off. He's in a full-on pose. As I bring this back down, try to bring it down anyway. Zoom out a little bit. It is not Ra's al Ghul. That's the dude who goes in the Lazarus pit. It's a good guess, but no. Let's get that arm on. See if I can't get this arm in there. Dear Lord. He's going to be a pain in the ass when I actually have to put them together. Like permanent put them together. Because each piece, it's like a puzzle. If you build it wrong, you're screwed. But there we go. There's the upper half. This all rides together. Kind of like so. All right. Okay. So I'm going to eliminate the arm and the back piece from him. So I can set this down because that print right there is heavy as hell. That part of the print. All right, let's get some arm extensions going. Let's build the upper torso. So we have that arm. We have that arm. He's going to be facing this way. Let's see. We got nothing. Not sure yet. How about now? He's going to be pointing like this. Still nothing. Get a hand on here. So he's got, set him down. So one arm is going to be off like this. Finger pointing out. That was like Jimmy Neutron nice. Still nothing, guys? Still nothing? What's up, Rogue Leaf? I assure you, you know the character too. And the other arm swings around like this. His other hand. Other arm's making a fist. All right. Thank you too, Rogue. Came in, smashed the like. I appreciate you. Guys can't tell who it is without the head, huh? I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Because once I reveal the head, you'll be like, oh shit. Not Thanos. Nope. He's an important one, though. And when I reveal the head, I'm actually going to put the cape back on. Because that adds to it. Let's get the... get his fur liner lined up. You guys ready? It is not Magneto. Hold on, let me adjust the camera back a little bit further. Here is your head. Now do you know who it is? Do you guys know who it is now? We'll go in detail on the head. It's Doom. It is Dr. Doom. The second part of the base, the part that's missing that is going to snap onto here, is a castle emplacement. So he's actually standing on there and everything else. I didn't know how many people were actually going to get when I showed off the seal. That is the seal of Latveria. Oop, I actually get it to stay. But this right here is the seal of Latveria. It is Dr. Doom. The person who modeled this, they went nuts. They gave him the royal armor, right? So it's not just like his simplified armor. It's actually the royal armor. And as you can see, it is enscrawled, very stylized, very well defined armor, and to the point where when you look at this is the interior. Right here is the interior, the actual scrawling in it lines up with the armor piece and locks into place. So there's no gap room. But that cape is huge. Fucking huge. So yeah, just I'm excited for this one. This one is going to be a labor of love when I do it. Kind of like the Juggernaut's going to be. But yeah, I did Doom. I did the Riddler. Those are my two. And again, it's looking like, if I can't find that other arm, I must have left it in the 3D print room. But yeah, like, I mean, the armor on the boots. He went into severe intricacy on the design. But that is the royal battle armor of Doom. Just unbelievable. Very high detail. This is Wicked and Berserk. This one's Wicked. Doom is Wicked. And Riddler was Berserk. That's what she said. A 33-hour print on the damn cape by itself. This part here, I'm going to have to seam it, seal it, and everything else out as soon as I paint it before I even think about inserting this into the body. I'm not even worried about the back end of this model, really, because that cape is going to cover most of it. In fact, this thing locks in, too. And wedges the cape in there. Really cool. It's always difficult to figure them out when they are when they're at grayscale or what have you. I'm actually shocked David didn't nail it faster, because David knows, like, I have a specific love for Doom. That all just seams together very nicely. And the way his head's pointing and everything out, he's legit pointing out like he's shooting a blaster bolt. The head flows into the cape, the whole 9 yards. One more week on the Sunday streams, and I should have more than enough backstock stranded. I figure I was able to knock out 2 models this week. If I knock out or last week if I can knock out 2 models this week as far as printing time goes, because we're looking at the first part of the base on Doom, for example, took 7.5 hours. The cape took 33 hours. So you're looking at 40 hours there. And then the last part of the base is currently printing, and that is a 13-hour print. And you're looking at, it takes a couple days for the lower pieces when I'm going this big with them. Before, when I was going a bit smaller, it was faster. But now that I've got the oversized FDM printer that's going ham, I can go crazy with it. So it's just really a matter of supporting the resin, getting all the parts where they're hollowed out, they're cut right, you don't see seam lines, stuff like that. And fortunately with like Riddler, I had to do one reprint, which was the cane. And that by itself, the cane took, I think it was like 12 or 13 hours by itself when I did it all in one piece. When I did it in the three parts, it took like 2 hours, I want to say. Yep, making the sausage. Exactly. I mean, it's, you know, the wife even said, because she goes, well, you stream tonight. I said, no. I'm off for the next 2 weeks. She's like, wait, you're not streaming Sunday? She's like, you're not getting tired of painting things and, you know, building stuff? And I was like, no. God, no. I was like, I'm out of shit to paint. And she's like, oh. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. You know? Wasp went by so fast that, and I really thought it was going to take way, way more than it did. But, like I said in the title, I've got, let me see, let me count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10 different movie trailers to review tonight. We got the news we can go over. One of the things I definitely want to touch on that I'm just finding to be batshit crazy, and it'll probably be while I'm painting, I'll go into a whole dissertation about that shit. But the scientists that have been dying, and rest in peace, David Wilcock, who apparently took himself out. I don't know. I buy all that shit. But yeah, it's interesting stuff, and I've got theories and everything else. So, but you know, I did tell Perry, I was like, you know, there's some rumors I've heard coming out of the White House that are fucking insane, and I'll touch on that too. But what do you guys want to start with? Do you guys want to start with? Did you guys want to start with the trailers? Do you want to start in news? Where do you guys want to start? Where do you want to rock and roll to? I'll leave it the dealer's choice to the chat. Or maybe it'll just be dead air and silence. I mean, I'll tell you one thing I've been watching a lot of is the Quartering completely just basically destroying himself. That's been like my entertainment to chill with. Also, the ending of, well, not the ending, but the end of this season of Invincible, which followed the comic books damn near spot on. You want to get into the movies? Stranded always cuts out early. She likes to get the fun stuff out there. All right. Let me pop a browser. I wrote them down. I should call this the copy strike part of the show, because this is when I always get hit hardest. This when they like to really put it to my butt, so to speak. Get my little headset on, get ready to pause and talk shit while I watch these. I hear you, Stranded. It's okay. I just appreciate you being here. Ooh, jug you back in the screen. God, I got so much to do. The base coat's on him, but we're going to have to build this out tonight. Hopefully get him looking sexy. And it looks like... Is that? No, I think that is the right trailer.
I'm Ron Ready, and I'm...
I don't care about you there, Ron Ready, jackass. Just got to make sure the everything's all set for it. Let's see. Yep. Okay. And let's get this up there. And give me the mic check when I hit the volume on this thing and hit play, Stranded. Make sure I'm, yep, I'm tuned up. Our first trailer of the night. Can you guys hear it all right? Okay, I'll let it rip. So yeah, we see the classic Acme rocket skates. Here we go. So far, I already dig it. I dig the animation crossed over with realistic special effects and everything else. Fantastic.
Have you been horribly injured by a product made by the Acme Corporation?
It's not your fault. There's probably someone to blame.
The name of the case is Coyote versus Acme.
Wile E. Coyote. He is reckless. We all know who's responsible, and all of his injuries are self-inflicted.
So, like I said, we've got all the classic Coyote gags. John Cena being the rep for Acme is amazing. Will Forte defending him is great, too. Great casting. Let's keep rocking.
I've been settling Acme cases for years.
I could probably get you $250 for that.
This is your opportunity to really show people what you're capable of.
These companies think they can do whatever they want. We're sick of it.
Acme, hack you!
Nothing to see here.
We really have nothing.
We both know it would be very unpleasant if anything bigger were to become public.
So, what is up, Doc?
What do you guys think? It's going to be stupid. It's definitely going to be for kids. Let's get that out of the way right up front. I think it's going to be decent. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
A corporation is releasing this film for account purposes only. We do not condone any of the storylines depicted.
So that is our first one. That is our first trailer. Evening Beans. Yeah, I'm feeling that one. I think that is going to be. I think that's going to be one to watch. if I'm to be honest. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. I really wanted to have a review of Lee Cronin's The Mummy. I already kind of know what happens throughout the movie and have not seen it yet. So I'm not going to judge it before I see it and let you guys know what I think. But that's our first movie, is Coyote vs. Acme. Yeah, I mean, did you watch the original Space Jam or the remake with LeBron James? The original Space Jam is like a classic. The remake was so-so, you know, my opinion on it. But yeah, I'm definitely feeling that one. And if you take, you know, like a kid or something to go see it, it's going to be super enjoyable. It'll be super enjoyable for adults who grew up with Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner screwing each other up. Thought about trying to find a Wile E. Coyote 3D print and maybe knock him out. Maybe him and Roadrunner. I think that could be fun. Oh, well, actually, really Coyote. I was always rooting for the Coyote. I always felt bad. He always got jacked up. All right, let's see what our next one is. Some of these are there's a good chunk of them that are horror that look interesting. Let's see. This one we already saw the trailer for, but it's worth watching the update to it. I just gotta mute for the fucking ads. And this, you can check a lot of these on kinocheck.com. They're really good about compiling all this kind of shit. So this one I'm definitely going to get banged up for. Guaranteed. All right, here we go. Our second movie is the second Scary Movie trailer for Scary Movie 6.
Man, you ain't Micah. Micah's got a monkey. I got a llama. We back.
Who are you, John Wick?
Sink into the chair.
What are you waiting for?
What the?
See? Who? You ain't got no moves. Watch this. Boom. Oh. I can moonwalk.
Ooh.
So short, sweet, and a lot of fun, it looks like. Yep. Yeah, absolutely tricked you, right? You thought it was going to be... Thought it was going to be something else, and no. Nope, Scary Movie. Da-na-na. Da-na-na-na. So Coyote and Roadrunner were metaphors for drug addiction? Really? If they make Spaceballs models, I'll grab them. I absolutely will. A matter of fact, the wife even said it would be awesome if you could find a dark helmet. This one, I do not have the model for it yet, but it is definitely one to grab. We'll go with Kino again. I'm going to stick with Kino Check. They're really good about it. This one looks dark as shit, and I'm down for it. if I'm to be honest with you. If they do it right, it could be a pretty jacked up and scary kind of movie. Well, yeah, but I could completely believe it's a metaphor for drug addiction. Chasing the Roadrunner. Hitting walls while you're trying to get them. Alrighty. Our next movie. And again, this is a DC Comics villain. It's getting his own movie. And I think if they do it right, it could be really good body horror, creepy as hell. Question is, do you guys know which villain it is? Just so far. I'll let it play a little bit more. I think that could be good. If they do it right, that will be very, very good. It'll be terrifying. Yeah, it's Clayface. Like, crazy enough, if they follow it right, it was an actor. Now, they're doing it different than the comics origin. In the comics, he was an actor. And he was aging and starting to lose his looks. And in order to fix his looks, it looks like they're going to have the mob jack him up. Probably like Don Falcone, so it links harder into Batman. And they did show a Gotham police car and all that. But basically in the comics, what it was, Clayface was, he was an actor that was aging and wanted to fix his looks. And this dude had an experiment with this shit that he shot up with to make himself look younger. Like, it made him look younger. And then all of a sudden he started turning to basically putty, and it turned out it was like this messed up clay shit. And then he could imitate anybody he wanted to. Yeah, horror focused and R-rated. And I'm there for it. You know what I mean? Like, that is, if you're going to do Clayface, and reality is that's what I want if you're going to start doing Batman villains, especially in one-shot movies and stuff. You've got to make them where they're terrifying. Like, if for example, the way they did the Scarecrow was okay in Batman Begins, in my opinion. The way you really want to do the Scarecrow is he just inspires fear when you're looking at him. Not even with the fear gas, just by himself inspiring fear. And that's what's supposed to give Batman his strength. Because he is the thing that they're afraid of. The Joker, Penguin, Two-Face, all these monstrosities. Clayface, Killer Croc. You know, they're supposed to be terrifying. Kings of crime, villainy, and horror all at the same time. The darkest side of humanity. And Batman, even though he's justice and all this, I am the night, right? He is supposed to be the thing that they fear. Like, I'm scared of nothing in this world except for that. The big black bat. It's just the hand that I sliced open, but thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I sliced it pretty bad. Pretty bad. This one came out of nowhere on me too. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but just the same, I saw the trailer. I was like, yep, that's definitely one to watch. And like I said, I'm definitely going to get nailed. Warner Brothers is just going to have a field day on my ass. I'll tell you that much. Make sure. Okay, yeah, they don't show it. But yeah, Sony Pictures is doing this one as well. So shout out to them. They're going to have a field, like I said, a field day on my ass. They really are. And yeah, unfortunately for, you know, those faint of heart, this is a lot of horror films. Here we go. Crawl, bitch, crawl! New Evil Dead. I love old school Evil Dead. Completely love it. It's not the same without Ash. It's not the same without Raimi involved. I know what you're saying there, mister, and you're not wrong. Thank you for jumping in too, mister. Smash like, all that fun shit. I got to say this every time somebody comes in. It definitely helps promote everything. But the bigger part of it is I got a couple questions there. One was, you know, free advertisement, right? You would think you're showing off somebody's movie and talking about it, that it would hype them up and they'd be all for it. Nope. No. They want your, basically I'll get hit with copyrights, not hard strikes, but I'll get hit with copyright because they want the money that I would make off a stream, basically, if I were monetized. That's the copyrights I've been getting hit with, all except for I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. That one I got hard hit for. And how do I feel about Robert Downey Jr. playing Doom? I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about that at all. I think you should have found there's plenty of people you could have gotten to play Doom that would have been great and fantastic in that role. And Robert Downey Jr. is a very talented, amazing actor. I think he owns Tony Stark to a point where even in the cartoons and stuff, they make him sound like Robert Downey Jr. I think that's who he should have always been, right? I don't like it because if you remove Doom's mask at any point in any of the films and you see Robert Downey Jr. under there, no matter how scarred up or charred up his face is, it's like, no, that's Tony Stark. I don't like it a little bit. Actually, it would be Jaws. I'm going to say really kicked that off. That was the original blockbuster. It was Jaws that really define summer blockbusters, all that kind of stuff, mister. But you're right. So there's certain movies like Avatar. You want to go see that, and more than likely you want to see it in 3D IMAX. You feel like you're on that planet when you watch it that way. Watching it at home doesn't have the same feeling. The problem is that once COVID hit and everybody got all their entertainment at home and realized like, oh shit, I'm a smoker. I can pause the movie, go outside, smoke a cigarette, and come back in. Oh, I've got to take a shit. I've got to take a piss. You can get up and go to the bathroom, pause the movie, right? You can't do that in a movie theater. And the movie theaters have revamped themselves and made, seating very nice and all that stuff. But I think I agree with you 1,000%. It's got to be a very special occasion for me and the wife to actually get in the car and go see a movie. Last movie I saw in the actual theater was Deadpool Wolvie. Yeah, I agree with that. I think you should have to surrender your phone when you're going into a movie. I 1,000% agree with that shit too. People, because you'll get like notifications going off on somebody's phone. It's like, bro, put your fucking phone on silent. Like, just turn it off for 2 hours. Like, you can't be away from your phone for 2 hours. But yeah, Robert Downey Jr., I think you'll kill it as Doom. I think you'll do a great job. I don't want to see him as Doom. I want to see somebody else playing that role. Where we're at now in the MCU, this goes through, and spoiler alert for anybody who doesn't know anything about the lead up to Secret Wars, the Marvel Universe gets reset in the comics. And Secret Wars itself is Doctor Doom is basically like God. Well, no, not even he's like God. He is pretty much God and just recreates the world in the way he wants. And then everybody, survivors from the old MCU basically escape on the spaceship and end up fighting them and all this kind of stuff. And the one above all comes in. But it's basically a way to reset all the characters in the Marvel Universe. If you think they're bringing back all this old X-Men cast and you're like, oh boy, like I get to see Patrick Stewart as Charles Xavier again and all this kind of crap. They're all going to be in the movie for maybe 5 minutes of runtime and they're going to die. Their Earth is going to end and they are going to die. So you're going to see all your old favorites and they're all going to die. Like, I don't know that this is going to work for people. I don't know that people are going to be happy about this. I don't know that you're going to get those vibes. Marvel has done the same dumb shit that they do with all kinds of superhero movies ever since the original Batman with Michael Keaton. They always do this shit. The only movie to ever nail it and do it kind of right was The Dark Knight. The Joker jumps off the side of the building and Batman saves him and locks him up in Arkham Asylum at the end of it. All the Marvel movies, the villain at the end, they end up killing him, banishing him to the nether realm in the case of like Red Skull and Captain America. The bad guy always seems to get killed for the most part. Like the truly terrible villain. They rarely let the villain live. Here and there maybe, but reality is that they're supposed to, like, that's the whole point of the superhero is they lock them up, they get back out. The only one that has an argument about I just kill every one of my villains is the Punisher. But that's kind of his whole credo is you hit them, they knock them down, they get locked up, they get back out and they commit more crime. I hit them and they stay down because they're dead. I mean, that's just it. The whole thing is the snap killed no one. They all went into the soul gem. But again, you killed Thanos twice. Like, why did you kill Thanos twice? That's my problem, right? Like, him being out there in the comics, dude's always alive and always coming back. He'll get the shit beat out of him, but he'll come back. You can't, if you're going to have villains, you got to let the villain live so they see another day. They have to lose to the good guy and then have to live to see another day. You keep killing. Dr. Doom's famous trick is always that, you know, they'll think they've got him or whatever. They'll hit him with like whatever overpowered move they've got, and they've got him beat and all this other stuff. And they go to friggin' like basically take him in, and the face will fall off, and it's a Doom bot. Like it's a life model decoy. It's a fake. Because Doom's smart and is always ahead of him. Ghost Rider, yeah, Ghost Rider's another one with the pendant stare. The only thing with Ghost Rider is a lot of his villains are like Mephisto or Blackheart. They're basically demonic forces where even if he sends them back to hell, they still escape hell later on and come back for him. The multiverse it's a gigantic mistake to dwell too much into it, right? So you can do it, and that's cool and everything else, but you had enough stories to tell. Marvel's big problem with the movies, and I've had this discussion offline with a lot of my friends, so if Bubba's still listening, he knows I've said this a bajillion times. The big problem with Marvel's movies are, you got Iron Man, like they slowly built that universe. They didn't tell all the good Iron Man stories. They didn't tell all the good Thor stories. They told little parts here and there, but like, for example, like the Civil War, that was a whole big event in the comics. They did it in one movie. Was it awesome to see everybody on screen and fighting and all that? Yes. However, that shit went on in the comics for months. And like people got killed. People switched sides. Yeah, Spider-Man famously, his Aunt May, because Peter Parker joined Iron Man's side in the first Civil War and ended up switching to Captain America's side because he unmasked, said, "I'm Peter Parker," showed it to the world and all this. And then Aunt May got sniped. Put her in the hospital, almost killed her. Because they now knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. So it was like, there was way, way more to just something like that, where you could have done 3 movies out of it. Made it an actual event. Matter of fact, it's funny you guys are saying that in the comments. Because this month on Wicked has announced that they will be doing this model, and I have been debating. I already have one of these models, but I've been debating if I should do it or not. And let me see if I can find the picture of it. But it's one that I'm definitely, it's called Trail of Tears. Let me see. Let me see how that looks. Oh, yep. So unfortunately, I won't be able to move it completely, but I can at least show it to you guys. This is what Wicked is working on for this month in his models. And again, I can't even zip it around, but he is doing old school, old Wild West Ghost Rider. And this is what it's based on. Garth Ennis's run. There you go. That's what the model's going to look like. couple different versions of it with the hat in this one, without the hat in this one. And he's going to be doing the busts for him. But he's going to be doing Ghost Rider Trail of Tears. So, yeah, this is kind of what I'm saying is, you know, that's been on my radar. I'm looking at, I could go in and use my, my clear red resin and do the fire on his head, all that kind of stuff with it. I'm debating it. It's definitely been in debate for me if I'm going to do that. I'm thinking that could be a cool one. Yeah, right now, Berserk this month will be doing Killer Frost, Flash Gordon. Trying to remember who the other one was. Let me see. Let me look at my notifications real quick. He will be doing so Berserk, and I've got to add CA 3D Studios too. They are putting out some phenomenal work lately. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Flash Gordon. Flash Gordon. Killer Frost. Oh, and Shazam. Alex Ross's Shazam. And then Wicked is doing that Ghost Rider. He's doing the Lady Deathstrike from Wolverine Comics. And I think that was he's and John Barenthal's version of the Punisher. That's who Wicked is doing this month. But yeah, so we're looking at it. It's a pretty damn good month. Again, though, when it comes to Doctor Doom, you need somebody who's imposing. He's got kind of a posh English sounding accent, but you still want it. You want it sounding almost Slovenian because it's Latveria he comes from. So you want him to be very pompous, very arrogant. You know, and sorry, British people, but you got a very fucking arrogant sounding accent. So, like, especially a posh British person. But, yeah, RDJ, no doubt, excellent actor, does a great job and all that kind of stuff. He's Tony Stark / Iron Man. He's not Doctor Doom. Let's see. What is our next one? Our next movie trailer. Let me see. Yep, here it is right here.
All units respond.
Yep. Meet that real quick. Let's set that all up. Our next trailer is, well, this little ditty. Here we go.
All units respond.
We have reports of a high-speed chase.
I give to you our first electric patrol car.
Fuck electricity. Boom.
Well.
Yep. They did 1, they did 2. I didn't really like 2 as much as I liked 1. This one actually looks pretty funny, though.
Oh, well, if it isn't the old-timers passing the torch to the new generation.
You beat my rookie in a foot race? No ticket.
Wait, what?
1, 2, 3, go!
Hey, Thorny, we're super excited for your hot sister's wedding. To Rod Farva.
Son of a bitch.
Got any beer?
That's my shirt.
It's a good sex shirt.
I got a Postmates delivery of 12 short and wide condoms to Rod Farva.
Only 12? I guess a lot to do.
Here I come, babe.
Come get your cream, girl.
You gotta love it. I think this one, This will be one to watch on an afternoon when you're bored. But it definitely looks funny.
Let's stop this wedding. Mom, Dad, this is Farba.
Oh my God, babe, you clean up great.
I wonder if they have any white tea here. Oh, wait, that's me, Whitey.
We do like racial humor.
Who doesn't?
Farba texted me his list of demands for the bachelor party. Bum fights, Russian roulette, strip club. What the hell?
Hello, boys. Pull up a cup chair.
Fucking, I don't know why that cracks me up. It just does.
Cut it back, cut it back. Tokyo Drift, motherfucker! Nerd!
What's it, Farber?
Is it possible we're no longer the cool guys in our own story?
Not a fucking chance.
Okay, Farba, time to pick your snake.
This guy's actually kind of cute.
Since it's the neck, it's best to suck it out.
Check it out. Farba, that's my mom.
Fucking idiots.
I don't know why, man. What's that bar that we all used to hang out at? Oh, Shenanigans. Oh, and they all hand him the gun. That shit's great. I think it could be good. I don't know why. Like I said, the second one I wasn't a huge fan of. I think they got high on their own farts for the second one, but that one actually looks good. All right.
With GoDaddy.
Yep. We gotta endure ads here, guys. Let me get to my skip point. Okay, cool. And yeah, on to the next. On to the next one, back into the horror genre. Well, last year, over 130 million people took road trips. Road trips!
Make it quick.
Dude, give me 1 minute. Yo.
Daniel?
Yep, I'm the fuck out.
Oh, no way.
I'm sorry. When I was watching this part of the trailer, all that went through my mind was, thanks for the ride, lady. Thanks for the ride. What's this one called? 10 Scientists. Actually, it's 11. And then if you count David Wilcock and his autobiographer or his biographer, that would be 11 and 12.
I saw these on the car last night. 3 scratches just like that.
You didn't stop, did you? It's something unholy.
Someone's following us.
All right, I have a question right off the rip. Why wouldn't you just grab the medallion and tear it off? Why would you tear off the entirety of your rear view mirror? Just saying.
Saint Christopher, protect me today. All my travels. Give us your warning signs. If danger is near. Danger is near. Danger is near.
No one outruns a passenger.
It's creepy. He's right there. He's got you. So yeah, I think that one's got a little bit of potential. Popcorn flick. I don't know. Not one to make me shit my pants or jump out of my seat. Coincidences part due. Yeah, you're not wrong. I got one that's even scarier than that, Rebel. I will call it rumors out of the White House of, I'll get to that in a little bit, but yeah, there's a rumor that when I heard it, I was like, yo, if this is true, somebody needs to take the keys away from Grandpa because he's absolutely lost his shit. Like terrifying, the most terrifying thing I think I've heard. But yeah, like I said, we'll get to that after the fun part's done with the movie trailers. Well, I'm awake. Yeah, I guess that will wake you up, won't it? This series, I don't like this series. I'm just going to tell you guys out right from the offset. I've never liked this series. I always thought it was stupid. Just the same, got to cover it. I'm going to call this out of ideas is what I'm going to call this movie.
Oh, look.
Let me get through the ads real quick. And yeah, we'll call this out of ideas. That's what I call this movie.
How are you doing today? All right. I'm just gonna take a look inside. Looks like there's something stuck in here. Dad, ever since she was born, it's been just the two of us.
That's right. They're making a Jeffrey Epstein movie. Just kidding.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, you guys can't see it? Did I not switch it back over? Hold on. I'll reset it. I'll reset. Yeah, I think you're right, Reb. I don't think it's set up. Hold on. You guys could probably hear it, but not see it. Whoa, what just happened? Is that shit blocked? What the fuck is that all about? There we go. Now can you see it? Should be up now. Alrighty. Let's try this one again.
How are you doing today? All right. I'm just gonna take a look inside. Looks like there's something stuck in here.
This is where I made the joke about it being the
Yes.
Jeffrey Epstein movie.
Ever since she was born, it's been just the two of us.
Hi.
Hi. We were really happy. Had some sleep. Until I started having these dreams. Maya? I'm scaring my daughter. I need someone to tell me how to stop this.
Yep. So whenever I need advice on like evils and evil spirits invading my home and coming after me, I go into my nearest tattoo parlor and talk to the most tattooed up freak I can find.
Those are not dreams, Gemma. You have a rare gift. The ability to travel into the realm between this world and the next one. But you...
Rinse stew on the 5th. If you know, you know.
Can do something I didn't know was possible. You can bring demons back to the human world. Permanently.
What happens if I can't control this? Maya? Maya?
That's a big ass couch fort. Crawl, bitch, crawl! Yep, that's correct. It's called Insidious out of ideas. Because, yeah, no. No, sorry. I've never been an Insidious fan. Never thought they were good. Never, like, kicked me in the nuts and made me happy. Yeah, exactly, Bubs. People actually, so I just got a warning. Heads up, we've detected video in your stream that belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked if you plan to continue. Well, it's a good thing I'm switching trailers. Because, yeah, you can kiss my ass there, Seabass. That's bullshit. I really need to start looking into moving over to Rumble. I think I need 15 subs over there, and then I can actually stream on that platform.
Watch what happens when a 50-year-old man...
Yep, there we go. Let's get into more of this bullshit advertising. Hit pause. All right. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
Nobody knows what happened to my dad. I don't feel normal.
You mean it's not normal to think your father was kidnapped by aliens?
So you believe in aliens and stuff?
Her dad was the leader of that UFO cult.
This one looks like an interesting independent movie.
My farmer saw the same thing my dad was looking for all along.
I have to sign up an account, Breb.
What if something took him?
We have seen her type before.
They had help from a young girl.
So this, like I said, this looks like an indie movie, but it looks like one that is actually worth seeing. This actually looks like a decent movie.
It's time to pull the plug on that UFO cult.
I've spent my entire life searching for answers. And now I'm a bit afraid of what I'll find. We're on to something big here.
This has cost us almost everything.
10 o'clock! If there's one thing you've taught me, Denise, is that to know is one thing, but to believe is completely different.
Yeah, I hate to tell you guys this, but they would be dead if they did that. Just flat out dead.
It's impossible.
Move on!
I'm going to find my dad.
Watch the skies. This one looks like it could be interesting. Definitely looks like it could be a decent one. So that the only thing I've gotten detected on for this looks like you're showing other people's shit. It looks like it was only that Insidious video. Because that, I bet you I don't get any kind of copyright strike for that shit right there that I just showed. So the indie films are fine with you showing their shit. It looks like the big studios and stuff have a fucking issue with it. So I wasn't going to buy a ticket to see your shitty movie anyway, Insidious. Now I'm really not. Now I'm going to be advocating for people not to see your fucking movie. Girl boss number 2. She don't need no man. Now that one looks like it could be interesting. There was another movie that was coming up where it was like a house on the street and the whole like neighborhood got moved into some weird like in between world. That could be good. I don't know. Could be good, but I can't remember the name of it. I'm actually going to skip. I was going to show this next movie, but I think I'm just going to skip. Wow. Fuck it. Let's hope I don't get hit for this shit. Especially on this bullshit. Because, yeah, it's one that I don't even care about. But again, it's Warner Brothers. You guys are trying to sell the company, Warner Brothers, you know. Trying to help you out here. Boost some of them sales. But yeah, here we go. A romantic comedy probably coming up.
I'm sure you've heard of the Owens family.
This one's for Stranded in Beans.
The ones from Massachusetts. The ones their neighbors whisper are witches.
You're the Owens sisters.
Yeah, everyone we love dies.
Oh, right.
A really horrible death. But I mean,
you know, I thought that was Nicolas Cage for a minute there. I'm just checking, make sure. Yeah, I'm not getting hit. So it's not Warner Brothers. It's actually Sony. Just FYI.
it's not great for the Tinder bio.
I've waited such a long time for this.
She has.
You put the lime in the coconut, you drink 'em poured up. Put the lime in the coconut, you drink 'em poured up. Put the lime in the coconut, you drink 'em poured up. Put the lime in the coconut, then you feel better. Put the lime in the coconut, you drink 'em poured.
Can you guys tell me what movie this is? Have you guys ever seen the original? I've actually seen the original. It wasn't a terrible movie. Yep, exactly. Fair use. I agree. It's been a whole fight with, especially with YouTube, since they've been using AI to detect shit. Hell, it might even just be music in the video. But do you guys know what this is the sequel to? Not Witches of Eastwick. Witches of Eastwick was Sarah Sarandon, Cher, and Jack Nicholson. Damn, who was the other witch? I can't remember who the other witch was in that one.
Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay? Just like it was when we had to bury a corpse under a rose bush? That kind of fine or different? Different or same?
Practical magic is what the practical magic 2. So yeah, that's for the girl audience out there. I will not be seeing that in the movie theater. The first movie wasn't bad. It was actually okay. Oh, no, there you go. I got the warning again. Heads up, we've detected video in your stream. So it's either the song Put the Lime in the Coconut, or maybe it is something to do with Warner Brothers. Not sure which, but we watched the Coyote trailer, unless that wasn't Warner Brothers doing it. I will, Rebel. Thank you. I have to copy that down and notepad it. We got 2 last ones to watch. This one, this one was kind of creepy.
Garden hose knob.
This one was actually kind of creepy. Here we go. As soon as I actually hit buttons right. Should be able to do this faster by now. Here we are. Rock and roll.
Anything coming back?
No.
It's going to take a little time. It always does. After a traumatic event, the brain can pull pieces of information into false memories.
What kind of stuff do we like to do together?
Hide and seek. I'll go first.
1, 2, 3. I know.
So, this movie, the reason why I even caught this and it got on my radar is the way it's playing out, and we'll see throughout the trailer. But yeah, there's something to this that I'll explain to you guys and see if you agree with me at the end of it.
Know the difference between what's real and what's a dream.
You don't. A large part of your recovery is isolation. We made this decision together. If you are watching this, you are wondering where you are and who you are. This is not a perfect science. There is no coming back.
I love you more than anything. You are my best friend.
Please, just let me out of this! Let me out! Let me out!
We're gonna be a real family again.
So it's called Affection. And what's up, Eugene? How are you, brother? I like it. I like the idea behind it because, okay, maybe she's a clone. Maybe she was brought back from the dead. You know, you have all these different case scenarios. The thing that I enjoy about this is clearly the husband is doing some shady shit one way or the other. Whether she's a robot or she's brought back from the dead or she's a clone or whatever. What I like about it is the gaslighting part of it. I like the fact that you don't know exactly what the hell is going on with it. And it is going to keep you guessing until the end. Is the husband actually a good guy and she's just, you know, has a traumatic brain injury, you know, this kind of thing. I think it could be good just because it's going to keep you guessing until the end. I like movies where I can watch a trailer and I can't tell you how this ends. I mean, I can tell you probably on that one, for example, it's going to end with her killing him or whatever, and then finding out the truth. And either it's going to turn out that he was sinister or he was the good guy, or she's going to find a vat of like 20 clones of herself that are all deformed. Some weird shit's going to happen, right? But I see that one, you know, there's certain videos that I watch where I'm like, okay, like movies like, okay, I can't completely guess the ending. I can feel I'm down with that. But the whole gaslighting aspect, is the husband telling the truth? Is he the good guy? Is it turned out he's evil? That's what I like about movies like this. And then we have the last one on the list that I have for, unless I got, wait, why does that say OBS disconnecting, reconnecting? Okay, good. I got successful reconnection. Just making sure. Didn't want to lose you guys. Thank you all for being here, smashing a like. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the little ride of movie trailers. Like I said, too many of them dropped all of a sudden. Like I checked this past week. I'm like, what the hell is going on with this? Like, oh, there's another trailer. Oh, there's another trailer. Oh, there's another trailer. But this one will be the last one.
Closes to the pin for an.
As soon as I get past, you know, the usual bullshit. And here we go. Here's the last one out of my movie trailers for tonight, guys. I haven't even started painting yet.
Life could be spread by meteorites from one part of the universe to another.
Whoa, check out that view.
This is the site of the impact crater.
This is the site of the impact crater, Gov. Dude, John Rhys Davies, he has definitely gotten old. Dude, that sounds awesome. Yeah, my buddy, Puerto Rican Eddie, speaking of which, tomorrow I got to message him happy birthday. And I had a lengthy talk with him a couple days ago, but he actually has a picture of him in the car they used on the film Christine. Like, that was epic. But yeah, we used to have friends, and I think they were called Body Counters was the name of their YouTube channel. They had quite a following at one point in time, but they would watch horror movies and count all the different bodies. Like how many people were killed in, you know, like Friday the 13th over the course of the whole series. Like some of the bigger ones they did were like the zombie movies and stuff, but it was a bunch of girls that he and I knew when we were younger. Anyway, let's keep this going.
Several 100,000 years ago. I feel like she's here. And you're here for them both.
You must not go into those caves. Never come out alive.
Okay, this is it. Ready?
Yeah.
Ladies first.
Right, after you, lass.
Just kidding.
Wheeler's footage made it out. That Super 8 film he took in '76.
I processed it with my own hands. That's why I know it's real. This is what he saw.
Holy shit, what was that?
Where did it come from?
You really think it's a creature?
What is that?
Oh, it got a little excited on that wall there, guys.
Hundreds of caverns under there, maybe thousands.
We're lost, Ethan.
Let's try this way. Those bones look human.
Yeah.
Fresh.
Ethan? Nick, if that's you guys, this isn't...
Oh my god.
Welcome to TikTok, you fat fuck!
I think that could be good. That could be a good one. You see, no, I'm still not getting smacked. So go figure that. It's only the bigger name studios that are being dickheads about me showing off their movie trailers. Yeah, go figure that. Let's catch up to chats. So yeah, those are the latest movie trailers that I saw that I was just like, okay, these aren't bad. Decent outcropping of movies. Damn, Eugene, I figured your biggest fear would be, somebody stealing all your musical equipment, but that's just me. Yeah, everybody knows the moment, things you never do in a horror movie, I've heard tale that there's ghosts and monsters in that their abandoned cabin. Yeah, you know what, Rebel, let's go spend a weekend there, right? First thing you don't say. Everybody also knows you never say, I'll be right back. Everybody knows that you never go into the woods with two of your buddies and one girl who's a virgin because she's the only one coming back out of those woods. Yeah, Eugene. At least Eugene doesn't give me copyright nails for music, right? But yeah, one other thing I did see regarding movies, I saw that Steven Spielberg actually did an interview. I don't know if it was a sit down or what. I was listening to it while I was playing a game, and he said that Disclosure Day movie that's coming up, he's like, I've done E.T., I did Close Encounters, and they're kind of fun, hopeful movies. He's like, Disclosure Day is going to be, it's going to have some fantastical parts to it, of course. He's like, but it's not going to be like friendly extraterrestrials. It's going to be like, what if the world found out that aliens were real? And it's going to take chunks of it are supposed to be from different supposed survival encounters of people that have been abducted by aliens and everything. He's like, it's going to be actually like a very somber movie in comparison to something like an E.T. So I think they could do it. Like, if that's the case, he might have a winner and return the form on his hands. If that's the route that Steven Spielberg goes, is like, it's actually like a serious movie, like, not like aliens landing and blowing up the White House. But I mean, I guess we can, I gotta start painting. I guess we should talk about the rumor that I heard, though. And I heard this reported in a couple different places. So I'm still taking it as a rumor because I don't know. I have nobody inside the interior of the White House that would know this shit. But apparently last Saturday, Donald Trump had truthed out or tweeted out or truthed out or whatever that, Iran has asked for its own destruction, all this other kind of shit. And like, he was going bombastic, like he was going ham on his rhetoric. Apparently, he wanted to nuke Iran. He was actually talking about, give me the nuclear football, give me the codes, the whole 9 yards. And General Dan Raisin Kane talked him out of it. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. Again, I'm not I don't have some kind of insider knowledge or anything else, but this is the word that had come out over this past weekend, and I heard it, and I'm not going to lie, my butthole like tightened, because I'm like, yo, is this dude really like, take the keys away from grandpa at this point? Because if you're actually talking about really using one of these nukes, that's not good. Like, that's actually kind of terrifying. There is no part of us, like at this point, there's no reason to even use nukes. I mean, look, I don't know if we should believe it or we shouldn't believe it. Is it plausible? Is it possible? Yeah, it is. Is it true? I don't know definitively, but I'll tell you what, even the fact that I don't know if that's true, that's terrifying to me. Like, eesh. I mean, my big problem is that we're getting peppered with so many lies lately that it's unreal. And I mean a shit ton of lies. I mean, Kane, I believe, would stand up to Trump and all that. But remember, they've also been firing a whole bunch of generals too, and admirals and everything else. Like, they just fired one from the Navy. So I agree with you, Rebel. It may just be complete horseshit, but I would be remiss if I didn't discuss it. You know what I mean? Yeah, but the media, I didn't hear this like through normal media like Fox News or CNN or any of this bullshit. I heard it underground. And like I said, the fact that when I heard it, I was like, it's possible. That's bad. Like, I should be like Rebel, where it's just like, no, that's a total bullshit story. But to me, I was like, in a way, I kind of see the rationale, because you are caught in a bear trap at this point. But it's also because we're getting lied to quite a bit. Yeah, exactly, Rebel. There you go. Just like the time he magically teleported right through the separator glass that's bulletproof and about an inch thick to grab the wheel of the beast. I agree. So it's just, like I said, I would be remiss if I didn't throw that shit out there and just throw it to you guys and let you guys play with that. But that rumor, like, it was like, man, I don't know. That is some fucking crazy horse shit right there. But yeah, I mean, the biggest lie at this point is that we've completely taken out their Navy. Because Iran has been hitting these ships, and they've been hitting them from ships on the water. So I thought you took out the Navy. Good night, Stranded. Thank you for everything. Hopefully you feel better and have a good day tomorrow. Oh, yeah. And, you know, Beans was talking about, I didn't cut my arm. I cut right here on my hand. So when I was, these things on the bottom, when they're on the plate or whatever, when you pull them off, sometimes you'll get the little supports that hold them there are stuck to the plate. So I grabbed a metal scraper, and you have to tag it to knock it off. So I'm holding the plate like this, and I'm scraping, and it popped off, and my hand slid straight through, and the scraper went down to about the bone in the side of my hand. Cut. Like, it didn't even start bleeding right away, because it was just like fat cells started to, like, I could see the fat cells, and they started to bubble out a little bit, and I was like, oh shit. No, I understand. I don't blame you either for unsubscribing to the doom and gloom. For me, we're in a stalemate. We're not on the losing end of anything. We're in a stalemate. You know what I mean? The one person that is starting to get on my nerves, if I'm to be quite honest, is Tucker Carlson. I'm just going to throw that out there. That's one person that I watch that has been getting on my nerves because he has gotten on to kind of a I'm holy and righteous because I'm Christian path, which I think Christians should fight back if they're being oppressed and all this stuff. But at the same point in time, he's trying to make himself sound holier than thou, if that makes sense. I can't blame you on that one either. Yeah, shout out to Chunk. Poor puppers. Yeah, Tucker, it's not even so much that he's acting shady. Well, Kira, what's his name? Kiraku, I think his name is. He was on Patrick Bet David, and I watched that show. And I like some of the takes. I'm, there's other shit I can leave. The one thing I like about Patrick Bet David, though, is he always does kind of bring his own receipts on why he's thinking the way he does, all that other stuff. He, for the most part, keeps an open mind. He doesn't really judge anybody, I like his format, all that. Well, from what I could understand, Kirikou, I think his name is John Kirikou, but he's an ex-CIA guy. Right at the beginning, in the offset of the PBD interview, they're talking and PBD brings up this thing and he's just like, yeah, so you said this on this podcast, and he plays it and it's like, yeah, I heard Patrick Bet David's 100% a Zionist, all this other stuff. Patrick Bet David is not a Zionist. Like, he's not in the tank for, all that kind of ideology shit. He keeps an open mind. Anybody who watches him knows this, but Patrick Bet David asked him, like, where did you get that from? He's like, look, I'm not going to out it. He goes, let me guess. It was a bigger name podcaster. And he's like one of the biggest. And he's like, look, I'm not going to say. But you could tell, like, by the way PBD asked these things of him, that it's Tucker Carlson. Basically pulled him aside and told him, oh, you're going on Patrick Bet David next. Well, yeah, just so you know, he's a major Zionist. D-Day Cobra? I mean, he's definitely, to be fair, he's not a conservative or anything else. He's all about, and shout out to Jeremy, good Jeremy, as he's known. He's all about Trump, and he trusts in Trump's plan and all that. And hey, he's allowed to, whatever. Right? The thing I do like about him is now he's starting to hammer down on the quartering, because the quartering has been just running his fucking mouth like he's going to get everybody pretty much taken off of YouTube. But Geeks and Gamers, I never really watched Geeks and Gamers. Every now and again I'll see D-Day Cobra, but I don't watch Geeks and Gamers at all. I mean, reality is just that, Reb. You're right. The woke right, Zionists, all this. I always look at it as, I always just break it down to Israel first or America first. America first, you're worried about what's in America's best interest. Israel first, you're worried about Israel. It's America. You're allowed to hold whatever fucking opinion you want, just don't silence others in their opinions. It's as simple as that for me, you know? Yeah, that's what I thought too, Reb. You would think they'd just talk about the woke shit in games and movies, but there's a whole fight going on now with a game that I have no interest in playing and never did. But I don't understand the argument. Right? So there's a game called Pragmata. And basically, I guess it's like the science dude who finds this little girl robot. And she looks like, you know, it's basically like a young girl AI. And he puts her in a backpack on his back, and she can do special shit like open doors or shock the enemies or all this other stuff. And it's a Japanese, first off, it's a Capcom game, so it's very Japanesey, right? But people apparently are freaking out because they're like, men can't be, what was the argument? Men can't be loving towards little girls. Like, excuse me? I got fucking daughters. Of course I'm loving towards little girls. You know, I'm going to protect them from everything I can. But they're treating it like it's Groomer Simulator or some shit. Now, I haven't played the game. I saw the game before it launched. I have no interest in playing the fucking game. But people are having like absolute meltdowns over this game. Certain sex. And then there's other people coming out and like defending the shit out of it. And I'm like, what's the big controversy here? Hey, you know what? You're 1,000% right, Beans. Follow the fucking money. Every time. And, you know, the other thing is, I've said this before, Netanyahu's job is to do what's in the best interest of the Israeli people, because that's his fucking job. Now, if you're going to listen to him or not, that's up to you. But you need to look at what's in America's best interest. I think the first part where you take out Fordo and all that other stuff and you had an immediate off-ramp, you did damage to structures and stuff, maybe killed some of their scientists on those bombs. Okay. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. You know, the second part was just like, you made the dumbest decision possible when all your advisors are telling you not to do something. That's a whole nother story. Bro, Splinter Cell. So the one game I've been playing, the Outlast Trials, it's like a horror version of Splinter Cell. Like, if you move in absolute stealth, that game's amazing. But it reminds me of Splinter Cell if you play it like that, and just all the horror elements, you just kind of erase them from your mind and play it like you're doing Metal Gear Solid, like old school Metal Gear Solid or Splinter Cell where you're in stealth mode. I mean, look, the thing with the conservatives, your big problem is this. You're not all conservatives. So Democrats, again, will all unite and go in heavy-handed on something, right? Conservatives are fractured because in order for them to beat the Democrats, they have to have a coalition with independents and libertarians and everything else. Now, me, I'm not conservative. I have conservative values, but I also have some fucking hard left-leaning values I've come to find. Like the abortion thing, for example, is a good example. But for me, it's just, look, everybody should live in peace. Do I want the best healthcare for everybody? Yes, I do. Do I want everybody to have the right to own a gun? Yes, I do. Right? I have... My values are like right in the middle. I've always been kind of a fence sitter to a point where my wife tells me, get off that fence or your ass is going to start to hurt. Yeah, I mean, look, you can blast the left and all that stuff. Oh, well, left this, left this, that. The problem is that the Republicans are in control right now, and it's not going as good as it should be. So regardless, people blame the people in power. That's just how the average person thinks. It's the person in power's fault. Yeah. I feel that everybody, the truth is always somewhere in the middle. Some views are, I understand them. And I appreciate everybody. There's a reason why I invite difference of opinion. Difference of opinion across the board, because I can see your point of view. Doesn't mean I agree with it, but I can see where you're coming from in some cases. I can also see the slippery slope where you had good intentions with something and it went to dog shit. There's some stuff that I'm just like, nope, that's a failed experiment. We've already tried that. It's going to fail. And the problem with the left in particular is that the stuff that is proven to fail, they seem to double and triple and quadruple down on. The problem with the Republicans or the conservatives is that when they do get a hold of power and can make effective change, they don't. They'll do shit like, I did 1,000 executive orders, but I codified nothing into law. What are we doing here? That's not good. I mean, we're at a point now where it's like DHS still isn't funded completely. And the money that you got into it is going to run out very, very soon. So now we're back in this fight that happened months ago. What the fuck? That shit should already been in the rear view. It's disappointing all around, because the reality of things that I see is that it's failing across the board, and it's failing because we have too much money in politics. It's too much goddamn money in politics. And Star Trek's a great show. It's fantastic. My only problem with Star Trek is it's utopian. It's just far too utopian for my liking. You don't have to work a job if you don't want to. The only reason why you've got to work a job is because it's something you like to do. That's not the way of things. It is a million times better if Kamala were in the White House right now. We already we'd all be living in fucking shit on the roadside while the country was on fire and all that. So you're not wrong. But that's just it. Just because one side is worse doesn't make the other side amazing either. They're doing a mediocre job and they need to fix it. They need to step their game up. Seeing what's going on in Virginia, for example, with them doing the fucking gerrymandering. Okay. Republicans just did that shit with Jasmine Crockett's seat in fucking Texas. So it's turnabout's fair play, but at the same point in time, the way they gerrymandered that map, I'm you guys will never win Virginia again. Never, ever, 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 never win it again if it stands. Now, I think there's a complaint into their Supreme Court or whatever in Virginia, and they've deemed that it isn't fair gerrymandering. I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't followed it all that close because, well, it's fucking Virginia and I don't really care. But it's still ugly. Yeah, but technology only takes you so far. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I know that we're being lied to a lot about Iran. I know that for a fact. Just simple little shit. Like, here's the thing I don't understand. You know, these motherfuckers are laying mines all over the place, just indiscriminately out in the water. Why aren't you just like blowing up even like little fishing boats? Like, if we got it blockaded, we got it blockaded. But like, yo, you pull a boat out on this water, I'm sorry, we're blowing you up. We are in the middle of a state of war. And if you're dumb enough to go out and go fishing, well, you're done. But they're saying that even if the war were to end tomorrow, like this whole bullshit ends tomorrow, it's going to take them at least 6 months before they remove all the mines that have been laid out there because they don't know where they dropped them. That's a fucking problem. And I mean, yeah, you're right about that. Technology is useless without fucking electricity. That's one of those other things. How come we're still worried about fossil fuels and haven't moved up to like a nuclear fuel cell or a button battery that can power a house? How come our technology hasn't pushed to the next boundary because we're stuck in the past and relying on fucking basically dinosaur bones that have liquefied for the most part? Like, what the fuck? And I know I'm being a little extreme with the dinosaur bones that have liquefied for the most part, but you guys know what I'm talking about. It's just, I don't know. I had really hoped that we wouldn't be caught up in anything outside of this country till this country was fixed. That's where I'm at. I want to see this country be the greatest it can be. And right now it's not. And it needs to be. The petrodollar would be in trouble. You're right about that. However, I'm just looking at shit like AI. The amount of power AI is going to require is like double what we produce now. You're going to need a hardcore power source. And if you're not looking to nuclear, that's the most power we can get out of something very simple that we can control. Shit, we could disassemble a quarter of our nuclear arsenal because we don't need all of it. We just need a couple really big ones pointed in specific places and we're golden. You don't need like 10,000 fucking missiles, right? You probably get away with a couple hundred. And then take that nuclear material, retool it so that it is nuclear fuel rods. You know, you could power the country forever. How did you get elected in Virginia? Because you guys switch up all the time. You guys go back and forth. It's never just, it's not a red state and it's not a blue state. Now with this gerrymandering, it looks like it's fucking, you guys are screwed. And you're right. Food supply, everything else dependent on oil. But that's just it. We need to move away from that. We need to come up with different creative solutions. And that's where we should have been headed. China's headed there. China has actually laid out infrastructure for fucking nuclear a while ago. I mean, part of our problem with when it comes to solar and stuff like this isn't the solar power coming in. It's a good way of storing it. You need, when I say a button battery, something that's like, you know, like a watch battery, but it could power your house for 2 days on its own. You need some kind of, you need to build up a better storage capacity than the shit we're using currently. Because that's our big drawback is not being able to harvest that. We can harvest the power. We just can't store it for an extended period of time. And then you get shit like, you know, it's cold out, electric cars die. Why? Because the batteries in them go cold. All politicians lie. That's not a shocker, Eugene. Of course they're going to lie. People aren't smart enough to see through it. Like, it's just, it's one. Obama once said, elections have consequences. And then Donald Trump got elected and they all started bitching. I'm like, no, Obama said it best. Elections have consequences. He nailed it. He wasn't wrong. They do. They have major consequences. Virginia's going to be very blue if that fucking shit stands with that gerrymandering. You look at that map that they redid, it's just like, you guys are done. Done. I mean, I feel bad for everybody there, but what the fuck? Like, I don't know if you need a better class of people running or what. I don't know what the issue is. But it's definitely crazy to me when I look at that. Like, it's actually a bit insane. There's bronze. Let me see. No, I don't want old gold. Bronze is going to have to work. He is. I can't remember who I was watching. They were talking about, like, he's actually on the down low. You know, like gay. And then there's a couple others, and it was hysterical. They were going off about it. I mean, I don't think it will either. I think you have to gerrymander. I don't know. I'm honestly not that well versed on the subject of gerrymandering. I just know both sides do it, and it's fucked up. It just is. It's like basically what they'll do is they'll take a city and cut it into 4 parts and then move it so that it counteracts the rural vote, which usually tends to be conservative with Democrat. And then they'll do the exact opposite when the Republicans get to gerrymander and redraw their districting lines. But it always fucks me up. Same thing with county borders and stuff. That shit always fucks me up. I'm just like, how do you even come up with this? Like, did you hand it to, you know, some 3rd grader and say, hey, I want you to just draw a shape on this piece of paper and then overlay it on the map? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? But yeah, I definitely, I feel bad for the people in Virginia. But I know there is a part of this that that we can get. Let's get into some woo-woo. What do you guys say? Let's talk about 11 dead scientists and then David Wilcock apparently taking himself out and his biographer dying a week before or a couple days before. What do you guys think about this one? Do you think they were all working on different components of, you know, something the government's been studying, and if they shared that information with each other, they took them out? That's why they took them out. Do you guys think it's like, oh, a foreign entity, like, I don't know, China took them out? You know, what do you guys think? What are we thinking here happened with these scientists? Thanks, Ian. Great to see you, brother. Thank you. I saw you smash the like too on your way in. I appreciate the hell out of that one. No, David Wilcox is absolutely dead. So that one I know is dead. The other scientists, some of them are missing. Some of them are fucking, you know, I don't know if they're dead as doornails or what, but definitely one of those, like, what the fuck is going on here? My theory is that each one of them, they did it kind of like a Bob Lazar, where each one of them was working on some kind of component that they didn't quite know what it was. And with disclosure being threatened, they decided, like, oh no, well, if these guys start talking to one another, they're going to put everything together, and then they're going to realize that we've had this tech all along and all that. We can't let that get out. Yep. 1000%. Everything you're listing for oils, you're correct. Just simple plastics are all oil based. The thing is, though, a lot of those simple plastics and stuff like that, Reb, can also be made with a plant-based protein, believe it or not. They just dissolve faster, so it won't keep as long. Instead of it keeping for 100 years, it'll only keep for 20, you know? That's just it. They're connected, and they're connected between Los Alamos Labs, one of the divisions in NASA, and I can't remember what the other thing was, but they do have connections with one another. And they're like top of their field too, which is crazy. They all had access to special projects. You got people that are saying it has nothing to do with aliens or spaceships or anything, but it was about basically like a 0 point energy project. And so if they figured it out, then energy would be free. You would lose your petrodollar, that kind of thing. Most of those products are dependent on oil, not all of them. Like I said, synthetic plastics you can use, but they're made from actual plants, believe it or not. It's alien. Of course it's aliens. That dude, the Greek dude, I can't remember, Papadopoulos or something, Papadopoulos. I can't remember what the hell the dude's name is. I would love to say it's alien based, like the whole problem with it, but who knows? You know, my wife, she believes that they're never going to release all the UFO shit. She said if they do, then the Vatican will come forward at that point and release like that Christ actually had a bloodline to counteract it, just to prevent the religion from going to hell, like Catholicism or what have you, which actually does make sense, because you prove that there's aliens. That means there's something superior out there in intellect. All of a sudden, it's like, well, wait a minute, who's the real gods here? So that would be kind of kooky. We had a whole discussion about it. But, it's the one thing I did agree with. The two of us argued about for a minute there, but we were both in agreement and didn't realize we were agreeing on it. We definitely got a hold of alien tech at some point. Some kind of a futuristic tech that we don't know of. There's no way you go from vacuum tubes to integrated circuits as fast as they did, when over the course of like hundreds of years, it took you hundreds of years to come up with the engine in a car, from horses and horse-drawn carriages and all this other shit. You finally come up with an engine in a car after, 100 years of fucking with it. And then all of a sudden you just make these technological leaps that make no sense. Like, how do you jump from one to the other? You skip steps somewhere. Fiber optic cabling's another one that I'm just like, So wait a minute, we can barely send impulse signals across the telephone line. That took forever to figure out. And now all of a sudden we're doing it through light within, quarter of a generation. Like, that's damn near impossible. That's what I'm saying. You're right, Reb. But that's where I'm saying is we need to come up with creative solutions for these problems. And for some reason, we can't tech leap them. Why is that? Are we doing it not because we can't? Is it that we can't figure it out and can't make it work and can't make it happen? Or is it that too much money would be lost? I fall in the camp of too much money's lost on things like this. Like, I always follow the fucking money. And if too much money's lost, the entire industry's lost or whatever, you can convert to a different industry. But the people that have that money, that are controlling it, they don't want to lose it. But the one greatest lesson from the movie Trading Places, you know how you really hurt rich people? You make them poor. That's how you truly hurt rich people. You make them into poor people. It's the truth. You turn rich people into poor people, and that hurts them worse than anything else. Some things, it's the closest we have, and he's making, he'll probably be the world's first trillionaire, is Elon Musk, where it seems like he actually does stuff that enriches himself, but it's solutions that push our world forward instead of backwards. And it's like, is he actually a genius? I don't know that Elon is he might be a genius with business, but there's no part of me that says that's the smartest motherfucker on this planet. Met some really, really like stupid smart people. And he's got some of their traits, but not all of them. Not for the, the people that will, in the middle of nowhere, just start drawing in crayon on the wall and coming up with formulas and solutions. Yeah, well, that's just it. End of the world, what will matter? Will it matter if you've got $5 billion in your pocket at the end of the world? It won't. What's going to end up mattering at that point is, do you have clean water and food? Do you have medicine that you need? Do you have, you know what I mean? So it's one of those things where rich people think they can buy everything, but if everything completely broke down, they'd be in major trouble, because honestly, they're the first ones to get killed. I'm not advocating for rich people to die or anybody to die. I'm just saying those are the ones that get taken out first, because they can't survive. They don't, some of them might have known the struggle when they were younger, before they were rich, but they don't after they're rich. They forget it. Like, that's one of those things that I try to do with myself, if I'm to be honest, is always try to keep myself humble, because I'm in a comfortable position in my life. I'm not rich by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm comfortable. And I'm always humble about it, or try to be humble about it, because I know at any moment that I could lose it all. I might have to start over again. And could I? Yeah, I keep myself sharp enough where I could if necessary. I don't want to, but if it comes down to it, I'm not just going to sit around and cry about it and go live with my parents or some shit. I'm going to go to work, and not just 1 or 2 jobs, like 3 or 4, because that's what you do. Yeah, I mean, but the whole thing is now the pharmaceutical companies, right? At first they're going to cringe and they're going to recoil, and then they're going to realize how they can make money from it, because all that shit with the psychedelics, it's not like you can just go down to the local store and pick that shit up. That is a very specific psychedelic that has to be monitored when you take it in case you lose your shit. You know, you're talking about combat vets here and getting your hands on it. I think they cringe more at the fact that they're going to schedule turning weed to lowering the scheduling on it. I think that's the one that makes them cringe, because that's all your ibuprofens and everything else out the window, if we're to be honest. Once if they're honest with what they find with the studies and the medicinal studies on it and everything, that's the one that is really going to hurt them. Because you can use weed for a variety of things medically, and if, again, it takes them being honest about it. If they're in the tank for the pharmaceutical companies, that shit will go right back up to a different scheduling. Which I have to give a shout out to Todd Blanche, because Trump had ordered that scheduling months and months and months ago. That rescheduling, and Bondi did nothing with it. And Todd Blanche actually did something about it. So he gets that. All right. He gets an attaboy for that one. You get a temporary pass, sir. Even though I still think you're kind of shit. You work smarter, not harder. Yes, but it doesn't matter. When you're starting over again, Eugene, you got to work your ass off. Because the whole thing, maybe you don't. Maybe I'm wrong. But the way I always was, because having had to start over again at one point in my life. One of those damn things that I learned was that I have to prove myself. And I hold myself to a standard when I'm doing stuff like this. So I worked harder, worked smart too, and was able to accomplish double because of it. But I definitely worked my guts out, because I had to show that I'm worth something, that you're investing in something here. You want me to come work for you? Okay. I'm going to show you why I'm the best and why you're going to get your fucking money's worth. Doesn't matter if you're shoveling dog shit on the side of, in New York City, or cleaning up homeless poop in San Francisco. Show that you're worth the money, that somebody is going to pay you to do it. And this way you go up the ranks, because everybody else is just I'm only getting $5 an hour. Well, not $5, but I'm getting $8 an hour. And it's okay, well, I'm doing $10 an hour worth of work, and I'm working $8 an hour. And next thing you know, I'm making $12 an hour. Why? Because now I've got keys to the shop in my hand. I've got more responsibility because I've showed that I want it, and I'm willing to break my ass to keep going up that ladder. It's really what you want, is for people to invest in you. And you do that by proving that you're worth that money. That's the key. That's just something I've learned over time. And to be honest with you, with my management style, there were people that thought they were owed store manager positions, stuff like this. And those people always washed out whenever they came to work for me. The ones that didn't think they deserved it, but were yo, I'm going to put in that effort and show you that I'm worth this, that I'm worth believing in. That's the ones that I always yep, you deserve my time now, sir. Well, that's just it. They actually need to monitor. So, I'm guessing you're talking about the psychedelics. They're using a specific, it's not LSD. It's not it's It's not some magic mushrooms they're eating. It's this bark from this one particular tree. And like, it's kind of like, not ayahuasca, peyote. You shit yourself, you puke, and basically, and I've never done this shit. I've done hallucinogens, but never this shit. And I can't even remember what it's called, idocaine or some shit. But apparently what the stuff does, it makes you look at your entire life when you're tripping. And you basically, like, you forgive yourself for stuff or realize where you've made mistakes, have regrets and all this, and makes you reevaluate your entire life while you're on it. And that's why it's got to be monitored real close, because it makes you regressive and all that. And I'm guessing if you're a military vet in particular, and knowing quite a few of them, you stir up bad memories. You can go fucking insane and think you're still on a battlefield if it's not applied right. So I can understand why they would monitor it and why they want proof, but apparently it's helped like 80 or 90% of people who do it. I don't know. Like I said, I don't have trauma like that. I was able to re-examine my life and go through everything in my head. I do it all the time. Like constantly. I reevaluate things. Like I'll get memories from when I was like 10 years old. Remember, like, oh shit, I remember that time I got in a fight with this kid down the street and blah, blah, blah. Like it'll just pop in my head. It's usually right before I go to sleep too. So I don't know if that's related or what. Yeah, life review. You go over things in your life that apparently it's like from childhood on, and you re-examine your decisions in your mind. Now, having done enough hallucinogens, some that just made you see funny shit, but others that were mental trips where it made you go into introspective within yourself. I can tell you, like, there is stuff that you can get stuck on your trip. That's so the whole thing with when somebody experiments with hallucinogens, right? The one rule that I recommend to anybody is know this before you do anything. Research what you're putting in your body. But after that is whatever baggage you have comes along with you on your trip. And you will just fixate on it and tear it apart down to molecules and build it back up from scratch. So I don't know how this shit exactly works, but apparently it does. I mean, look, that's one thing that Donald Trump should always get credit for. If there's a couple things, like I said, Donald Trump's not everything he does is bad. Not everything he does is good. Right. But one of the, the border's one of those good things, having it shut. That's good. One of the other things I don't feel he gets enough credit for is he's done stuff like trying to lower the price on pharmaceuticals, like actually done executive orders, not waiting for some bullshit congressional pass where they're all half paid off by big pharma. But he also did right to try in his first term. So you're dying. I mean, you're dead anyway. You might as well try out the drug. If it works for you, great. If it doesn't, you're going to fucking die anyway. So you might as well pass it on to the next person. This drug does not work. And if it works, that's fantastic. That's amazing. You live now. It's simple. That's simple common sense thinking that I want to see. Same thing with this psychedelics with PTSD and all this kind of stuff. Apparently it works. They have fucking like proof that this shit works to an 80 or 90%. So if that's the case and you can get rid of SRIs, you know, you can get rid of like all these different things. Now, not everybody can do that tripping. I'll tell you that much. There's certain people that you have to give up a certain amount of control of yourself to go on and do that kind of thing. And if you're not willing, then you need to stay on the SRIs. They might be locking you in. I'm also not a fucking physician, but some of the shit doesn't work. It simply doesn't work for everybody. So you got to do, if you don't try new things and don't learn new things, how the fuck are you going to know what's right for you? You're never going to know. Some people need drugs. It's just simple biology, really, at that point. Some people absolutely need fucking drugs. Yeah, and you're right, Beans. Maybe it'll help with homelessness too. Maybe it'll help with other things like this. Maybe it will help with mental health. I don't know. Again, I'm not a medical professional. Maybe it will help you. But some people absolutely do need drugs too. Some people legit have a chemical imbalance and you've got to replace that chemical in their brain or else they go loop-de-loo and fucking murder their family. Speaking of murdering families, what the fuck is going on in Louisiana? You had a mall shooting today and then you had a dude like murder off his fucking like 7 of his kids and 2 women. Like, what the fuck is going on in Louisiana? Yeah, but some people can't control their state. That's the whole point. If everybody could just do it, then fuck. Everybody would just do it. But some people can't. Like, and not because of willpower or anything else. It's they legit can't. They just don't have the means to do it within themselves. Like the chemicals aren't there. The actual biological components are not there for it. Yeah, and that's it, Ian, right there. Some people, it's going to work wonders for. Other people, it's not going to do anything for them. It's the same way. It's if you can cure somebody, why don't we cure cancer? Why don't we cure AIDS? Why don't we cure cancer? Why don't we cure some of these harder core diseases? Is it because we can't do it or because there's more money in fighting the disease than curing it? So I think that is also part of the reason. I mean, look, who sponsors Fox News, CNN, and fucking MS Now? Who? That's right. Brought to you by Pfizer. Those pharmaceutical industries have made so much fucking money off of everything. And to be honest with you, and it's not always a terrible thing, like, but it's the same. I have the same problem with Ozempic, right? Well, I'm fat. I'm lazy. So I'm going to take a shot so I lose the fat off my ass with this stuff. Granted, I got to be on it for the rest of my life now. But, you know, somebody with diabetes, that Ozempic shot actually, like, you know, corrects it. Okay, well, then you should pay through the ass, no pun intended, but you should be paying out the nose to fucking get that Ozempic shot if you just want to use it to fucking try and cut your weight. If you're doing it to actually cure a disease, it's a different story. I don't think they'll ever be able to cure cancer either, Ian. My personal opinion when it comes to cancer in particular, it's a mutation of your cells. Different cells mutate for different reasons. with the ability of AI, you might be able to predict it ahead of time and correct it before it ever happens, for example. But as far as like full on curing it, there's too many chemicals and other things. I'm trying to think. Chemicals and I'm thinking of another word, contaminants in our environment that we react differently to because of our physiology and our biology. For example, I'm allergic to cats. Maybe you're not. Right? There's something, but now all of a sudden I'm surrounded by cat dander. I'm a bloated mess and, you know, sneezing and wheezing and everything else. You're just like, I don't get it. What's wrong with you? It's the same kind of thing where each person's body is different. Each person's biology is different slightly. Like there's certain things that are the same. We all have hearts, lungs, stuff like this. But when it comes down to that microscopic level in our genetics, unless you can correct the genetics, you'd have to correct them basically as close to when somebody is still in the womb and before they're even pretty much a fetus, because then you could probably change and affect every one of their chromosomes and all their DNA and RNA all at once. But if you're a grown-ass adult, it'd be a lot harder. Sometimes it's the result of unnatural chemicals. Sometimes it's the results of just genetic failing. There's a reason why cancer runs through people's families. It's the same reason why, like I smoke cigarettes. Why do I smoke cigarettes? Not the entirety of the reason, but part of the reason is because my father smoked when he was younger. When you have a baby and you're a cigarette smoker, you automatically transmit those receptors go into your genetics and actually pass on to your children. And believe it or not, so they're more likely to smoke cigarettes. Doesn't mean they're always going to smoke cigarettes, but they're more likely to smoke cigarettes at some point in their life because they already have the receptors in their brain for it. And that all comes down to genetics. Tobacco, well, actually, to tell you the truth, since I started rolling my own cigarettes and getting like natural tobacco and not fire safe cigarette bullshit for my paper, I feel a lot better. My lungs don't hurt like they did when I was smoking cigarettes, like just buying them off the store shelf or what have you. So I think there's a lot of extra chemicals that are added into just your average cigarette. But if you're smoking them natural, like natural tobacco and all that, it's still not good for you. You're introducing something foreign into your lungs in the form of cigarette smoke. Tar and all that kind of shit is getting trapped in there. It's fucking your lungs up. It's not a good thing. And Beans' family does not have nuke food. I mean, I don't see how microwaves actually hurt you, like at all. I could see if you don't have proper shielding on a microwave how it would hurt you, but I don't see how a microwave hurts you at all. That makes no sense to me. I mean, you'd have to actually know how the machine works if you think that the microwaves themselves hurt you. Like the way a microwave actually cooks food is because the wavelength that goes through the water molecule is smaller and actually excites the molecule, causing the water to heat up. It's not like it's actually shooting off like radiation. Alcohol is not good for you in any way, shape, or form unless you're using it to clean a cut. Smoking is not good for you either. It leads to all kinds of stuff. It just even best case emphysema. And some people are the devil on alcohol. Some people can handle alcohol and just like do a drink here or there and be fine, you know, like social drinking. Some people need that shit in order to go to sleep. Some people need that shit just to be able to function and move throughout their day. That's where you're fucked up. How does deplete the nutrition though? Here's my, I'm not even being an asshole here. I'm actually asking a serious question. How does it deplete the nutrition in it? Like, I mean, technically all you're doing is heating up the molecules of it using a short wave of energy. I know too much of it. Like there's a reason why you have that black screen with the little tiny circles on it on the front of your microwave on the glass. And it's so that the microwaves can't get out through the glass. Jesus may have turned water into wine, but if he made it into Jack Daniels, he would have been way more popular. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too, Rebel. They excite the water molecules and heat it up. So how does that deplete the nutrition in the food, though? I mean, if you're burning something over an open flame, for example, you're charring it. I could see you burning the nutrition out of it to an extent. But heating up water molecules inside something, I don't know. Art Bell, I think I think he's done episodes about damn near everything, to be honest with you. But yeah, I'm simply not sure. I actually found a Juggernaut. Now, granted, this Juggernaut is a lot more than the one I'm working on. A lot bigger. Let me see if I can find the picture, because I was actually analyzing it, and that's the way I was going with them. Let me see if I can find that picture again. So I was like, holy shit. Yeah, here it is. And when I show you guys how much this fucker cost, you're going to be like, get the fuck out of here. I'm going to keep my thumb over the price. But yeah, so these pictures of Juggernaut, I'm going to aim for these pictures. Right? So I can actually like blow it up and zoom in on his suit so I can see exactly the color scheme I kind of want to go for with him. And then, you know, of course, there's different shots of them that I can fuck with. Do you guys know how much this Juggernaut costs This is what the statue looks like. Can you guys guess how much do you think this Juggernaut would cost if you were to buy it? No, it's a Sideshow collectible version of Juggernaut. $50. It's not a bad guess. It's sold out too, by the way. Just FYI. Bean says 375. Good guesses, good guesses. You ready to grab a hold of your ankles and bend over to pay for this thing? That's how much he costs. The correct answer is $1,500. Yeah, so anyway, when I send you guys this stuff, you know, the price just went up on anything I pay. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. If I could sell something for $1,500 that I painted, then I'm going to be making fun of the motherfucker who bought it for the rest of my life. Dude, yeah, that's just it. Yeah, $1,500, right? Sold out. Now, granted, let me see if I can find it. I think here's the video.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to another Sideshow Unboxing.
All right. This guy actually unboxes it and puts it all together. One, it's a pretty bitch, but look at the size of the statue, too. Like, when you see the size of this fucking thing, I mean, if you're looking at it, and we'll say that's like a guy like my size, that hand is taking up two of his hands. So it's a big statue, to be fair. But still, $1,500 fucking dollars. Don't worry about it. I paint on a budget, so you're good. Holy shit. But yeah, when because like I saw it, I was like, oh, that's really cool. Wonder how much it is. $1,500. Let me look real quick, Eugene. You're looking for a 2018 Bumblebee? Let me see if they made one. Yeah, it looks like they did make one. Oh, god damn, dude. There you go, Eugene. This Bumblebee statue here, like this. This is what you're looking at. Is this what you're looking at, Eugene? If you're looking for that Bumblebee, by Sideshow Collectibles, that's your price right there. $1,275, limited run to 500 pieces, sold out. So yeah, you better just hope somebody makes one of those and I find it and I'm able to print it and paint it. For fuck's sake. Now, granted, Sideshow Collectibles is probably the best you can get. It's one of the best. Period. End of sentence. They're amazing. I watch their videos when they're painting stuff. Gives me ideas on how to paint better. Let me see. Pretty sure they made one of these too. Actually, so, and we have a Cavill Superman here. There's Henry Cavill. Pretty nice statue there, huh? Really nice. Everything else. And Henry Cavill Superman, $379. Oop, let me get that angled. $379.99. All right, that is brown. That's reddish in the brown. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm right there with you. You got it 1,010%. Why do I make my own models? Why do I paint my own shit? Well, one, because then I made it. Two, because that is fucking ridiculous. That is an obscene amount of money, in my opinion. To put out, you must really love a character to put out that much money for it. And unless my art was like hanging in a gallery, which it never will be, I'll stick to the shit I do. I'll stick to my paint jobs. I'll stick to all that, because that is just way, way too much. That's just outlandish. Like, you lost your fucking mind. Holy shit, man. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, wow, $1,500 for a juggy. So what makes it go that high? Well, you have print quality for one. Each piece they're hand painted. So one, you're paying the artist who's actually hand painting them. Well, actually, no, that's not true. The initial runs are usually hand painted and then they go through a production. But it's really like clarity. It's just like almost like diamonds, I guess you could say. You've got like clarity, size, stuff like that. So like the Henry Cavill is half the size of the Juggernaut, for example. The paint job on the Juggernaut is unbelievably tight. You know, but there's some stuff that I have painted where I look at it and I go, I got either like a close to matching paint job or a better paint job on mine. I'm more comic book accurate or whatever. It depends on the piece though. But those guys, there's a reason they're the top. They're the reason they're the best. You're also going to pay for name brand quality too. Sideshow is known for doing amazing, amazing art. Like every piece of theirs is an art piece. So when you got that going on. I don't think they sink 50 hours into painting one of those. I think they sink in like 8 to 10, but they're professional artists, so they already know what the hell they're doing. They'll have, like, if you ever watch, because you can look them up on YouTube and watch them paint models. and they'll go over it. Like, oh yeah, we're doing, Penguin, for example, and it's the first run of it. So I've got to factor out how I'm going to paint this, all that other stuff. And like old buddy is just like throwing paint on there, but they have all their paints are all in like little cups, kind of like how I have the skin paint, the skin tone in this cup. They'll have them all in little cups, like hundreds of those little cups all over the desk, and be like, okay, I'm using this paint tone, and then I've got wash here, and then I've got this here, and like they know what they're doing with it. They can look at it and go, yeah, this color, and this color, and just grab them. Where me, it's going to take me 20 minutes to go, I think I'm going to try this color. No, that doesn't look good. Let me try this one. So they cut down on that time. They definitely cut down on time. Yeah, I mean, in 1-in-1 for me, that's cool. I appreciate you guys for that. The Cavill, Jesus. Doing the Cavill fucking Superman. I unpacked that model. I started looking at it. I'm like, I've got so much shit. I've got to figure out how I'm going to make this work. What a fucking... I'm like, well, at least they picked a difficult pose for me to do. Because he's like flying up in the air, and I'm just like, oh God. Like I was looking at the Brainiac earlier, and I was like, because I wanted to paint the Brainiac. My only issue with the way he did Brainiac, he looks like his tentacles that he's got coming off him look too much like Doc Ock's. And I'm like, that's really cool and all that. But then I realized the bottom of the character is suspended up like this. Like there's nothing holding it to the base. And I'm like, what's holding it to the base? And it turns out it's the tentacles running up the back of him, for example. And I'm like, oh God, one of those tentacles is off a little bit in your print. Your model's going to lean left, right. It's going to be, it's little factors that you have to pay attention to when you're doing these things. Like when I did Doom's cape, I could have done his cape in 8 parts. It would have taken me 8 parts to print it out before, and I was able to do it in one shot. Now, granted, 33 hours of print time. However, it's one smooth cape without any joints showing in it, and it's lighter than if I had done it in like a resin. It'd have been like 4 times heavier, where I would have had to balance the model out constantly. Where now it's much, much better. But it also, a big thing with me is if I can find the model, because part of the problem is that I've tried doing the modeling on my own, and I'm not good at it. It's one of those things that I'm going to I'd have to take a couple months off of streaming and just focus on nothing but perfecting how Blender works, possibly even taking a course on it and learning anatomy, physiology, stuff like that. Or I can just wait till Wicked or Berserk or CA3D put out a model for whatever character, and then getting it that way. Which I've just hit 8 months with Berserk today, and then Wicked I will be hitting real soon here. I need to get rid of some of that brassiness. Out, filling it. But it's really just practice and stuff. Like, I know Ian's going to give me a really interesting one to do. I knew Beans wanted Cavill Superman, so when he came up, I was like, okay. I know Eugene, if I can get a decent transformer, wants one. I don't know what Rev wants. I know I still got to do one for Broga the Leaf for his wedding gift from me to him. I got to do Darth Rev and I got to print them out. I mean, my big thing is, you know, some of the big things aren't even, for me, a good chunk of it isn't anything more than cost of materials and shipping. That's pretty much it. Because I don't think I'm all that great at this. I'm learning, but I don't think I'm in that class yet. I'm an amateur at best. Like, I'm getting better, but I haven't come to a point yet where I'm starting to use the wash for the skin tones, for example. I'm still using raw paint. Even though I have the wash kit right here for skin tones, that kind of thing. I still fuck up on some of the muscle breaks and stuff in the suit. Because, I mean, yeah, these right here, these transparent washes, I've had sitting here for months. And I've got to eventually tap into them and start learning how to use them. I'm just not there yet with it. I'm not competent enough in myself yet with it. That competence will come. It's just a matter of time. You know, it's a matter of me going, fuck it, let's give it a shot. See if we can pull this off. It was kind of the same way with the Vallejos, though, when I first started using Vallejo over my other paints. It's like, damn, I miss my other paints, but I'm getting such a smoother coat. I'm getting actual texturing in some of the painting, things like this. It's just a matter of me finding the confidence within. Because, you know, no matter what I sound like on a microphone, I'm not always competent in myself. RoboCop or Ed 209? Because there is actually a RoboCop model I was kind of looking at possibly printing out. So that's definitely a possibility, Reb. I was really looking at the Ed 209, but the RoboCop could be fun. And there's a reason why he could be fun. It's just a matter if I can get it to print right or not. Let me see if I can find it real quick and I'll show them to you. Let me see. Boom. Go to my Gumroad. Oh yeah, well, I mean, I'd definitely paint them live. I'm sure you guys want to you see them get painted, so this way you'd be like, yo, that looks like shit. So I actually have two different RoboCops. Let me see if I can find them. Bum, bum. Damn, let me fucking just, you piece of shit. Thought I was going to scroll right to them, and I'm still looking through my list. For it's going back like months and months now. Because the one guy, Like I said, CA3D Studios, shout out to them. I got all their backstock, and I mean, it was a shit ton. Like a metric shit ton. All right, I'm back at Johnny Silverhand. RoboCop should be coming up here in a minute. Why does this feel like I'm just rolling over the same shit over and over again? Damn it, I just saw the fucking thing too. Where's the thing to let me search, damn it? All right, you know what? Fuck you. I'll just bring this up. There you go. This one right here, Reb. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse moving or not. Probably not. I have to go to this screen. Right here, here's one of the RoboCops where he's stepping on a dude who's half shot to death. This was the one I was looking at. I was like, that's actually a pretty cool one. Let me switch creators. And then you have one where he's got like a backdrop to him. You can't really see the print. But then, yeah, you have this one with where he's with Ed 209. Like a whole diorama. That thing's fucking huge, though. Like, that's a lot of resin. But, yeah, Ed 209, I think there's one that he did just Ed 209. Yep, here it is right here. Just the Ed 209 by itself, which is pretty cool. And it comes with two different arms, I think, because you have one that's like actually firing rockets and machine guns and stuff, and then they're like switchable. Which, if I go to Wicked, let me see if it'll let me. Oh, I can just search the product right here. Hey, look how nice and easy that is. No, actually, I want to look for RoboCop. Nope, that didn't work. I gotta look for his big stash of shit. There we go. Should be able to see the full scan of them. Yeah, but the thing is, the big printer's FDM, so like all this stuff, all this base and everything, I would do this in FDM. Because of the fine detail in this would all have to be resin. Like all the lines in the gun and all that kind of stuff, like the scrolling in here and everything. Which, to be honest with you, RoboCop shouldn't actually be that difficult. It would just, reality would be, the biggest cost with this RoboCop in particular would be the different colors of metallics I would have to layer on, because you would want a silver, an aluminum, a steel, like a blue steel, that kind of thing, depending on what angles and stuff you were going for. But yeah, this was his RoboCop that Wicked did. Like, I mean, you even have the NCP police 2001. Yeah, and then the switchable head too. You actually got Murphy's face. So that's pretty cool. That's the switch out. So you pull one head off, pop the other head on. The Ed 209, I actually looked at that model before I almost printed it, but I want to say it was the base. I want to say it was something to do with like the body or something like that. Yeah, it's got rocket fire and all that stuff. Granted, it's just, he didn't even do a color render on this. This all like flames and stuff like that. I just remember there was something in this model that was huge where when I started to do it, I was like, God, I can get it to like 80% size or something. But it's got like rockets firing out of it. So I mean, it's little things like this I got to fuck with. And like I said, Wicked is definitely by far one of my favorites. He just does a fantastic job with everything. Boom, boom, boom. Which, you know, again, these guys, this is CA3D. Let's see if I can find them in here. Here's the Juggernaut I'm currently working on, by the way. That's somebody's paint job on it. They did a great job with it. Let me see, Inspector Gadget. David, I know, wants that Johnny Silverhand. This one is one I've been looking at. I may print this one. Nope, what the hell did I just do? The Seraphim. It's creepy. It's got like eyes on the wings all over it. Diorama packs. Like this guy. And I mean, you can see the cost on the model too. Like, matter of fact, does this one look familiar? And again, this is how much this model cost to buy. Brother, I did. Matter of fact, she was another one I had unpacked. As a matter of fact, see, it won't let me search through his shit. Like there's a search page like I just had for whatchamacallit. Here it is right here, actually. I was able to find it. He did this statue. And I fucking looked at it. The print itself is not difficult to print. The problem with this one actually comes down to the base. The base doesn't look that big, but it's fucking huge. It's actually one that I've definitely looked at doing, though. I thought this was definitely one when it came up, because yeah, if you look at the base, this is one piece, then each of these circles is a piece, then this is a piece, and it's like it's a lot. I still think that might be one of the cooler ones, though. May actually be one of the coolest ones that, you know, he's done. But he does he did a whole line of, because I got all the older ones. I got all the older models that this dude put out. And I mean, we're talking like it goes from 2021 to modern day. And he some of his older models, when he first started, they're all myth and like Hercules fighting the lion, Medusa, Anubis. Like he did some like really classic biblical ones, like an archangel. The guy is fucking talented, and his shit looks really, really good. Like it was like I'm downloading these models. It took me 6 hours to download everything. It was like almost a terabyte worth of my hard drive, which is redonkulous. But he had so much good stuff and has done so much good work over the years that I looked at it. I was like, man, I want to print this. I want to print that. I want to print the other thing. Some stuff was just so-so. But as time's gone, he's gotten much, much better. He's added people to his team that are just fantastic with it. No, and that's just it. Like the whole thing is, I've just recently started challenging myself more with skin tone. Like I said, there's guys out there that go to school for this. There's people out there that do this like a profession. Like there's one guy I watch, shout out to them, All Things Art, I think is the name of the channel. Guy's amazing. He'll get statues from like Sideshow Collectibles that have a damaged piece to them, and he paints them and like fixes them and stuff. That guy's actually like a really, really cool guy, New York dude. But he has no problem at all like talking to you and telling you like, oh yeah, I do my skin tones like this. Some stuff I agree with his method, other stuff I don't. But again, there's a difference between somebody like him who's a professional and somebody like me who's an amateur who isn't just enjoying this, you know. I feel like I should cut that in with a little bit more metallic on it, on that band. It just feels flat to me, like painting it in one color. I know there's supposed to only be one color, but I still feel like I should paint in there and shade it out a little bit. Maybe I'll come up a little bit. My paint. I definitely want the boots looking like they've been nicked up. Like any of these little damage points or rivets, I want to pop a little. So I went in there with a bit of bronze, just brassed them out a little so they pop. So when the light hits them, it gives it a metallic chip feel to it, almost like because Juggernaut's whole suit and everything else is supposed to be magically generated by his helmet. So that's always one of those mistakes. Juggernaut's not a mutant. His helmet's magical. Everybody just thinks because he's X-Men, he's automatically a mutant. It's like, no. He's actually, his helmet's magic. AI modeling is interesting at this point. You're going to pay through the ass to get the model done in AI because it'll do a bunch of different renders. There's some good programs out there and everything else that you can take a picture and it'll do a 3D model for you. And I've seen some decent stuff. A lot of times it's very squared out or very polygoned out, triangled out, I should say. Some stuff comes out better than others. I won't do AI. I'll tell you why I wouldn't do AI either. To me, so when I'm painting this stuff, right? Even if it's for myself, if it's for somebody else or whatever, there's part of me that goes into each of these things. And I think this is the same for, I'm not gay, so I'm not going to go, I'm an artiste or any of this bullshit, right? But there's this effort and a part of you that flows into your model through your paint, through your technique. That's one of those things where if I wasn't enjoying it, I can't paint, if that makes sense to you. Where I know it's just going to come out like it's a piece of plastic with some paint thrown on it. There is a part of you that gets lost in the art. When these guys are doing the modeling and stuff like that, if they're doing it as a profession, I can see it kind of being soulless. But if they're doing it as a passion project or something that they really enjoy doing, which is one of the reasons why I really like Wicked and Berserk, because if you ever look at their mission statement, they always say our wicked dream, right? We're living our wicked dream. And it's because they have a passion for these characters is why their models come out so fucking good. Because they actually do love doing this. They're making money at something they love to do. And they put a little bit of themselves in each of the characters. And it just makes them better and better because as time's going and they're perfecting their craft, honing their craft, and they're putting that part of themselves into it. I can pay those guys every month on their Patreon. I have no problem with it because honestly, I'm buying their art from them. They interact with me whenever I show them something. They're like, holy shit. Yeah. You know, that's nailing. That's not nailing, whatever. But I think when you buy AI like that or have it do the modeling for you, it's missing it. Like, it's just, there's that part of the artist that is not in the artwork. It's just a bunch of parts thrown together. Like, does that make sense? Or does that sound too gay? You know, I've definitely had people say like, hey man, can you do a run of minis for me and all this? And I'm like, yeah, you know, you just need me to print them out for you. No, I want you to paint them for me. And I'm like, I won't do it. You know, well, I'll give you like $500 for it. You know, if you do this run here, I even got the model file, everything. And this was a little while ago. And I told the person, I was like, nah, I can't do that. They're like, why? I was like, because I don't give a shit about this stuff. Like, I can't paint what I don't give a shit about. You know what I mean? You know, it's just one of those things you gotta, if you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it, I guess. Like, and I definitely, like, when that dude was telling me that, I was just like, yeah, I'm not feeling it. No, I'm good on that, brother. Not just, no, I'm not feeling it. I gotta actually feel I gotta want to do it, like, or have a passion to do it. And if you don't, then I'm going to give you a paint job that you're just going to look at and be like, damn, this looks like somebody just slapped some paint on a fucking piece of plastic. And that's kind of where I don't want to get to with this either. Same thing for streaming. Like, if it comes to a point where it's like, I'm doing this and I'm having no fun at it, and all I'm doing is, you know, hopping online because I gotta hop online. Because there's definitely times where I've hopped online where I wasn't feeling it really. And then I start getting into it as it goes, depending on, you know, like if I'm interacting with people, all that kind of stuff. But if I'm not feeling it, I'm not feeling it. I mean, I have no idea what's going on with the NFL draft. I have no idea what's going on with I stopped caring about the NFL a long time ago. I stopped pretty much caring about most sports a long time ago. They just got boring to me. It's the same way, like, I mean, people get nothing wrong with liking them or being excited for them or what have you, but I could never get into it. Like, not hardcore. You know, my favorite was always, I had the one buddy who was like, oh, back in high school, I scored winning touchdowns and stuff. I'm like, yeah, well, you ain't on that field right now and you ain't scoring no touchdowns, or else we'd be watching this game in a much bigger house. Let's see. I just want to hold it up, see if I got that. Bust through on the metal. Yeah, I'm probably going to get a little bit more metal on there. Yeah, like these bands. Actually, it says armbands are real bright. Washington Commanders, Redskins. Okay, that's fair. Cool. I mean, I again, you could tell me you're a Cleveland Browns fan. No, it's all the same to me. Just like, don't care. Same way, like NBA. I used to watch the NBA all the time. And, be real into it. And right up until most of the guys I watched retired or aged out of it. And I was like, yeah, I'm done. Growing up in Philly, getting to see shit like Dr. J, and my dad was a huge Celtics fan, so watching, like McHale, Larry Bird, like John Parrish, like the old schools. And then of course you always had the Bulls, Chicago Bulls. Shout out to Mister out there in Chi-land, Chi-town. Pippen, Rodman, fucking Jordan. Going on, Reb? You start drumming again yet, Reb? When's your next banger dropping? Dropped a bunch of shorts. I was like it came up in my feed or whatever, like notifications. It was like, yeah, Rebels, or Rebel. That Six has dropped a bunch of songs. I'm like, damn, he did like 3 videos. He got like 3 different drum, and I was like, oh, they're shorts. But from what I understand, doing shorts will drive people to your channel. Like, if you want to grow your subscribers, that's the way you do it. The only thing is, they won't watch long form content. They'll watch short form content, but if all you're dropping is like how I just do live streams, they'll be like, yeah, no, I'm good. It's like apparently the same thing for most people who do videos, believe it or not. They'll do short form content, like, like those 10-minute videos or whatever. Shit. I forgot to knock those out. Knock them out real quick. I mean, hey, look, go for it. That's all I can tell you. Like, I thought about doing one where I painted out like a little mini of the Invisible Man, and then doing the green screen and being like, here's how you paint an Invisible Man, and then just start painting them with green paint and make them disappear. Like, looking like that's how you paint an Invisible Man. And just make it like vanish before your eyes, that kind of thing. But I was like, I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to go and waste all that resin for a print. But it is tempting, because if I boost subs up, I think I'm like triple the amount of watch time I need to be monetized. So the only thing is, they keep doing gay shit to me, like out of nowhere. Yeah, well, your stream's in danger of being shut down. Why? Because you're playing somebody else's content. Motherfucker, I'm watching a movie trailer and commenting on it. I can argue fair use and all that kind of stuff, but it's still a pain in the ass. Who wants to deal with those headaches? Not I, said the gam. So, I mean, I've been watching. Again, it's a guilty pleasure at this point, because you guys have heard me go off way before any of this drama started how I don't like the quartering and why. But they are fucking going ham on this son of a bitch now. Like, I mean, they're just beating his ass. Like, the whole internet is just beating this man's ass. And one of the things that they've nailed him out on is this. He had said it on one of his streams. He's like, yeah, all right, I got to go crank out like 30 videos of that short slop stuff that people seem to have a problem with. And I'm like, what the hell is this all about? Like, what are they going to knock him for with shorts? Here, what this son of a bitch is doing is finding like a TikTok video or a very short video, right? So say it's like, I don't know, cosplay transitions, right? Where the girl's like in normal clothes and then all of a sudden she'll like, you know, put her hand up towards the camera and all of a sudden she's like, you know, in whatever cosplay outfit she's in. And he'll be like, that's amazing. What's up with those cat ears? Like he says, he talks for like 5 seconds at the beginning and then plays the entirety of somebody else's content without commenting through it. And it's like, bro, like you're legit just stealing people's shit. What are you doing here? Which is probably why I'm getting these warnings now about playing trailers and stuff. Yeah, Brittany Venti went the fuck off on him. Jeremy, well, actually, like Yellow Flash went off on him. I'm trying to think who else. There's some side scrollers I've never even heard. I know they're a big podcast or whatever. I had never heard of them, but apparently the Quartering threatened him with leaking DMs between the two of them, and an old buddy over there, I think his name's Stuttering Craig for some reason. Anyway, this dude went and put all the fucking DMs between him and the Quartering out and was just like, okay, now what? What do you got, motherfucker? Like, it's... Dude, exactly. Exactly, Six. Tell me what you think in the comments below. So Kino Casino, again, when they were just laying into him, nobody was paying attention to this shit. He went and now, again, I think I've said this before. I don't know if he had them flagged. Everybody's sure that he had them flagged. I'm not sure if he had them flagged or if he had, you know, one of the people that follow him have him flagged, had the Kino Casino channel flagged. But in any way, shape, or form, he's the one who inspired this shit and threatened to do it. And all of a sudden, that shit just kind of blew up. Then other people were like, yo, you're flagging people? Like, what the fuck? You're taking away their channels. And then he kind of got nasty with them. Brittany Venti was one of them. And Brittany Venti just went scorched earth on his ass. It was just like, damn. And, you know, Kino Casino, those guys have kept saying like, yo, this shit's going to break containment. Like, it's not just going to be our little corner of the internet that's talking about this. It's going to be all of YouTube and all this other stuff if you don't give us our channel back and unstrike it. And fucking he didn't. And it's just, they were not lying. Everybody's going off on this dude. Like it's one of those damn things. I'm watching a train wreck and I'm watching a guy who's got 2.2 million subs that my chat is moving faster than his fucking chat does. And he's got like supposedly 900 people watching him. I'm like, how the fuck is my chat moving faster than this guy's chat? Like, he's got 900 people. Is he paying for bots? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I have 7 to 10 viewers at a time, and my chat's going faster than his chat. How? How do you do it? Like, did people just like turn on YouTube, put him on, and just go to sleep and leave it on to boost his? I don't know what's going on with that. It's a whole bunch of shit. In a way, I kind of wish YouTube, maybe not for the, you know, we'll say, we'll give the amnesty of if you started your channel within the past year, right? Like, so even my channel would get reset. But I think YouTube should reset everybody's subscribers. I'll bet you $5 ABL doesn't have 1.1 million subscribers within a year after his channel gets fucking, if that happened. I bet you he'd have like 100,000, 150,000 maybe. I think the quartering would drop to 100,000, 150,000. But these bigger channels, like, I'm looking at some of them and it's like archaic sub numbers for some reason. I think it's like almost like a rigged game at that point. Like, a bunch of people sub to you at one point in time, like, oh, okay, I saw this video, I like this shit, maybe I'll check them out later, and just forgot they were even subscribed to you. And I say this because I'm fucking guilty of it too. I showed David one time all my subs on YouTube for my main email and all that shit. And David's looking at it. He goes, dude, you must have like 200 subs. I was like, yeah. He's like, well, who's this guy? Who's that guy? And I'm like, honestly, I don't even fucking remember. I was like, every person on that I'm sub to, probably at one point in time or another, it was like I was playing like Sea of Thieves. We'll say Sea of Thieves. And this guy had a strat video on how to run through whatever the quest was. And I'm just like, I ran through the quest and everything else. And as a thank you, I subscribed to him and forgot all about it. What do you mean he's got no mods? He's got like Zen and Zeal. He's got that other chick that was editing for him. Shout out to Sheree. We miss Sheree. We know Sheree's gone. But he had a whole bunch. He had a whole shit ton of mods. He had like 5 of them. Like, what happened? They all just like stopped showing up, or they're all like, fuck you, you're not paying us, we quit. Like, well, you can't quit, I fire you. Like, that kind of thing. Like, how does he have no mods? How's that even possible? It was just one show with no mods. How was that chat? Was that fucking ugly or what? People like going off, cussing in the chat and talking all kinds of shit? Or was it like, I rarely drop in there. I haven't dropped in a while. Usually I would drop in from time to time if there was something going on and I wanted to see what his fucking take on something was. Like, same way I watch CNN, basically. You know, like, I want to see what the fuck they're saying. Most time, you know, every time I drop in, I just say hi to Devin real quick or whatever. Ask her where, you know, did he already cover this segment? If she said, yeah, it's here, I would go watch. But outside of that, I don't go on. I have not been on there. I don't want to trash dude. I want him to have, you know, best of luck to him. And I hope he's successful and all that kind of stuff. And just whatever. I don't need to subject myself to his nonsense, though. He was modding himself. So he was in there like taking people's comments down and stuff. Well, was it like not a busy night? Because, you know, I could see that getting tedious real quick with that many people. Like, he's got a lot of people. I mean, I've got my moderators aren't here to actually moderate anything or clean up the chat or any of that stuff at this point. My moderator is there legitimately to keep me on the fucking rails. Keep me honest. You know, this way if I step a toe out of line, somebody gets all pissed at me. I'm like, yo, did I say something fucked up? And that's my gut check. That's what Sheree did. That was Sheree's entire job, was anytime I'd say something without thinking, she'd just be like, allegedly, or Cam is not inspiring violence in people. Saturday should be his busy day. Wednesday should be a slow day. It's usually the Saturday shows that are the busy ones that have like 2,000 people or 1,500 or whatever. That's weird. I mean, maybe you should make Bob a mod. I know Bob goes into a show every now and again. Bob would be a good mod. He'd be like, you can just say whatever the fuck you want. You know, somebody get out of turn with Bob, he'd just call him an F slur and move on with his day. It'd be funnier than hell. I would watch the show if he made Bob a mod. Just to see what Bob would do with people. You gotta get out of here, you fucking libtard. Yeah, I mean, well, that's just it. Yeah, Sheree was amazing. Stranded's awesome, too. I mean, when Beans did it, Beans was the best to ever do it, in my opinion. Because she was fair. I mean, Beans silenced me a couple times. I'm not going to forget that either when I'm painting Henry Cavill's S. I'm going to paint that shit backwards on purpose. I'm joking. Of course I'm fucking joking. I have not seen Bob dropped in, I think, on the gaming stream, right? Was the last time I saw Bob. I haven't seen him tonight. He might be out there listening. Shout out to Bob. We always love Bob. Because he's Bob. Yeah. Bob always cracks me up. Like, matter of fact, I was talking to Bubba on the phone. Because like I said, you know, there's people that come on here. Not many of my real life friends, but a couple of them. And they'll come on and watch the stream and stuff from time to time. Bubba was telling me, he's like, dude, whenever Bob's on, I'm always laughing my ass off. Yeah, Bob's a character. You know, sneaking into hills on drive-in movie theaters to watch porno with his buddy. Like, you know, things like this. Getting thrown through car windows and kicked off buses and burning down daycare centers. You know, Bob's just crazy. I used to go a whole hog when Beans was the mod. It was when I was first going into ABLs, and somebody would say some dumb shit, and I'd just lambast them and just let it fly. And Beans would be like, yeah, no, you can't do that. Like, it's just too far. She'd never silence my voice, though, if it was like, if I was actually arguing appropriately, I guess we'll say. But there was times where I would get run off at the mouth in chat. And, yeah, it was always like, ooh. Different time. Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing either, Ian. That was one that, like, I was like, wait, what? They have those? I mean, and that's in the time before hand sanitizer, too. Because I'll tell you what, the little speaker you put in your window at a drive-in, I wouldn't want to touch that damn thing. Be like, oh, no. I don't know where that thing's been. Or where your hands have been and then touching that thing. Yeah, Beans was she was like the only mod that I would even talk to at all in there. That's true. Like, I wouldn't talk to some of the other mods. I have never really interacted with Zen and Zeal, I think it is. Is that dude's name? Zen and Zeal? Something like that. Alright. This rust red, I need to go into like a dark brown. Yeah, because I know there's... I mean, I recognize the mods, some of them. And some of them were like, what the fuck? I can't... How the hell are you a mod? Yeah, there you go. Zeal and Zen, that's it. Yeah, is Zatachi something sword, right? There's another one. That's the dude I was always like, how the fuck is this guy a mod? Because he would say shit that you're like, really, dude? Like, if I said that shit, you would fucking straight censor me, but you can say it, no problem. No fucks given. Like, what? I mean, that makes sense. That checks. You didn't get into chat. I mean, there's a lot of people who didn't get in chat, Ian. And Beans, I was always nice to you. You just like, I would get mouthy with people in the chat. That's all. You had to silence me. It was your job. I understood. I never held it against you. Matter of fact, I was definitely one of the ones that was always like, yo, what the fuck happened? She just disappeared. You first dropped out of there. Beans is the reason why Sheree became a mod, if you guys didn't know. She's the one who recommended her for the position, everything, trained her, the whole 9 yards. I remember when she did that shit. She did that shit so slick. Trained her replacement and everything. I mean, why do you regret doing it though? That's how everybody got to know you. You can't look at it as, oh, it was time wasted and all that stuff. Look at the people you met. You Mr. Mr. Six. Like, there's a lot of people that you had never met and never would have if you didn't do that. So you can say like, yeah, working for the dude or whatever sucked. But you got to look at the positives from it. Look at it in a positive light. You walked away with some really cool people that you got to meet. There's always got to be some good takeaway from everything, even the most negative of things. All right, we're starting to get there. Like, I mean, my big thing with that whole thing is that when you're that big and you had that many people, because when we were watching all the time, that shit would be like 3,000, 3,500 people in there. And he would get like, I don't know, 10 to 20 super chats. You couldn't just like cut that up amongst your, you couldn't give 10% to your fucking mod, you know, like that was always my big thing is like, how are you not taking care of your people? Like, and that's why it doesn't shock me that nobody's showing up to help out anymore. Why would you? I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right to an extent. You would have known us, but the thing is, you were there for every show, you know. So if you're there for every show, at least you had some kind of like power over the assholes in there. I mean, granted, there was definitely some fucking scumbags in that chat too. Like that one dude. There was one guy, he was like and his picture was like, looked like he was fucking Ed Gein or something, like this old like farmer looking dude. And all he talked about was young Asian girls. Like, and that shit was palpable through the internet. Like, you're just like, yo, you fucking kind of give me the creeper vibes there, buddy. Like, I don't know about this one. I can't even remember the dude's name. But yeah, it creeped the shit out of me. What are you talking about? With Mister? I don't know. I just thought you guys were just friends. I mean, I never thought any kind of way when it came to Mister. It's always just been good people with me. I just thought you guys were just like real close friends. I never thought there was anything to talk about, you know, so to speak. I mean, Mister does his flirty, jokey shit with all the girls, but yeah, I never thought there was anything in particular with you and Mister. I mean, did I miss something? Yeah, I do kind of miss Steve Kerfuffle too. You know what? Before I forget, because you say Steve, it reminds me of Candace Owens. I actually got to shout her out for something. 'Cause I really don't like Candace Owens. I think we've established that. However, I do got to shout her out. She owned the shit out of Laura Loomer the other day, and it was fucking hysterical. And that is another rumor. And it's a Milo Yiannopoulos is who I heard it from. And I don't know if this shit is true or not. So take this shit with a grain of salt. Apparently, Laura Loomer was telling people in Milo Yiannopoulos' friend circle, they have an overlapping friend circle. She was telling people in her friend circle that she basically, I'm trying to think, performed fellatio on Trump. That's a good way of putting it. That's what Laura Loomer said. Apparently to friends in her friend circle is that she performed fellatio on Trump. Now, I'm not saying that Trump said this or did this. I'm saying that, she is a crazy weird bitch, and I could definitely see her telling people that for some reason. Yeah. No, I mean, I didn't take it as you're actually calling Mr. an asshole either. It's just like, how I call, like, my best friend used to call me up all the time and be like, Merry Christmas, fucko. It's just a running joke between us. Just how guys talk to each other. At times when they're friendly with each other. Yeah, the only association I have between Beans and Mr. outside of ABL's chat is the first Discord, the original Discord. Outside of that, nothing. Nothing untoward, I guess we'll say. All right. I gotta get a darker layer in there. Yeah, Loomer, I've never seen. I purposely avoid her videos on, like, absolutely avoid her at all cost. Her face scares me. She could make probably the best damn videos in the world, but I wouldn't care and I wouldn't know because, like, there's something about her face. I don't know if she's gotten like Botox injections or there's something. Her face just does not look natural to me. I don't think this is the shade of brown I need. I need darker. I need to go darker. She doesn't hit me as a grifter as much as she does a psychopath. She strikes me as somebody who has mental issues. I don't know why. I know, probably because I know girls that are kind of like her that feel, she reminds me of people that I know that have severe mental issues. That are actually fucking, like, for the most part, for lack of a better term, fucking crazy. Like, I don't know. is pretty dark, but not dark right. Tim Pool isn't so much a grifter. Tim Pool's more of an opportunist. There's a big difference. I think Tim Pool actually believes what he's saying. Right? Grifters don't believe, they're just saying whatever to get you to send them super chats and all this other stuff. Tim Pool is more of, I see an opening in this story. For example, like, you know, when there's a huge divide in America, some crazy shit happens, he can yell Civil War. And this is before it became a meme, but he can build a brand off of, now you want to tune in to see what the Civil War is. But I think he actually believes what he's saying too. I don't know if she looks like a psycho when she's staring into the camera. Again, I haven't really seen her videos. I've seen videos of her, but just not her actual videos, like her actual content. She looks like whatchamacallit from Saw. She looks like the puppet from Saw. Like, if you recolor her face to look like the puppet from Saw and then put her on a tricycle, I could believe that shit. She looks like she had something done with her cheekbones where she either had them like blown up bigger and like Botox shot into her lips and stuff and different parts of her face and like paralyzed it. Like, I don't know. Her voice, there is nothing I like about her. But yeah, Candace Owens just completely owned her ass on X the other day. And it was fucking hysterical. Yeah, I don't follow her either. She just pops up in a lot of the fucking... So you were talking about like conservative commentary and all this. You know, she'll pop up kind of like the big ones right now. And unfortunately, they're all, you know, people that are pro-Israel or what have you. But like Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, and Laura Loomer. It's like the three of them. Anytime you're watching somebody like a Candace Owens, or you'll see a clip of from Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, whatever, Dave Smith, they all mention these people like on a pretty consistent basis. Yeah, and I agree with that, Ian. It's like, see? Yeah, you know what I mean? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't call her evil. I'd just call her, like, loopy. That's a good term. Loopy. Like, it feels like the elevator got stuck between floors. Yeah, she's kind of loopy. Like a little nutty. Like, I wouldn't leave her in my house. I'd be afraid of coming home and finding my cat's like boiling in a pot or something, you know? Like, just weird shit. Like, she gives you that Like, yeah, I took this girl home from the bar the other night, but it was a one night fling or whatever. And then she shows up every day, and like you go to your parents' house and she's sitting there having tea with your mother. Like, oh yes, we're going to get married one day. Like, fuck, what are you doing here? Yeah, I hear you. You're right. You're not wrong. It does seem like everybody is just popping agenda out there. Pro Trump, against Trump, whatever. And some make good points. Others are like, I don't know. I told you guys. One of my best friends in the world, he's hardcore left. And I had a conversation with him the other day. And he started to get pissed. Because we say, you know, of course, there politics have come up. I said, look, man, I didn't call to fight with you. Call because I love you and I want to wish you a happy birthday. And, you know, listen, anything you say to me, I'm going to take it as you're saying it in good faith. I think you're saying it from a point of view that you believe. And I'm going to say shit from my point of view that I believe. But if we have a conversation and rationalize that, you know, the other person isn't being a dick to try and win an argument, but just to have a conversation instead, I think it'll be way more productive. And dude, we had a brilliant conversation for like 3.5 hours. And that's what it was. There was no debating, no nothing. It was just accepting each other's points and going forward as a conversation. And I'm like, at the end of it, he was like, yeah, this was awesome. And I was like, yeah, the whole country could just sit down and fucking start doing shit like this. We'd be a better country. We wouldn't have this divide between everybody because there's shit we're going to disagree on and shit we agreed on. And I'm just like, this is how it should work. No name calling, you fucking commie, you fucking Nazi, whatever. Just put all that shit aside. Table that shit. Just figure the other person's coming in good faith. Have conversations and, you know, learn from each other and agree to disagree and just still be cool. Candace will end up like Alex Jones. Yeah, and Eugene, you're correct. She's already she's not. I don't even know. I don't know if she went fucking nutty in the head, if she believes what she's saying, if she's grifting. I don't fucking know. I just know that sometimes I've heard her make some solid points and then I've heard her just go batshit off the reservation. And it sounds to me like she's saying stuff to just get eyeballs on her product. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds grifty. So I don't know exactly how to take her. Like, I don't know. She's one of those ones where I'm not sure exactly what to believe anymore. Because I don't think she believes what she's saying. Like, and she'll do this thing where now she actually like kind of like laugh to an extent, almost like, and it reminds me of somebody like, huh, these idiots are listening to me. Yeah, evidence, like I said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That's true, Eugene. And Ian, yeah, I mean, that's just it, man. Like, the whole thing is, my friend, he's doing well for himself and he's happy in his life and stuff. And, you know, things like this, and I love him. He's my brother. He's like, there's very few people in this world that I'd take a bullet for. He's one of them. When I went through the roughest point in my life, he stood right beside me. He believed it. I even asked him, I said, bro, I was so fucked up drunk and wrecked all the time, and, you know, Good Time Charlie and partying my ass off and everything else. I was like, we had, and I listed all like 10 of our friends, mutual friends at that time, said you could have moved any of these guys in with you. Why'd you pick me? Out of everybody, why did you pick me? And I was like, you know, everything worked out, but you were the one, he was the one who really started planting in that, you know, you can have a family, you can have a life and all this kind of stuff, which is funny because he doesn't have any of those things because he doesn't want them. But he was telling me like, yeah, you can have that if you want it. And, you know, it wasn't all about living to die and all this kind of stuff. And you need to start planning for this, and you need to, you know, trying to warn me about certain things. It was like Jiminy Cricket, like my fucking conscience. And I was like, why did you do all that? You didn't have to do all that. I mean, you've got other friends that are actually better friends to him than me. Like our one buddy, Plen, is like his best friend, right? And I'm like, why did you do that? Why'd you roll those dice? Why'd you move me in and all that? And his response was, because I believe in you. And he's like, there's not many people in this world I believe in, but I believe in you. And I was like, damn. Like, it was profound. Like, it teared me up a little bit. Like, I choked. Yeah, see, you got to, I don't know, man. How old is he? Is he younger or older? Like, the whole thing is with my buddy, he could have had kids. He could have had a wife. Shit, the girl he's been with forever. They might as well be common law marriage at this point. And she's an amazing woman too. She really is. And, he's just like, but he's not feeling the marriage thing. He's not feeling the kids thing. He doesn't want to have kids. You know, that kind of shit. So that's fine. There's no judgment on that. Everybody is different. He's happy in his life. That's all that matters to me. But yeah, when he said that to me, it did. He choked me up a good bit. He was like, because I believe in you. I've always believed in you. Well, that's just it. If you throw a whole bunch of darts at a board, eventually you're going to hit a bullseye, right? But what about all those other darts that miss the board? That's the big problem with her. It's like, okay, well, even if you're right on this, what about this, and this? Well, you know, I still got to the right solution. Yeah, but you fucked up a whole bunch along the way. You ruined people's lives. Like, that's kind of the same thing I say about Alex Jones, you know. He throws a bunch of darts at the board, and eventually he's hit a couple of bullseyes. But at the same point in time, he's also thrown a dart out the window and hit a small child right in the eye with it. Perry brought up Trump possibly using nukes with Iran. Dude, that's what I said earlier. And everybody, like, Rebel was like, yeah, I heard that too. It's a bullshit story. You know, and Rebel had a good point, you know. Had a couple good points on it. But that's what I heard too. Yeah, you might not have been in here for that part of it, Eugene. I think you were. But yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that Trump asked for the nuclear football, and General Kane stepped in and was just like, sir, we might want to reconsider that, and let's figure this out and everything, and talk Trump out of it. But he was definitely debating using the nuclear football and just nuking Iran to make them tap out. I think he's looking back in world history and seeing, well, we dropped the bomb on the Japanese and made them tap out, right? So if we do the same thing in Iran, well, they'll tap out. I don't know if that's true or not. I'd like to think it isn't true, but it's scary as fuck. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. That's a shame, Ian. You guys, just different places and different, maybe not even ideologies, just different points in your life. You know what I mean? Different paths. Like my path, the best thing for me, the thing is with my buddy who's like that, he's happy and I'm happy for him that he's happy. And that's completely acceptable to me. That's the way he wants to live his life. He's not hurting anybody. He's happy, right? And then for him, it's the exact same thing. He's happy that I have a family, that I've for the most part, like, found myself and strengthened myself through it. And that's what I was missing. And it fixed everything for me. It was the one element that I was missing in my life. And when I found it, I was correct. And he can appreciate that and is happy for me. And I'm happy for him. And if ever he changed his mind and wanted to settle down and get married, I'd go and I'd be there for his wedding, that kind of thing. Not expecting it or anticipating it, but I'm not going to judge him because he can't. It's different paths. We're different people, and we just accept that about each other. I'm happy with smurfing the butt plugs. Hey, yo, you know what? I'm the Smurf, and I approve this message, okay? Shout out to Smurf. Hopefully he ain't working too hard at Amazon. I'm going to talk to him in a minute. Speaking of which, I don't know if David heard me earlier. I am not jumping in Icarus tomorrow night. I bought a brand new game. I will be playing that on stream tomorrow night. And it's a solo game, so get fucked, nerds. No, it's whatchamacallit. It is, though. It's a solo game. It's a shooting game called shit, I don't even know. It's black and white and old cartoony, and it's the first person shooter, and it just came out. And I picked it up. I was like, yeah, I'm picking that shit up. Looks like a lot of fun. Something Cheese PI or some shit, I think it's called. And it looks goofy, but it looks like a lot of fun too. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm jamming that tomorrow night. Well, the whole thing is, it's not so much Trump's given way too many chances. He's in a rock and a hard point. He's in a bear trap. Because the whole thing is, he knows if we launch ground troops, which is the only way we can secure that strait, like actually secure it, where everything is like, under our control, basically, is to secure the land. And guaranteed the general is already in his fucking ear telling him, yo, bro, we are going to lose a lot of people here. It's not going to be that easy. It's going to be a fight the whole way through. And none of this is wrong. The terrain is rough. It's not as simple as we just drop them in and we take it over like it's Venezuela and it's over in a day. This shit will go on for 10 years. So if you commit and you start this is where it ends up. So Trump's got a lot to consider. So it could just be he wants it over because politically, if we're looking at just the politics of it, his approval rating is getting stomped in the wine right now. It is getting put upside down. What the fuck? What is this fucking bullshit? This has got like an advertisement. He's, unfortunately, Trump's in a rough spot. And it's hurting. The best thing he could probably do is what he pulled a move that I was not expecting, which was the what you call it, blockade. I was not expecting that, and to be honest with you, that shit started working very well. The problem is, I have a feeling he's got to do the blockade and bomb at the same time. But it goes back to what I was saying. If they're attacking boats and all this and laying mines and everything with their boats, they need to just like blow up every boat that Iran has. Like fishing boats, everything. They just need to go like kind of scorched earth on anything that is amphibious like that. You want to know how we lost in Afghanistan? That's a simple one. And why it looks like we're losing in Iran? Technically, militarily, we're kicking the shit out of them. Don't get that mistaken at all. We are throwing a beating on Iran. Like, even if we lost like 10 ships or, whatever, we still have just decimated a good chunk of their military capabilities, all that kind of stuff. We haven't completely stopped them, but we threw an ass beating on them. No ifs, ands, or buts. The problem is, so like Afghanistan, you can have all the tanks in the world, everything else. You're fighting through a different set of values at the end of the day. Right? You're fighting, those men and women that are out there fighting in our armed forces are fighting for their country, but also for each other. These guys aren't fighting for their country. They're not fighting for the people in that country. They could give a shit. They could kill like 90% of their population. They don't care. They're fighting for an ideology. They're motivated in a different way than us. They see the world different than we do. And I don't mean like, oh, they don't want peace, prosperity, and all this other stuff. They do. They're looking at it as, I die, I go to heaven because I'm killing infidels and stuff like this. I die and I'm a hero to my cause. It's a whole different story. If somebody attacked America, right, and we had to defend the homeland, you want to see people that you would think aren't that tough or that patriotic or that American, you want to see them really knuckle down, invade America. Have an invasion force hit America and watch how patriotic people get. Watch how hard they will fight because they're defending their home. To us, well, to me anyway, in my mind, Iran's just some like little fucking dirt stain out in the middle of fucking a place I don't really give a fuck about. Right? To them, it's their fucking home. They're fighting for a whole different thing. I thought about that too, and I was thinking about that. I don't think it's about China at all. I don't think there's any kind of 3D chess going on here or anything else. I think Trump made a decision. Unfortunately, it wasn't the wisest of decisions and got stuck halfway in the tree. He's got to wait till winter so that Winnie the Pooh shrinks down and can fit through the honey hole. He ate too much honey. I think it was we beat the shit out of it. We did the whole operation in Venezuela. And it was like you get to a point where you think you're unstoppable. And then you went in there and didn't have a strategy. Like they probably war gamed out this whole war like 17 times over. But when you say shit like, I wasn't expecting them to shut down the Straits of Hormuz. Like what, my guy? Like, that would have been the first fucking thing I'd have been thinking is like, yo, if there's a way we can clog this up and cut off the world economy. The other big problem now that, you know, nobody's really talking about or mentioning, maybe here or there, but say we go and bomb, you know, how the threat's been to bomb out their desalination plants. And I was actually like, yeah, you'll kill a whole bunch of the civilians, all this other stuff, and you blow up their energy grid and everything else. I didn't think about this part. That works. But you know how they've been hitting the other countries? What if they hit like Saudi's desalination plant? What if they hit some of our allies' shit? That could be a mass casualty event right there. It's not crippling Russia. They lifted all their oil sanctions on Russia. It's not crippling China either. China runs off mostly coal. It hurts them, but not as bad as you think it would. Because I thought it might be all about China too, and I was like, but thinking about it again, you know, China has in a way kind of been preparing for this because they've been setting up their infrastructure for nuclear. So if all of a sudden they switch over to nuclear, well, Iran's going to kind of be asked out because they won't need as much oil. They'll need the oil for the production, like Rebel was saying earlier, for the different stuff they're producing, but they're not going to need it for an actual energy source. That's just it. There's certain things where we should have stuck to domestic policy and stayed the fuck out of foreign policy. And to be honest, I thought that's what Make America Great Again was. Is it was all going to be domestic, not foreign. Not, you know, the only war I thought was going to end was the Ukraine and whatchamacallit war. I didn't even know the other, like, whatever, however many wars he's talking about he solved. I didn't even think that was going to be a thing. Like, because honestly, I didn't care about him. The only one that was really affecting the bottom line of America was Ukraine and Russia, because we're sending so much money to Ukraine. So many weapons to Ukraine. Yeah. And you're 1,000% right on that one too, Eugene. That is one of those things with China. Their population is declining. Ours was declining, but because we imported so many illegal immigrants and legal immigrants, we can kind of replenish our population. China is still staying with the same population. And yet, the thing is, we're a net importer. Like, we import way more than we export. China's the opposite. They're an exporter. They barely import anything outside of food. Yeah, I hear you. I don't think that's wrong thinking either. Getting rid of China for a lot of our requirements, manufacturing, this kind of thing. I can kind of see that. I can agree with that to an extent. I think it's more the way you fix that problem is you had to bring industry back. And I think that's what a good chunk of trying to get people to invest. I think that's what the tariffs were about. Right? Is you were trying to get investment back, getting manufacturing back into our country. The only problem is, the Supreme Court kind of shot down unilateralitarian trying to say it. Maybe it's just unilateral use of those tariffs, which they, if you read the Constitution, they weren't wrong to shut that down. But just the same, it did not help matters. Because now you got people like big corporations like, oh yeah, you owe us a bunch of money, and they're going to sue the federal government, and there goes our deficit up even higher. So that's also a whole lot of not good. Shit, drive safe, Beans. That's fucking scary. Well, the thing is, you know, remember, British Empire was a thing. They sat on top of the food chain for a while. Then that shit broke down, and it was really a race between the USSR and America. And, you know, on who was going to be the next empire, and the USSR collapsed. And we sat there as the empire for a while now. It's a matter of time, and somebody's got to replace us. It's not going to last forever. And China's on the come up. So that just sucks, but is what it is. The only thing we've got to hope for is they are more benevolent than we were. Like, although expect little things to happen here and there, but I can see them being top of the food chain soon, and that'll be weird. Simply because we make faulty mistakes. We're playing a kind of middle of the road game. We're not playing a very long game. We play a short game, a 4-year game, basically. Like every 4 years we get a new leader. Or 8 years, you know, if we're lucky, and somebody gets reelected twice. Sometimes unlucky, we get the same leader 8 years, depending on the leader. You know, like imagine if we had Joe Biden for 8 years. That would have been fucking bad. India's got a good shot too. They have the population, and they have very, very brilliant mathematicians. Some of the best in the world. You know, the problem with India is whether or not they can adapt. China's learned to adapt to a Western way of thinking while keeping their Eastern philosophies intact. I don't know that India has. Like they, that is one that could have been scary, is if they did go to war with Pakistan, for example. They're both nuclear armed, and you're going into a hot shooting war where both sides possibly could use nukes. You know, the other thing I was thinking when I was talking about Trump with the nukes, I'm wondering if he was talking about nuking the, like, Fordo, like the sites they already bombed, right? If you put a tactical nuke on those sites, then nobody could get in to get the nuclear material. I wonder if that's what he was suggesting. Not he would bomb the civilian population, but he would nuke the area where that uranium is buried, so they couldn't dig it out. They'd have to wait like 100 years to get to it. I don't know. That report still fucking freaks me out, even if it's total bullshit. I don't want to hear shit like he was grabbing for a nuclear football. That's not good. It's not the elections that screw us. It's the politicians that lie during the election cycle that screw us. The election itself's fine. I mean, look, if we're to be honest, why was Trump such a good choice in this past election? Well, he didn't start any new wars when he was, he's all about doing domestic policy and fixing our economy and helping out the little guy and all this kind of, that's why we voted for him. Well, that's why you guys voted for him. I didn't vote, famously, but you, when you look at it, you voted for the right guy. It wasn't the election that screwed everybody. It's what the person does once they get in that big office that does. And again, he's doing certain stuff when it comes to the domestic shit. Like when he actually focuses on domestic things, he can improve them. It's just everything has been foreign policy so far. And that's, I think, one of the big parts of the problem. I think the wheel of cheese of, that you waved under his nose of a Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, you could win the Nobel Peace Prize. I think that kind of helped. That fucked things up. Because then he went to go solve all these wars that nobody gave a shit about except for the people in the war. I know it meant stuff to him. But to be honest with you, I think that's also why, because he solved all that shit with Pakistan and India, I think that's why Pakistan is trying to mediate between us and Iran now. Like, yo, we owe you one, so let us repay it. That kind of thing. Makes sense to me. Time are we at? 12:45. I need to... Well, one, I got to take a leak. But I also got to go in the back and check the big printer. See if the second part of Doom's base is done yet. Finish off these lines real quick. Pain in the ass getting those tight little lines in there. I mean, it's starting to come together though. Although I got to clean this up. Starting to get in the layer breaks. Slow going. But I'm also kind of taking my time with this on purpose. One, because I want it to look good, but two, because I knocked Juggernaut out too fucking fast. I won't buy myself enough time to have the other prints all set up where I can start banging them out. Oh, let's drop that fucking paintbrush like an asshole. Lord, let's see. Looking for little spots that I missed. Touch them up real quick. Have to look at everything from 2 different angles, 3 different angles. Because something looks good from one angle doesn't mean it does from the other. Definitely starting to come together as far as the undercoat goes. And they're a little heavier. Hopefully you guys can actually see color difference in them too. And is the offset of the body. All right, I am going to come up. We got to step it up 1 color above the red that I got going on here. Still got to do the legs. The legs will get overshadowed in a second. And then come back in with a brighter color. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right, so we're looking at 54 minutes is what I got left on that print. We are at 12:52. We'll take 8 off of that. 46. So 146. 145, I've got to get up and go back there and crack that thing off the plate. You guys will actually be able to see the second part of the base. It's pretty cool. It's like it's grinding away back there and it's getting towards the top. I could actually knock my prints out much, much quicker if I wanted to. And I slowed down the speed on purpose because it preserves detail. So if you go way, way fast with it, you can knock the print out real quick. It probably only would have taken like 23 hours or 20 hours instead of 33. But then the print looks rough as shit. You've got to do a ton of sanding and everything else. This way, it smooths it. Like I've got it doing something called ironing. Plus, I'm painting anyway, so what the fuck does it matter? I just get cigarette ash on that, you piece of shit. I should actually be coming in here with... Should have just airbrushed this muscle differential on, but fuck it. Fuck it. Just gonna paint it. Hopefully you guys can even see what the shadowing, like what I'm doing with the muscle structure. Send it. Eugene, what were you saying? I don't know. Eugene's still in the chat? I think he is. Eugene, what were you saying the other day? You're at like 98 subs or something? It's pretty good, bud. Pretty damn good. It's going to feel great when you hit 100. Like it's a milestone. You feel great about shit. It's a slow grind, bruh. But it's one that, as long as you're just having fun with it, it's worth it. If you're doing it for money, you're fucked. But if you're doing it to have fun, you're all right. Where I think a lot of YouTubers make their mistake. They want to just make money instantly. It's like, yeah, it doesn't really... Sometimes it'll work like that, but not most of the time. You're going to have to grind. It's coming out good on your end? Cool. Yeah, like I said, I got to come up... The red toning, I gotta build this up slowly. Build it up slow so this way I'm keeping a richness in the colors. I don't want them washing or making it look uniform. I don't want it to look like it's, yeah, well, you just slapped some paint on there. Good job, bud. Means getting in there dark and heavy and then pulling the color out of it. Like pulling the pigment across. Fanning it a little bit so it's actually accentuating. Yeah, it's... I'll tell you what, too, guys. I don't know if I said this yet tonight, but I do appreciate the hell out of all you guys. You know, I don't have a huge following. I don't have a huge platform and all this other fucking bullshit that people seem to be real hung up on. But what I do got is a lot of good ass people that I'll sit here and bullshit with me back and come up with different ideas. Like, you know, I like the fact I got people like Bean sitting there reasoning out like, well, maybe it's to hurt China and stuff like that. It puts my brain in a different form where it's like, yeah, you know, I did think about that. Here's why I don't think so. But maybe she's right. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, it's that kind of shit where I really enjoy it. I mean, I wouldn't want to be right 100% of the time. That would get fucking boring real quick. You know, who the fuck wants to be the boss of the fucking internet and like a know-it-all? Just know some shit. Coming in there with a richer brown on the seams too. I think it's definitely helping. As yeah. Feather the shit. Let me try that out real quick. Feather that out. Doesn't need to be as dark. At least in one spot. Trying to be as meticulous as possible with these lines. That's why we got a little bit of variance in the suit. Oh boy. He was in the bathroom with the door closed. Being smart dog. Like, fuck that. I ain't dealing with this bullshit. That's for humans to deal with. I'm just going to stay in here where it's nice and safe. Smart puppers. All right, I gotta look. And actually, all right, so there is a line right there, like a seam. Okay. Making sure. Juggernaut punch. Yeah, I did catch up on Invincible and watch the last episode of this season, and it does cliffhang just like it does in the comic book to an extent. The only thing that's missing though is in the comic the one evil general Thrag, when he offers them the ultimatum of, look, you leave me alone, I'll leave you guys alone. I'm going to stay here on Earth. We're going to stay kind of hidden among you and breed out the Viltrumite race. If you fuck with us, then we're going to destroy the Earth. They made it where Invincible is the only one who makes that decision. In the comic book, Invincible's against it, and Omni-Man's actually the one who, like, convinces Mark that, like, no, we can't win, dude. You're just going to sacrifice everybody if we try fighting this out. And they had, like, Mark, or Omni-Man and Mark's mom leave before they were supposed to. Fucking Invincible's such a good show, though. They're killing it with it. Like, they follow the comic book. They're fucking do not shy away from bloodshed at all. Any way, shape, or form. Well, that's got to get all kinds of touched up. Clean the brush out, dry it real quick, and thin this. Don't want too much in there. I'm pretty damn heavy with those lines. But see how that muscle tone looks. Yeah, I think the muscle tone's not looking bad. Once I get on there with a higher light, it's really going to pop. Hiya. Finding the little sweet spots in this damn thing. Definitely a rough one. Probably would have been easier just to dry brush over this darkness, but I'm thinking this is the right way to go about it. I'm actually getting some decent definition on this muscle tone. What are you guys doing? It's quiet in the chat, so I got nothing to play off of. I mean, anybody see anything recently that was worth a fuck? Seen a couple things. Even Daredevil hasn't been great this season, but hasn't been awful either. It could have been a lot worse. Daredevil Born Again Season 2. God dang. Definitely don't want to smoke another one. I'm already choking here. Could use like a throat lozenge or something. It's the one problem about dropping back to 1 day of streaming versus 2. I stopped talking as much. And then talking a whole bunch, wear your voice a lot quicker. Nice, eating a sandwich. Yeah, I had London broil earlier. Share that shit with my puppers. Like, it's fucking hysterical. Swear to God, that dog knows when you are you're about to eat like steak or anything. Also helps. It doesn't help that the wife will come in with his own little plate for him, and he knows she's out there cooking that shit. Like, before she even like turns the oven on or pulls it out of the fridge, she'll go in the kitchen, and he's in here whimpering, telling me like, yo, the good shit's coming, bro. Like, he starts like just yapping at me. Yo, she's out there, she's cooking that good shit. I know she is. Spent a couple grand on the dog. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Poor Chunk. Enjoy the time you got. I had that happen. I spent like, when my dog was just a pup, he like out of nowhere started vomiting a couple months ago. A couple months ago. Now it's a couple years ago. He started vomiting it out of the blue. And here, what it was, he swallowed one of his rope toys. But he started throwing up, and it was like, oh shit. So we took him to the vet, all that. Oh, we got to x-ray his belly and all this shit. Man, that bill was $1,500 fucking dollars. I was like, really? $1,500? Like, what you mean? And all I had to do was like wait like basically like 3 days, and he would have just shit this fucking rope toy out, which he did anyway. But whole thing is, if you're a good pet owner, a responsible one, you're gonna drop that $2,000. You're gonna drop, that $1,500 or whatever, because it's just like a baby. You don't want them They can't tell you where it hurts. They can't tell you like, oh, well, you know, I kind of fucked up and ate this toy and yeah, it's fucking with my stomach and can't get that shit up. You gotta treat them like a baby and all that stuff. Laser treatment? What the fuck? They're gonna do laser treatment on him? I mean, well, I'll tell you, the old sir, my old dog, he was 17 when he passed. And we hit a point where when he was like 16, it was kind of obvious that he was going to go, you know. Like he was getting closer and closer and we could see it. And we probably could have extended him out where he made it to 18 years old. But he had been in surgery and everything else and had to face that harsh reality of, are you keeping the dog alive for you or for the dog, you know? Because you don't want to say goodbye. So I'm happy to hear it's not at that point yet. But if it gets to that point, you know, know that I appreciate that decision. It's not an easy decision to make. It is definitely, and it fucking sucks. We all know it sucks. Anybody that's actually loved anything when it goes, you know, whether it's a friend or an animal or whatever, it's always the roughest part of it. Yeah, that's fair. Hey, you know what I mean? God bless you, because you do what you need to. Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. You work much harder for fucking stupid shit, right? This is one of those importance. This is one of them adulting situations that nobody likes. Yeah, that's got to get done out a little bit more over there. I think those legs look much better. Although right here's got to get touched. I can't believe that helmet's hanging on there like that. It's acting like it's glued on there. Shit. All right, let's look at that again. Yep. Now I just got to touch up all that. I can move on to a different color. Actually, I got to do all this too. Do these bands. What I got up around the neck. Yep. I got two more that run up the back. What's this? Dear Lord. So yeah, I mean, you can throw it back a little bit. Nobody did even really chime in on it. What is everybody's theory about the fucking scientists? What do you guys think they were working on? Like, why all of a sudden are they being silenced? Do you think it's Chinese? Do you think it's our government? I don't think we really, I don't think too many of the answers popped up. I know you were at work, Beans, but what do you think? What do you think's the deal with this nonsense? With all of a sudden these random scientists and the guy who is the head, you know, one of the leaders on trying to find out what's up with UFOs, just all of a sudden dying. I am definitely not buying the fucking... That's just coincidence. That's a fucking... 1 or 2 might be a coincidence, but like, we're talking 10. All with the same links. Like 2 or 3 of them were all linked to Los Alamos. Yeah, I mean, you know, that is one of those theories. That is a theory, is that it's 0 point, the 0 point energy stuff. I don't know. I mean, another chunk of this is, what the hell is up with alien disclosure? Trump mentioned it again, so that shit's going through. He's like, you know, Pt2, he's been working on it, and it's going to be coming out. Pt2, who's been working overtime, doing all kinds of shit that he thought he wasn't going to have to deal with. He thought this was going to be an easy ride, but nope. He's got a whole bunch on his fucking plate. Tell you one guy, though, that is gotta feel like the walls are kind of closing the fuck in on him is Kash Patel. Now, that is something that I didn't even talk about that was fucked up that happened. And I'm sure you guys saw it. Did you guys see this shit with, what was it? Southern Poverty, whatever? That what they fought against was like the KKK and Aryan Nation, like white supremacy groups, and it turned out they were funding them. Like, they were basically putting money in their pocket so that they had somebody to fight against. Oh yeah, the whole we're going to look into it is to just shut us up unless the government's, like our government, isn't involved in it. Let's say it is, let's say these people are dying and it turns out it's like the Chinese killing them or something, right? Then our government's really going to go ham on it and they'll bring it front and center and everything else. If it's our government killing them off, they'll just tell us that and we'll hear nothing more about it. Like, it'll just go away. Like, the story is just going to fade. But if they think it actually is foul play and it involves somebody other than our government, they're going to bring that shit front and center. You're going to hear about it constantly. But yeah, you know, like, that completely slipped my mind. Turns out, you know, white supremacy, the biggest problem in America was being funded by, well, the people that are fighting it because they didn't have enough white supremacists to fight, apparently. I was blown away. I was like, they're like the Aryan, Aryan Brotherhood motorcycle gang and shit they're funding. I'm like, God damn. Like, you guys, KKK and all kinds of stuff. I'm like, really? So that was actually a much needed win for the FBI right there. But at the same point in time, Kash Patel, this motherfucker can't get out of his own way. Because they came out saying he's suing whoever reported it too. Which I think it's the Washington Post. I don't know. One of those fucking newspapers reported that Kash Patel has a massive drinking problem. And he's like suing them for hundreds of millions of dollars. Like $200 million or some shit. And I don't know, he's allowed to sue them. That's the question. Is he actually allowed to sue them? Like, are you actually allowed to sue if you are, in that government official spot? I didn't think you were. I thought that was like a big no-no. Like, you're supposed to just let that shit, like, yeah, I'm in public life, I'm a public person, people are going to talk shit on me. And you just had to kind of let that stuff roll off you. And I mean, I know Trump sued like some newspapers or whatever, but that was more, they were trying to subvert the election and he had campaign finance. Kash Patel's just Joe Schmuckatelli, basically. Like, he's just a government employee. Yeah, you know what? You're not wrong on that one, Ian. He was getting fucking shit-faced at that. Well, I mean, you're celebrating, so that's a little different of a scenario. It's not like you're sitting around drinking like that all the time. You can kind of say, well, I was celebrating with a fucking hockey team. Like, cut me some slack here. Cut me a freaking break, huh? And there was a kid in Germany that threw it on the Shaw's son or whatever. Really? But all he did was throw tomato sauce on him. He didn't scream, "Can I get some food at the snack bar?" and then just like detonate or anything. I didn't even see that shit. I mean, I'm not going to lie at all. I'm not real impressed with that guy. If that Pavlovi or whatever his name is, if he went over to Iran and was leading those people in the revolt and all that kind of shit, okay, I can kind of respect it. I can kind of see it. I can kind of respect it. He's going to wait till there's a whole military intervention before he goes over there trying to like lead a revolution, and he's not even over there leading a revolution. So what the fuck are we doing here? I'm pretty sure you want fundamental change somewhere and you want to be the leader. And if you don't want to look like, America has a hand up your ass and is controlling you, you got to do that shit naturally, or just because I see the injustice and I need to lead my people through this. You can't just like show up after everything's already fucked up and like half done. Be like, yes, I'm going to be the change you need. Ooh, really? I hope they do ban that fake meat shit. Okay, fine. You want a veggie burger or whatever? I think that's a good idea, just in case shit gets fucked up. Something happens, there's a massive death of cattle, whatever. You know, we go fall into a hunger thing and we need a protein substitute. Have that shit on hand. But up until then, my shit is 1000% going to be cow meat that I am fucking just gnawing on. Even if I got no fucking teeth I'm gnawing on, I'll figure out a way to eat that steak. Wait. They blew up a cloud seeding. They blew up a cloud seeding thing in the UAE and it started snowing. How the fuck is that even possible? That's weird. You sure it isn't just ashes from a fire? Like, I know it gets cold in the desert at night. I didn't think it got that cold. Shit. You know, that's one of those things, though. Instead of bombing Iran, why don't they just super cloud seed it and make it continuously rain for like 40 days? I guess because you can't control the weather and shut it off. But I mean, you would definitely fuck everything up. Pull the old Noah's Ark and make it rain for 40 days and 40 nights on their heads. That would be crazy. All right. Revisit these arms. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you like flooded them, you could fuck somebody up bad. Like, you could basically drown a population out there. I forgot about Ilhan Omar getting hit with the piss water. That was fucking hysterical. That is what happened in Jurassic Park. So in Jurassic Park, what happened? They made all the dinosaurs female, so they were one gender. But they spliced in the genes of a certain type of frog. And the frog, when it was going endangered, if it was only like one sex being born constantly, so like, you know, a whole bunch of males, they could flip gender when they were tadpoles. They could flip over to female to keep the species going. And that is exactly what happened in Jurassic Park. You know, granted, it's a movie or whatever, but yeah, that is what happened in Jurassic Park. And they started producing eggs. Kind of fucked up when you think about it. Sorry about that, guys. Stopped talking for a minute there. Started focusing. Trying to clean up these misses. This one I got to work more on the skin than I do on the manacle. I got to finish toning out the skin anyway. Just easier to paint over the skin color than it is the manacle color. See what I'm looking at right now. definitely want to tone that out. Let's see, what are we looking at? I still got to do his fucking face too. We are looking better and better as it's going. All right, time to tone up a red. Look at what red I was using and go up a tone from that. Wait a minute. James O'Keefe just posted on, why would the cops come into his house, take all his fucking guns? Did I miss something with James O'Keefe? Did he do some kind of like naughty reporting? Where the hell's my bronze? Like, what did James O'Keefe do? I didn't think he reported on anything recently. Like, the last thing I remember, the big thing with him was the Bondi thing. And he straight gave her time to get that story straight. Wait, some dude was threatening him and they took his guns away. Are they trying to get James O'Keefe killed? Good old Meatball Ron does have some fucking... That is still a great nickname, Meatball Ron. He's got he got some splaining to do. Definitely has some explaining to do, because that's some bullshit. He did an undercover about fucking scientists talking about a nerve agent. Gray red is my next step up. This nocturnal. Gory red should already be out here. It is. Yeah, that's That is way, way crazy. Yeah, you can't disarm people like James O'Keefe. They will kill him. He's made enough enemies doing the shit he's covered that that's one guy that should never be disarmed. Like, he is exposed way, way too much to go without a gun. It's a good way to get him fucking taken out. Unless he knows something that we don't know. He hasn't released yet, you know, that kind of thing. That they don't want us to know. And there's certain people, like, you got to pray that they don't turn up dead. James O'Keefe is one of them, because you'll never figure out who did it and why exactly. That's crazy. But I mean, look, if we're to be honest, are you guys shocked by that story? You think we don't have bioweapons and nerve agents and all this kind of course we do. I'd be more shocked if you're like, yeah, no, we don't have that. Like, it was like, no, the US is in possession of no bioweapons. Like, yeah, whatever. Like, I'd be blown away. I'd be like, no way we don't have any fucking chem weapons. We have probably the most horrific chem weapons. Like, I mean, whatever anthrax is, times that 20, because that's what we got now. There's no way. No way we don't possess chem weapons. But that's against the Geneva Convention. Like, we give a fuck. Seriously? We got stories coming out about Trump with fucking possible nuke and shit. Like, what? I mean, now, to be honest with you, is when you want stories like that to leak, because it makes your enemies a little bit more hesitant on fucking with you. Like, it may actually bring people to a peace table if they think you've got the ability to just wipe out their entire race without ever landing a troop on the ground. Shit, I hit his fucking nose. Damn it. I did hit his fucking nose. He's Juggernaut, the red-nosed reindeer. I mean, yeah, again, shocking that he's saying it to a stranger in a restaurant. That's the part that, you know, is the weird part to me. You're just telling a random motherfucker, like, yeah, by the way, you know, oh, yeah, you know the nukes? Yeah, this is how this shit works, or what have you. But all that stuff does not shock me at all. Some of the stuff we do throughout the world that the average population does not know about. Some of the horrors and all that. And yeah, like collateral damage with the kids and stuff. Not a shock. That's factored in. That's just how shit always kind of has been. It's just not in your face like that usually. And still wild shit that you caught him on camera saying it. You catch somebody in 4K nowadays, like, can't really deny it. You know what I mean? Oh, so that's not you on camera saying that you suck Trump's dick there, Laura Loomer? You know, stuff like this. Which, if Laura Loomer did perform fellatio on Donald Trump, man, that shit is gonna be fucking crazy. I don't think it happened, but it would be crazy. Like, it would be fucking Bill Clinton. Like, he's performing everybody's greatest hits. Now he's in the Clinton era. Yeah, I mean, then again, according to Trump, we won the war like a month ago, and they were coming to the peace treaty table, and if they didn't, you know, come to a ceasefire by X amount of time, then, you know, we're going to basically end their population and send it back to the Stone Age. But we pushed back that ceasefire, and now it's an indefinite ceasefire because he never gave a timeline on it. And it just keeps going. So I believe pretty much almost none of what the fuck he says anymore. Just because he comes out definitively right up until. And that's part of my problem right now is that, you know, before if he said something, you could pretty much count on it. Now it's like, right, so we're going to bomb the shit out of these people into the Stone Age. Well, that was like a couple weeks ago. Well, you understand, ceasefire, all this kind of stuff. Okay, well, you have till the deadline, and then we're going in super hard. And then the deadline hits, and it's, oh, well, you know, no, we're working on a peace. Well, who the fuck are you working on a peace deal with? Because it's clearly not somebody in control of Iran. I mean, you sit there and say you're working on a peace deal, and then they seize 2 ships today. Like, that's one hell of a peace deal there, Donald. The problem is I don't know when he's bullshitting and when he's not. And in a way, it's smart because it keeps everybody off guard, right? In a way, it's bad because then when he is telling the truth, or he is being honest, you're not sure what to believe and what not to believe. Fuck, I just did that. If it was Democrats, you know what would have happened? Not only would they completely have the Strait of Hormuz right now, our generals would be apologizing to them because we killed a marginalized people in the Muslim community. That's what would be happening, and we would be paying them billions of dollars in restitution. That's what would happen if the Dems were in power right now. Yeah, but that's just it. Which part sounds like shit out of a Dems playbook? The whole thing about the nuclear codes and stuff? It does. Which is what Rebel was saying earlier. Like, you know, how he jumped and grabbed the wheel on the beast and all that kind of shit. It does kind of sound like that bullshit. However, it also sounds like somebody who's caught in a trap and not fucking around. It sounds to me like, you know what? I've had enough of this fucking bullshit. You guys don't want to negotiate? Okay. We're going to bring your fucking monkey ass to the table and we're going to do this, and that'll be that. It smacks of right now. Right now they have everything to gain. We have everything to lose. Right? We are, for the most part, when it comes to politics and stuff, this is by far, Donald Trump doesn't, the whole problem is most politicians make a blunder, right? Throughout their political career. Trump has not made a blunder to this point yet. His favorability, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so you can say it was low during COVID and all that. Well, that was something that wasn't his fault. He could look at it and go, yeah, you know, okay, yeah, my favorability went down. What do you expect? It was once in 100-year, once in a generation pandemic. It wasn't my fault or anything. This shit is a direct result of his choice. And he's got to own it. Because of that, the only problem is, even though Trump's not on the ticket in 2028, Vance or Rubio is, he doesn't want to be the president who cost his party the House, the Senate, the presidency. Like, if he loses Congress, okay, that's fine. That happens all the time historically. But it, under a direct action of his, is the reason that his side's going to lose. That looks like shit for his legacy. That's really weird. Huh. Oh, fuck. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, but that's different. That's them imposing stuff on him. This is a self-inflicted wound. That's the difference. All right. Time to see how good this bad boy fits. Let me set you aside real quick there, Juggy. Pop Mr. Juggernaut aside. So this one is hot off the press. God damn, forgot how much of a pain in the ass. Where are my pliers? See what I mean about these little supports? These things are what's stuck to the plate. These little supports here on the side are what's stuck to the plate, and I jagged them to get them free, like swung in with them and cut right through my hand. I need a pair of pliers. Yeah, see, I mean, the whole thing is, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just saying it's out there. But is it possible it's true? The problem is, yes, it's possible that is true. Where the hell? There we are. So, take Russiagate. Trump's a Russian agent, blah, blah, blah. Not for a second there did I even entertain a possibility of it, because it was just fictitious bullshit. Trump took classified documents, all this other stuff to lawfare. Clearly bullshit. Trump committed 34 felonies off these misdemeanors. Complete bullshit. Trump's losing the war and was pissed off because they wouldn't come to the negotiating table and was talking about nuking them. It's a possibility. Yeah, well, 13 hours. This was 13 hours to get this little piece done. But like you said, it's detailed as all hell. That's why it took me 13 hours instead of 8, is because you slow down the print speed. And that's how you get better results that way. Yeah, I mean, that is super detailed. But part of the problem is then you got to crack all this crap off of here. And try not to damage the base while you're doing it. Because, I mean, this shit is in there and it is plastic. This is the part you guys don't see me doing usually, because it's either printing or done. But I figured out, I dialed in the printer. Like I said, one guy on the forum was like, I only print at this speed and this is why. And I was like, shit. It added like 10 hours to this one print. But I saw the results and I was like, damn. Like, I don't know if you guys remember when I did the King Cruel statue. I had the base and I had 2 of them. And the first one was nowhere near detailed as the other. And that's because I had it on the normal recommended speed. And it was like, oh, there's like a whole... Man, you start fucking around with this 3D printing shit, there's all kinds of stuff you've got to dial in. This is all going to peel off on the bottom. The reason why is because the normal model, the normal base, actually is inset for this stuff to go in there. So if this were in resin, this would all be smooth instead of rough, and it would fit together like a glove, like it's patterned out to fit together. But because I did it in the plastic, it's not going to be as smooth. Give who? Iran money? No. We're past that. You can't just buy them off anymore. Because the whole thing is, the big problem when it comes to Iran is now they know they can, if they get a bug up their ass, they can now just retake the Strait of Hormuz. You've created a problem that wasn't there before. Because before, the Strait of Hormuz was open with no tolls. Now they're like, well, fuck it. Even if we get paid off or whatever not to enrich nuclear material, we're still going to charge tolls on the Straits of Hormuz. We're going to enrich ourselves, and then we can just go to an underground fucking dealer and buy us a nuke. We can now afford that shit. We've got all this extra cash. You've made them a world power at that point. So this is why I'm saying it's a bear trap. Yeah, but China's not going to... Remember, that's short game, right? China's not worried about that shit. They're simply... China's not as afraid as everybody thinks they are. China prepares for things like this. Like, they're not stupid. They war game everything out on a constant basis, like they're going to get nuked or attacked or this happens. They set up for all these scenarios like decades out. So they were probably already set up for this. Dear Lord. It's like a can opener. Yeah, that definitely came out nice, though. That looks like brick, huh? That actually really does look like the bricks. It's very, very nice. No, I hear you. I mean, that's just it. I like that. I like the fact you're suggesting things and thinking. Because that makes sense, right? Like I said, if I throw up a counter argument, it's not because, like, well, you're stupid and didn't think of this or whatever. I'm throwing up a counter argument to give you something else to counterbalance what you're thinking about. That's how you come to successful conclusions. Every now and again, there's something where I'll throw out a counter argument or somebody throws out a counter argument and you're just like, yeah, that... but my logic still tracks. Usually that's when you're right over the fucking target because there's no counter argument that can beat what you're saying except for fucking aliens or God. That's about it. Damn. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, again, I hear you, it feels like a long game. The problem with me, the way I look at it is, you got midterms coming. Then you're a lame duck, you can't really do shit. They're probably going to, fuck with you any way they can. So it's a very short game right now. You have to play a short game. Because you've only got to plan out till, what, October? So you got between now and October to pull off whatever you're going to pull off, get everything in place and all that. You're kind of in a rush. Now, if the economy was roaring, your approval ratings through the fucking roof, and everybody's kind of like, you know, shit, Republicans are going to hold Congress no problem without even batting an eyelash. The Virginia thing just fucked them up even worse, if we're to be honest. Because if that redistricting holds, come the midterms, they just, whatever seats are there, they are pretty much the Democrats. Like if it's like 3-3 in Virginia, it's now like 1-5 to the Democrats. Like they're going to cede a whole bunch of seats. But you also got 2028 coming after that. And it's a fucking nightmare, because that's the problem. By the time you get any kind of footing, if Trump had 2 terms, that'd be one thing. He doesn't. He's got one. He's got one shot at this. Yeah, see how that's all chunked out underneath? That's for a reason. I'll bet you when I look at the other piece, there's some rock formation or something that goes right where that piece goes. Because I couldn't figure out. True story. I printed one of these once, and it was the Bizarro world. Tried printing it out and couldn't get it to lay flat, and I'm like, what is going on? But the bottom of this should be flat. And then I looked underneath and realized it had structuring like this, so I actually have to put a skin down so it prints that first and then builds off of it. It's a whole pain in the ass. All right, I think that's everything. Anything else hanging out in there? That's actually a rock. That's a piece. Shit's durable as hell, too. I mean, I got a couple little burrs in here. You son of a bitch. Yeah, I'd like to say it's 4D chess, and this was all game planned out. I don't think it was. Unfortunately, I think they game planned it, but I don't think they saw it. If you told me that General Kane was like, yes, sir, I think we could do this, that, and the other thing, and that's what was reported, I'd be like, oh, 1000%, we got this shit. But when he's like, I don't think it's a good idea, and you do it, it's not good. All right. Shall we see how this fits together? So here's our base. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. See how these rock spikes are coming up? In here. And right there. I bet you they line up. Yep, right fucking there. I just don't know if they're deep enough or not. Let me see. Yep, they are. Oof. That's a very tight fit, to say the least. Let me see. Find the right orientation. Nope, that's still, you guys can see that gapping in there. What am I not hitting right back here? May have to do a bit of sanding on this. There's something else that's just not lining up. All right, let's see. Okay, hitting there. We're all good there. Right here. Let's see what we got. See, like they've put the divots in here, but like I even have holes through the brick for like pieces to slide through. All right, let's try not to cut my hand off. I mean, yeah, but people being desperate, what does that help? You know, and you're right, it is working on the EU, but, you know, like, you think those bitches are going to get involved? They ain't. They're fucking done. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to power grind this shit down. Where's my... Woman, where's my super suit? Make sure I'm not nuts. Okay. This little spike has to come off. Else. Okay. Woo! Hot little pieces of plastic. Dog already left the room. He knew what was coming. Daddy ain't fucking around. All right. Let's got that down a little bit. Where else we clanking up at? This little spike. Better. Okay, something over here is linking. Okay, I see it. Yep. Got to be real careful with this shit. I don't want to take out the outside. I love it. Dremel is the best. If it meant make the continent of America great again, I agree. That to be honest with you, if we hadn't hit fucking Iran, right? And then we did what we did in Venezuela. Slowly, I wouldn't say annex Mexico, but came to some kind of deal with them. Like some kind of long-term deal. Took Cuba. Then I could see that. I think you're 1,000% right about NATO, though. I think it's archaic and we don't need it. All right, something is clicking. Where though? Where's that clicking? All right. This. Since I'm taking that shit out. Sorry guys, I know it's probably annoying as shit, but probably gonna have to nail that down flatter too. You see, the back's going down no problem, so it's right in here somewhere I'm hitting. Chip this out a little bit more. It's crazy because the plastic heats up so much it becomes like taffy. You can kind of peel it one way or the other. One thing I like about FDM, one of the things I hate about FDM though, is if this was resonant, it just would have just sawed right down, if we're to be honest. Take a look. I still got that little bit of click. What's got you with that click? Right here. Woo! 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 Damn near smoked the fucking thing. Like, turn that shit into silly putty. Shit's hot. Placed the sandpaper on that thing too. I knew I was going to burn it down. Almost there. Shit, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it with this wheel. Let me church key it free. Flip the paper. Fuck, I'm going to have to take off the tip. Which part were you laughing about? I'm gonna try and do this without my top edge, which I doubt is gonna happen. Yeah, I didn't think so. I gotta lock her down tighter. Oh, shit's hot. Seeing like chunks of it fly out. Look at that shit. I'm just fucking burning the shit out of this fucking thing. Fuck it. Woo! I mean, look at that shit. That shit cooked. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. It's coming out. Shit makes me angry. Don't want to line up for me? I will kick the hell out of you. Oh. Look at that burned booger. That sanding wheel has had it, I'd say. Yeah, I smoked that damn thing right off of there. Ah, shitty. That sucks. I knew that was going to happen too. Oh well, fuck it. Let me see if I can get it to burn the other way. I don't think it's gonna. I think this, as soon as this collides, oh no, I might be able to get enough spin on it. There. Thing else is fine. It's this one little, I got this little tiny spot right here I got to drill out. Time to get in here with a diamond tip. Yeah, I'm not even fucking around now, you bastard. Using the fucking deburring tip. Damn sonic screwdriver. I'm going to have to use more sandpaper. Shit. Hoping to avoid this. Oh, shit. That bite hit too far. Kind of chipped it a little. Come on. So close. Don't have enough bite right there to snap that. Fuck. What a pain. What do I need to get with that? Yeah, well, I mean, we're to be real honest. When it comes to that kind of shit. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. You'd have to get the money out of politics, but you also have to get the religion out of everything. Everybody could have worship whatever god they want, all that kind of stuff. But anybody trying to force religion in any way, shape, or form, it would be outlawed. Give me the other one, you bastard. I'm gonna notch this up a bit. A pain in my ass. Wow, really? Why didn't that have... I don't know if this is going to work or not. Yeah, I was afraid of this. Why the hell are my sanding tips so loose? Like that tip is missing a screw for some reason. Middle East will fully be at peace one day. Just everybody has to be dead there first. That's the only way you're going to get the Middle East completely at peace. this shit is still good. What the fuck is going on with it? Weird. Weird, weird, weird. I don't know why. Like this, there's a screw missing on the tip of this thing. Wait, what? How much of our imports do you think are from China? There's no way it's 9%. That's got to be impossible. Got to be way, way more than 9%. Damn, why the fuck? That shit should be solid as hell. Trying to move that damn thing while it's still spinning. Trying to lose my fingers is what I'm doing. All right, that's it. Time to check out one of the tools the wife got me, because this thing's starting to piss me off. See if I can find the wife's tool that she got for me. Here it is. A zippy cordless e-file. Diamond cone bit. I mean, I don't know. Everything I own says made in China. Made in China. So I don't know how that's true, but I mean, hey, I'm not going to argue with you. I don't know what the fucking facts are anymore. Everything's all up is down, down is up, and left is right. 5 for $1. See if that helped at all. Still got, oh no, wait, that helped. I think that's got it. That did get it. I got it on that last go. Oh, looks like the wife's tool is going to wait till another day. All right, so we got a base, a solid base. Yeah, once that's glued in, that'll be solid. All right, Juggy, I'm going to move you back a little bit, buddy. That's a good looking base. So as far as shopping goes, when I went with the wife last time, the things that caught me off guard were beef prices were up. Pet food prices were down. Trying to think what else was up and down. Some shit went up, some shit came down. God damn, that fucking thing's heavy. The size of the cape on this guy is unfucking believable, though. And this resin is not fully cured either. I'm about to sit down and go through each piece. All right. So now this is set. 1 foot there. Let me see. If this foot goes here, like that, that means this foot goes over here like this. Let's build a model. Can you guys see that all right? So here's one leg, here's the other leg. Let's get into the crotchal region. That fits pretty well together. Yeah, it's going to be better once that's glued, but it's not bad for a not glued fit. Only thing I might want to fix is this one leg. I cut in a little deep. Okay, so we got this arm going up, pointing out. I got this fucking crazy ass motherfucking cape, which good luck finding the peg from the front. Do this real quick. Fall apart on me, bastard. All right, there we go. All right, so I just got to hold the cape here like that. So this cape's going to be blowing back this way. We're going to have one arm up like this. The fur. All right, it's up here somewhere. Kind of like this, but actually locked in. Let's place it for now. And then, of course, can't forget his fucking head. Which will fit on there better once the cape's placed right. Is it this one? Looking for the connection in the damn muscle structure. Gotta be this one. One, it's gotta be the other. The fuck? That doesn't make any sense. If it goes in like that, doesn't. There we are. All right, let me get rid of this cape. Oh, good lord. Thing's fucking heavy. It's going to have to be sealed together to keep it in there. Head is heavy too, so is the shoulder panel. Yeah, a lot of this is going to focus on getting this midsection and the legs 100% glued on before I do some stupid shit like that. The cape and that neck piece are fucking heavy. There it is. He is going to be reaching out like that. Damn, that looks good. All right. It's all going to be about fucking gluing this part solid, getting that waist to connect perfect. Like getting this piece on here where it is solid and fucking like damn near welded together, because it feels like any kind of weight I add up top, especially this is kind of heavy, it just comes right off. I also got to build this thing in stages when I do him. So, because this has to be angled a certain way like this. Yeah, as soon as I put that on, you can see how it just tips. Shit, did I just chip his head? Oh, no, I didn't. Good. Thought I chipped it. It's already cut for when this goes in. That all fits together like that. That is a nasty Doom statue, though. Shit, not tracking. Why do I have a... Oh, there it goes. Now it's starting to track. Yeah. That is going to be badass. Especially once the cape's on there, so you got the cape fucking blowing back. Just not even fucking around with this one. Good shit. Damn. Yeah, craziest cape I've ever done. Let's see how the base looks. Again, show you right there. So I put a drain hole in there. I made that way too big when I hollowed. Should have kept it smaller. So now I'm going to have to putty that where I paint it. And then we got the crest of Latveria. Fits on there nice. So you're going to have the crest of Latveria on the bottom of it. It's going to be a good model. Big one. It's a big one. Talking 33 hours for the cape. What was it? 33 hours for the Cape. Like, it's so fucking big, I can't even get that. Jesus. Cape was 33 hours. The base was 7.5 for one part of it and 13 for the other. That was a rather lengthy and large print. Uh-oh. Oopsie. Is that going to come up, or I'm going to turn it off and on? I have to turn it off and on. Yep, got it. Accidentally turned off the camera. So yeah, that's a big one. Gonna be one of them there big ones. Made of all stainless steel. Little tiny pieces of plastic all over the place. Juggy's coming out. Technically, we're a world at war. We're just not in World War III, where everybody's picked sides, you know? Okay. What was I in process of? I got it. I remember. Hitting the armor spots with this gory red and toning him up. We talked about everything from Superman to World War III to pickled cabbage. You know, that's just it. We really do cover everything here. Well, not everything, but we cover so much different shit that if you can't find something to jump in and bullshit on, you're kind of dull. Like, they were talking about comic books. Next thing I know, they were talking about Trump and being a fucktard. Then they were talking about, like, him being awesome. Then they were talking about the quartering and, you know, all the drama going on with him. And then they were talking about, you know, what they had for dinner. If the CIA or aliens are watching, they're like, these humans talking weird code terms. They don't know what the hell to make of us. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, and there's a grown-ass man. I thought he was like 15 because of the shit he's picking out the paint, and instead he's like in his 50s, and he's fucking like lost his fucking mind. I don't know. I'm so confused right now. You know, there's somebody out there who's listening to this who is very confused on the way we jump topics a lot of times. Switch over to whatever. I mean, that's just it. It's always randomness. I don't even know why I try adding that to the title, because it's always just a randomness. We just switch topics on fly. And the whole thing is, everybody has something to add on every damn topic too. You ever notice that, guys? It's always like, yeah, let's talk about steamed cabbage. Oh yeah, I know all about steamed cabbage. I mean, listen, I'll tell you what. Not everybody joins in on the conversation. There's a lot of people who might just even turn it off and watch for the painting, or, you know, want to see what fucking model I'm bringing out, or what my review is going to be on a trailer, or, you know, like there's so much different stuff. But the thing is, there's always people tuning into this, even if they don't speak, that don't say anything. And they're here religiously. They do that whole nice thing for me where they're smashing the like button so other people, because I don't know how much the like button actually helps. I don't know how much dislike button helps. I'm sure the dislike button hurts, you know, and all that stuff, especially if you're like me and downloaded the little thing where you can see how many dislikes a video has. Because that shit actually does piss me off. They took that out. That should have been a tool for content creators. But people come in, they hang out, they chill, they watch and all that. And while it may usually be the same fucking people chatting, it's always people that hopefully they're subbed. Like, that's the big thing. As long as they're subbed to me, you know, that helps more than anything else at this point. But there's always people watching. Like, it'll be like, sometimes I'll only have like 1 or 2 people, you know, but a lot of times it's like anywhere from 5 to 12 people watching at a time. And that says something. Somebody out there is enjoying this shit and having a laugh, and even if they're not talking, they're still enjoying it. So I like doing it. I like doing the painting into things. Just chilling, kind of having fun. It is 3 in the fucking morning, which is unbelievable. I gotta wish my Puerto Rican buddy a happy birthday too here in a little bit. I'll do that as soon as I get off stream. And I don't know if you guys caught, like, tomorrow night is gaming, and I have that mouse game, like, it's cartoon like mouse. It's in black and white. I haven't even, I installed it and didn't even bother firing it up, because I wanted to do first impressions on stream and all that. So I don't know if all the guys like Twisted and everybody's going to hang out in the chat with me. But I'm not going to be streaming Icarus tomorrow night, I'll tell you that much. Because, like, everybody's kind of doing their own thing on that game anyway. So, not seeing an upside. It would be one thing if we were all playing together, but if we're all going to play separated, I might as well play one of the new hotness and check it out. See how that is. I know all the fucking channels are becoming like echo chambers. Like, the whole thing is, there are people, you know, I keep mentioning this quartering thing because it's a huge deal. One, because the guy's a scumbag for flagging Keno Casino down, right? Like, that's the big thing out of all this. It isn't just because I dislike him. I don't want to see him taken off the internet, though. I want him to be out there. But everybody who's making content, like there's a dude named Dermy Wormy. This is his name. And I watched his live stream last night because he was covering a good chunk of what's going on with it. And he like stopped in the middle of his stream going through this whole quartering thing. Everything going on with it. And he had like, I don't even know how many people watching. Like I wasn't paying attention. It had to be in the hundreds though, right? And he thanked everybody. He told the audience how much he really appreciates them. He only has like 3,700 subs, something like this. Like 3,700 subs, which is way more than I've got. But he stopped and thanked everybody and said, look, I know you guys are tuning in just for this quartering stuff. Please smash the, sub, like, all this kind of thing. He's like, and I know this is a temporary boost to my channel because I'm covering this. But, the thing was, the dude was appreciative to the people that were watching him the whole time they were watching him. Like he was grateful to everybody. And I was just like, yeah, dude, that's the way you do this shit. And even though it was information, a lot of it I had already heard. Some of it was new, but most of it was like same old, same old. But I kept watching it and I kept it on in the background because why the fuck not? I'm going to help him out because he was actually appreciative of his audience. And I think with some of these bigger ones, not only have they become another echo chamber, like, well, the mainstream media is echo chambers. We're different. No, you're fucking not. You're starting to echo everybody else's sentiments, which is why when you guys come in here and like you and I can disagree, Ian and I can disagree, whoever and I can disagree, have a conversation, but we have different takes on everything. Like you guys are throwing different shit. And that's kind of the case, is that it needs to always be, I don't want to just do what everybody else is fucking doing. I don't want to go and bitch about like, oh, this movie's so woke and it's fucking dog shit and everything else. Like, I want to see if I can find something good in the movie. Now, if the movie's woke and dog shit, I'm going to tell you it's woke and dog shit. But I'm not going to watch a movie that's woke and dog shit on purpose just so I can tell you how woke and dog shit it is. If you want that, there's plenty of channels that do that. Oh, what the fuck? My shit's all out of whack. I fucked that camera all up. The hell did I do to my camera? There it goes. What in the fuck? Why is my one screen so much bigger than the other? Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is, again, you know what? I'm for freedom of religion and everybody being able to say their thing. I'm also for Christians and people who are all about Christianity, celebrating and all that. I'm all about people calling out other governments that get us into war. That's fine. I get it. You should be able to in all this. What I don't like is that you're starting to act like you have a moral high ground above other people. I don't like that. That shit bothers me. I don't like it. I don't like it when you act like you're better than. You're not. You're not better than anybody else. You're a fucking human being. I can't tell you who told me this one time. One of the greatest things this person has ever said to me, though, because they are a medical professional. If you know, you know. They say, at the end of the day, everybody ends up in my chair. Somebody I know who's a medical professional is like, at the end of the day, all men have to get a prostate exam. All women get their periods. Everybody shits. Everybody, death is inevitable. You're eventually going to reach that point, and it's going to be embarrassing, and it's going to suck. And that's just what it is. And you end up in my chair. Truer words have never been spoken to me in my entire fucking life. We're all like, nobody is above anybody else. If you're a human being, you're a fucking human being. You're not a god. You're not a demigod. You know, you can stand in judgment of people if you've walked that mile in their shoes and they're fucking up and you give them advice. They don't listen to that advice, and you're talking from experience. That's one thing. Oh, that won't happen to me. It's one of my favorite things. Like, motherfucker, I had this happen. This is how it plays out. That won't happen to me. And the shit bites you right in the fucking dick. It's not even that person who's wiping your ass, you know, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's a good call too. It's also, I mean, look at times in your life. What's your most embarrassing moment? Like, think about that. Lock that in your brain. Your most embarrassing moment, whether it be out in public, whether it be private and you've never shared it or whatever. I'm not asking you to share it with me. I'm just saying, think of your most embarrassing moment. Know that every other human being in the world has had an embarrassing moment like that. You know? And it's fine. It happens. Shit happens. But you're not talking from a place of moral superiority to anybody else. Unless it's a pedophile or something, you know, or somebody who's heinously evil. Then you can, but even then you don't talk down to that person. You should talk to them with pity in your voice and sorrow for them because they're a piece of shit. You're talking about Tucker buying his place well, because he's an American, according to him, and that's what Americans do. They buy property in Qatar. Makes no fucking sense. The whole thing is that I get it. Tucker's pissed at Trump. And he has a right to be. Trump really did fuck over a lot of people that were loyal as shit to him. Marjorie Taylor Greene being one of them because of Epstein shit. Right? At the same point in time. Just because you're mad at somebody and all that doesn't make you better than them. Well, I wouldn't have started a war. Well, I tried to talk him out of the war, all this stuff. Okay, but he made the fucking decision. There's a reason he's president of the fucking United States and you're an asshole who talks shit on the internet. Doesn't matter how famous you are, you're still just an asshole who talks shit on the internet. You got so much fucking money, you know, and you're pissed off at things? Fucking retire. What, you think you're making a change in this world? What are you changing? You tried to change things, you failed. Happens to the best of us, bud. We all fail at times. Even Juggernaut just rolled over and showed his ass because he's pissed. Actually, to tell you the truth, that was kind of creepy. Now that I watched it and I'm on delay, I just watched Juggernaut fall over by himself and show his ass. You know, it's just, I see the grift. And with Tucker, maybe he thinks he's doing the right thing, but he's going about it the wrong fucking way. Have some, you know, if you're going to call bullshit out, just call it bullshit. Just call it right out. That's fine. You know, but don't go into a 2-hour dissertation about how good you are and how venomous somebody else is. Like, come on, man. You're not in his shoes. You're not making the choices. You don't see the stuff he sees. And if he shares it with you and all that, and then don't tell us about, you know, how different people behind the scenes are just complete fucking scumbags and snakes and all that. And okay, that's great. Name them. Well, I don't want to out anybody. Then bitch, shut the fuck up. Stop talking shop. So that's the other thing. I don't care about his parentage, what they did. That's fine. I'm not going to, the sins of the father does not translate to the sins of the man. I didn't see the Sean Ryan one. I don't know about that. For me, it's like I said, it's a lack of humility. Actually, it's not even lack of humility. It's the falsification of humility. I think that's what it is. It isn't lack of humility. It's a false humility. You're going to be humble, be humble. You're going to be braggadocious, that's fine. You can be braggadocious. Just don't fake it. Be real with shit, man. You don't need to fake things in this world. The only thing you're cheating, the only one you're fooling is yourself. Because, you know, I know everybody can just call J.D. Vance and get their kid a job at the fucking White House. I'm sure he was just picked out of a school of 500 candidates to, you know, Tucker's son was picked out of a school of 500 candidates to get that job. Right? He had to compete against everybody in like a survival thing. No, it was, hey, JD, can you get my kid a job? Yeah, sure. Get the fuck out of here. And I mean, hey, maybe you like Tucker. That's fine. You like whoever you like and watch whoever you want to watch. Not my fucking job to police who you listen to and who you don't, but I can just tell you why I'm not listening to him anymore. Or why I stopped, why I tuned out. It's the same thing with Candace Owens. You guys know exactly when I tuned out of Candace Owens. I told everybody, like, yeah, I can't take this bitch anymore. She just, it's gone from, I feel bad for her to, wow, like, we're still talking about this now. And it's 5,000 different things. And even if you're right on one of them, you were wrong on all the others. So what are we doing here? We're just throwing spaghetti at a wall. Throwing, what do you mean something's fishy to you? What's fishy to you? About who? About which one? That's the better question, I guess. Which one is making you wonder what the hell's going on? I mean, my whole thing is we should be in an era of unbridled just truth, and we are in a fog of just information that nobody knows if they can trust. It's actually terrifying to me. I should be able to just look and go, okay, this is what's going on. We have no idea. Not a fucking clue. Yeah, I mean, well, Candace, I'm not going to lie, is Charlie Kirk's death broker. I think it wasn't just Charlie Kirk's death, like, because, I mean, the tragic death of a friend like that, the impact on your psyche, like, I know when my friend died, it fucked me up for a good minute. You know, you go through these different things, these different scenarios, and even if you square it with yourself, you still can't help but think, but if I just, and you have to come to the conclusion that no matter what I did, there's nothing I can actually fucking do. So I feel bad there in that respect. But the thing is, you don't milk your friend's death for clicks. And to me, that's what she's doing. And it also feels like a lot of sour grapes, I guess is the best way to say it. It seems like a lot of sour grapes at Erica Kirk, regardless of how you feel about her. It feels to me like she felt like she should have been Erica Kirk. Like Turning Point USA should have been hers when Charlie passed away. Because she'll say things every now and again. Or, well, not every now and again. I've only seen her every now and again. But she'll say stuff like, show me where Charlie wanted you to take over, or the videotape of him saying he wanted you to run it. Stuff like this, and it's like, bitch, it's not your fucking place to even ask that question. You weren't employed by them. You're not part of them anymore. You haven't been part of them in a while. It's not your place to demand anything. It's a matter of the company. If the company wants her, the company wants her. If they don't want her, they don't want her. You'll be voted out. Tucker doesn't look panicked to me. Well, I mean, I think the problem is this with Tucker. Tucker still has PTSD because you got to remember when the Iraq War happened, he flat out was all for it and was cheerleading for it. And I think this time with the Iran war, he was like, I can make a difference. Donald Trump will listen to me, everything else, thinking that he had the decision. That what he said carried more gravitas than everybody else. And he could stop Trump if really necessary from doing this shit. And when he figured out he couldn't, now it's like legit PTSD, like I'm powerless to do anything. And realizing he has no power in the situation, and then Trump denounces him on top of it. which that's the one thing I do not like about Donald Trump. I am not seeing much loyalty. Not to the people that actually supported him, that were in the trenches and all that kind of stuff. I don't like that at all. That's not a trait I like, and maybe you guys see it different, but that's just how I see it. Is he, like I said, Marjorie Taylor Greene's a perfect example. You can be pissed at her all you want, but if it's like, yo, they're threatening my kid, and you're just like, yo, fuck your kid, like, what? What the hell is that? Basically, like, I mean, I know he didn't say fuck your kid legitimately, but he said, okay, well, that's great, but that's worrisome. No, MTG didn't get let go. MTG quit. But the thing is, I understand why she's upset. Like, I know this when I say this, it's going to sound like the fucking most sexist thing. But it's a woman with a child who has been threatened. They react a certain way when a man who they think will protect them basically says, well, that's your fucking problem. You know, imagine just imagine that you're dating some dude, and I'm not saying she's dating him, but, you know, you're dating some guy and they're like, your daughter calls you up and says, hey, I was just in a car accident and all this other stuff. And the guy you're with's like, so what? That's her fucking problem. Let's go back to what I want to deal with or talk about or whatever. Like, you're going to be like, yeah, you need to get your shit and get the fuck out. I don't care how sexy you are, because that's my kid on the phone. And that's kind of what happened with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think that was the final straw for her. Which, good, bad, indifferent, or whatever, however you feel about her. I don't think she betrayed him first. I think he betrayed her first. Like, I don't think she expected his loyalty and he gave her none. So I can't fault her on that one. I don't fault her for being pissed off. Tucker, I get it. Like, Tucker has this way of double talk, we used to call it, where he'll be like, oh yeah, you know, Trump, he's great, he's this, he's that, he's the other thing. And then keep talking, and as he's talking, be like, I think he's a great guy, I think he's awesome. So anyway, this war in Iran, he let us right in there, and he's going to get everybody killed, and he's, you know, who does he think he is? Da 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 da. Ho ho ho. And you're just like, through all his talking, everything he said about Trump being a good guy and everything else is kind of just overwritten by, yeah, he's an asshole who got us into a war. I agree with that too. If MTG knew all that shit about Trump, why would you fucking hold your tongue on it? Like I said, it just makes me not trust you to an extent. I mean, then again, you know, we can go the other way with it too. Like, at the same point in time, that proves loyalty. She didn't open her fucking mouth about him. But like, that's transactional at that point. That means you were getting something out of this where you didn't want that fucking ride to end. Because if it was all about your moral compass, you would have opened your fucking mouth the moment you found out some shit. You'd have been like, oh yeah, you know, Donald Trump, this, that, or the other. And she didn't. I gotta tighten up. We're at 3:30 almost. I am not tightening up skin tone tonight. That's a whole pile of shit I got to get into. He is, he's getting there, though. Let's take a look. Yeah, I'm a little swollen in these arms and stuff. I've got to tone it out. Let's take a look. I think I want to go over these in red one more time. I don't think the red laid in right. Did on the boots. The boots look all right. Yeah. You can definitely see the leather in response to the metal. Let's see. Give me another leg. See if I can't get him. Probably got an amazing shot of my fucking hand and not the Juggernaut himself. Yeah, he's coming together. I need to tone them out more. I think these wristbands need a little bit more red to them, like brighter red. Tone them out. Actually, I got to tone out these arms too. Let me do that real quick. I need my other brush. This brush is not going to cut it. Too small. Yeah, but you also said no new wars. This goes back to, you know, that argument. Well, he said this for all these years about Iran and all that. Okay, that's great. He's the only one who'd deal with it. Okay, that's great. He also said no new wars. No, specifically no regime change wars too on top of it. So just because he said, you know, he was staunch on Iran not having a nuclear weapon and all that, okay, great, you destroyed Fordo, which means that you fucking lied to us when you said that it was all gone, right? Or did you lie to us when you said no wars? Because you got us into a fucking new war. So any which way you slice it, you can't win. Because you said too much. You know, it's the same way. We destroyed their navy. They have no navy. They have no army, no everything else. Yet they just fucking attacked 2 ships using boats. And they've mined out the fucking Strait of Hormuz. So you can't have it both ways. It can't be that we've destroyed their entirety of their navy, yet they still have boats to fucking hit us with. Well, that would be their navy, you fucking retard. It's like saying they have no air, you know, like their air force is decimated. Oh, but they just dropped bombs from, you know, this plane over our air base. Like, well, wait a minute. Like, do you understand what actually, like, obliterating somebody is, or any of these things you're saying? Or are you just talking a bunch of shit? Because to me, it sounds like you're just talking a bunch of shit, because the actual facts that we're seeing play out in front of our very eyes go against what you're saying. Saying you're extending peace talks and the Iranians are like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And then go and blow up a pair of boats or go attack them and then capture a couple. Like, that doesn't seem like a fucking ceasefire to me. If you mean ceasefire, like we're not blowing them up actively right now, okay. I guess you can consider that a ceasefire, but that's not what my definition of a ceasefire is. It's as bad as Fauci saying, you know, no, that's not what a vaccine is anymore. And then changing the definition of it. Like, what? No. Okay, that's fine. That's great. You know what? The Mexican cartel has killed a bunch of our troops too at different points in time. Hell, you know, those fucking British killed a whole bunch of our troops at one time too. But I'm pretty sure we went to war with them after that. This isn't a war, you're right. It's a military operation. It's a military operation that was sanctioned by the Commander-in-Chief of the United States. So you can say it's not a war. It isn't technically. It's a military operation. It's a military operation that's already killed 13 servicemen. Killed God knows how many Iranians, because that's just it. What is the death count in Iran? How many have we killed? We bombed all kinds of targets. How come I'm not hearing an Iranian death toll? Anybody else find that kind of odd? I mean, what are you stopping them from? Exactly what do we need to stop them from? This is my question. What are you stopping them from? Think about this one too. How come Israel isn't putting troops on the ground? If we go and we take Karg Island or we go and attack, not one Israeli troop is being committed to this, even though they're our ally and going in this hand in hand with us and led us into this. How come they're not sacrificing their guys? They're brave warriors of the fucking dirt. Why aren't they over there fucking showing them exactly what Abraham's sons fucking deem? The fuck is this? I don't like it. Like, my whole point is, what were we stopping them from too? Like, exactly what? What were we preventing? If you say getting a nuke, okay, great. We blew up all their enrichment sites. But they didn't even retaliate. They warned us before they fired missiles. That was it. It was over. Even if we got satellite imagery over them, they're not fucking knocking down our spy satellites, right? So we could tell. All we got to do is park a satellite over Fordo and the other places that we hit. You can tell if they're starting to excavate that shit. And then you just fucking go and bomb them again. So what are we doing? Like, instead, we went in and killed an Ayatollah. We killed a leader of their religion as well as their state. If somebody came here, let's say an Iranian, just out of nowhere, stole like a plane and fucking killed Donald Trump, how would we react? I don't care about the internet. I don't care if they kill all their civilians. That's the Iranian government killing its own fucking people. They're pieces of shit. We can all agree on that. It's also not my place or not my job to go over and save those people. I'm not fucking Superman. It's not America's place to go over there and save those people. Hell, if that's the case, then why don't we go just to Nigeria, which would probably be easier, and go kill all the people that are killing the Christians there, needlessly, because there's a war. It's not our fucking business. That's why. It doesn't benefit us. This does not benefit us. It hasn't benefited us. If anything, it's cost us at this point. It's a frivolous war. It's foolish. It was a foolish endeavor. And now, at best case, we leave and what? Well, now they control the Strait of Hormuz and they're making millions of dollars where they can rebuild their everything faster, way faster than they could before because the strait was open. They had none of this shit going on. Yeah, and I mean, you're not wrong. The whole thing is the Iranian people, I don't, and I'm not saying this about anybody in here. You guys pretty much can look at them. The Persians, the Iranians, however you want to put it. They're not fucking stupid. You're not fighting like, oh, we show you sun god, you scared kind of shit. Oh, look, they use something that go boom and make noise and many soldier fall down kind of bullshit. We're talking about people that are fucking like ancestrally savage as far as like their war tactics and everything. They're smart, they're brutal, and they've warred for ages. It was a bad move. But why right. So they need to be put in check for what? Killing their people? Okay, well, that's less Iranians in the world. I mean, I'm still not seeing it. If China wants to go and execute a bunch of their people, are we going to go invade China? Because they're already doing it. They've already done it. Look at the Uyghur Muslims. We said boo to a goose on that. The thing was, and this is the problem, is that they thought, and I'm not going to even say they, Donald Trump, when he made his decision, thought it was going to be a cakewalk. He thought that, and I mean, I'm not in his head, but from my perspective, this is how I see him making this decision. He 1000% thought that the uprising that was going on over in that country, if he just killed the Ayatollah, that the people would rise up, they'd bomb a few sites, knock out their military, take them off guard. Nobody would even be paying attention to the Strait of Hormuz because the people would be revolting at the same time. And then the people would take over and it would basically switch over to either a democracy, the son of the Shah is installed, whatever the case is. And they would look to America as thank you for liberating us. I think this is what went through Trump's head when he made his decision. And then on top of it, he has Netanyahu telling him, well, it's going to be easy and we're already there and this is the plan and blah, blah, blah. And we've already had this set up for 20 years because they have. And then when he killed that fucking Ayatollah, the moment he killed that son of a bitch, and that man deserved killing, but he kills him and the people don't revolt. And 90% of his fucking plan goes out the fucking window and all of a sudden they lock the Straits of Hormuz on his ass. It was like, oops. It was an oops moment. You don't give a sicko a nuke and trust him not to use it. You should tell that to Kim Jong-un over in fucking North Korea then, huh? Because he's got a nuke now and he ain't used it. Thing is, I don't see the Iranians, if they got a nuke, I don't think they would immediately just turn around and go boom and hit Israel and then boom hit America like New York. I don't think that's how that would happen. I think they would get a nuke. They would fire one off and we'd be like, oh, look, they figured out a nuke. But that's it. They only have the one. And then the second one would go off somewhere on a test site and we'd be like, oh shit, they have multiple. And then it would be time to go to a negotiating table and figure out how we're going to fucking deal with them. But from all that I've seen, the Ayatollah, actually, the reason why he agreed to Obama's deal was because he believed it was against his religion to fucking actually use a nuke and develop it and all that. Trump tore up the deal. Now, granted, they were getting money on top of it, pallets of money. And I don't know if that was a good deal or a bad deal. But obviously, when they tore up that deal, he went from 3.5% enrichment to 60. Nothing but much love there, Ian. That's okay. I'm rounding that turn. I'm in the weave. I'm almost done. I'm fucking tired too. And I'm not going to work on, if I get into Juggernaut's skin tone tonight. Oh, okay. It's just light shining back. He won't be done. I'll be here till like 6, 7 in the morning if I start doing skin toning. I agree with you. I want to live in America too, and I love my country. And that's just it. I want to see us stay the empire. I don't want to see China become the empire, or China, Russia, and India become an empire and take us over. I want to live in a country, and I want everybody's children to be thriving. And I don't want terrible things for other countries either. I want them to do their own fucking thing, you know? But my big problem is, my personal big problem with everything that's going on, this was unnecessary at this point. We hit their nuke plants or their enrichment sites and all that, which means we set them back 10 years. That at first, like CNN tried to say, no, they didn't and everything. But no, CNN even had to come out and say, yeah, you know what? This shit's fucked. Like, it's done. They did. They hit everything. So we set them back. We banged them up. We set them back. That's great. That's fine. And we walked away. And there was no war. I just want us to prosper. I don't want to see people having to work 2 jobs. I don't want to see our fucking kids like I said, I looked at my house, $165,000. And now, granted, everything's going to go up in price. That's just nature of the game, right? But when I look at my house and it's, you know, gone from $165,000 to $794,000, there's a fucking problem. And that's at home. And that needs to be dealt with at home. Industry, manufacturing, jobs, all this kind of stuff. That's all at home. Slam with immigrants. That's at home. I don't care about somebody else's bullshit all across the world because it's not my bullshit. Now, if it was going to cut off the Strait of Hormuz or kill the supply chain or, you know, something that fucked us, okay. They go and hit our base, okay. I get it. You can't be a bitch on the world stage. You've got to, you know, but be a counterpuncher. Don't be the aggressor. You already were the aggressor once. You bared your fangs. Your opponent fucking flinched. And you walked away, and you walked away unscathed. You don't go back to that guy and go, all right, well, let's fucking knuckle up and fight until we're both dead. You walk away with pride, and they walk away with cowardice, and you call it a day. And instead, we went back. We should not have gone back. That was the mistake. Yeah, but I don't give a fuck about the Quran. I don't give a fuck about the Bible. Have you understood nothing about me when it comes to religion? I don't care. I don't care. Like, they're not here. They're not knocking on my door and actively shooting at me or fucking with me or trying to land on my shores. They're not even invading my fucking country. They're over there doing that shit, and that's great. That's like being across the internet and somebody talking shit to you behind a keyboard. They're not in your face. They're not actually talking shit to you, but you get all offended and all upset and all bent out of shape because some asshole that you don't even know hates you and wants you dead. I don't care. Like, none of that shit matters to me. Like, the religious shit does not matter to me. It matters to two factions very, very deeply. I understand this. And some people like, man, that's some blasphemous shit. It just doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is what's here. Build America. You have a job. If you're the American president, that is your fucking job. You're not the world's president. You're America's president. Build America. And to be honest with you, that is one of the skills that Donald Trump really does possess that he kind of hasn't utilized at all, worth a fuck. And that's actually rebuilding America. He should have. Car industry should be back in Detroit. You know what I mean? Like, we should be sitting where we've got factories starting to be built, jobs coming up. What about the fucking Keystone Pipeline? Remember how big of a deal that was when Biden canceled that? How come he didn't start that back up and start it going? The wall at the southern border, how come that didn't? That's a construction job right there. You didn't start any of this. Instead, you went and tried to win yourself a Nobel Prize when you couldn't win it, and they were like, fuck you. You kicked over your sandcastle like an angry child and fucking bombed the country. What are we doing here? It's foolish. They will do everything in the name of their book, and I will send every last one of them to whatever God they want to meet if they show up at my house. But until that point, they can talk whatever shit they want. But unless you're going to back it the fuck up, really? Fuck you and your book. Like, that's where I'm at with it. Like, I mean, I get it, but I don't get it. I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate what you're saying. I just, like, honestly, that this shit doesn't matter to me. You can shout death to America till you're blue in the fucking face. We got blue-haired idiots. We got Kool-Aid heads here who stand in the street with signs screaming that America is trash and evil and flying other countries' flags. Should we just kill them then? Because, you know, we already have that shit here. We don't need like a holy book for that to happen. Yeah, and that's where exactly, like, most times I would say this is about money too. This isn't about money. Now, people are getting rich from this. That's the whole Friday announcement of we're at peace, and then stabilizing your market, letting people do their exchange and all that, locking them in, and then fucking them over the weekend, you know, making them panic and shit. But yeah, it's not about this one. If anything, another 1.5 trillion added on to the deficit for our war funding. You know what I mean? Like, you deficit spend it even bigger. Like, you just grew our national debt even more. Like, what are you fucking doing? It's the opposite. You're supposed to be passing shit if you're the Republican, right? You're quote unquote a conservative. You're supposed to conserve fucking money, right? You're supposed to live, be more modest with shit and reducing deficits and all this. And the Democrats are supposed to be the frivolous ones. And you're the one who's out there adding 1.5 trillion to a fucking budget. Like, what are we doing here? That's not right. And like I said, it's nothing like you can have different opinions and I can agree to disagree with you. It's just the way I'm looking at it. I don't fucking understand what the play was. Outside of you thought this was going to be a walk in the park. You were sold a bill of goods. You made a decision on it. And then that walk in the park turned out to be your worst fucking nightmare because you're fighting Jason Voorhees, right? You had victories under your belt, and I know that played a part in it. That Venezuela shit, I still don't agree with us kidnapping a president, but that shit went so fucking smooth. It was like, damn. Like, I was looking at it like I've never even heard of any kind of shit like this. That was so smooth. And everything kind of worked out there as far as I can tell. Like, they fell right in line, and the replacement leader is like grateful to us. Same regime. Wasn't a regime change. Same regime. Just got him in line like, oh shit, I don't want to get fucking black bagged and brought to New York City. Have to spend a night in that jail. You've lost your fucking mind. I'll stay here in the middle of like the worst lumbario in the worst barrio in fucking Venezuela. Like, versus going to that fucking New York jail. There's rats the size of me there. But yeah, everybody yells fucking death to America and all this other shit. And like, I mean, why are you letting that, if they're over there, like, all of a sudden we got a bunch of suicide vests going on and all this other stuff, and they're all yelling death to America, Allahu Akbar, in our fucking streets. Okay, then we got something. But reality is they can scream all that shit. They've been screaming that shit for years. The closest we ever got to was 9/11. And what happened 9/11? It was the Saudis who fucking hit us. A Saudi prince. Wasn't even the Iranians. He wasn't even funded by them. Like, they had nothing to do with it. Like, they're scumbags, but they, and like I said, I don't miss the Ayatollah being alive or dead. Like, my actual personal point of view, that man deserved killing. Like, he's an evil bastard. He murdered people. He murdered his own people. And, same thing, like, people, I get this counter argument all the time. Well, does Israel have a right to exist? Well, of course they fucking do. Does Israel have a right to exist and fight their own wars, though, is the real question. Because I'll tell you what, ain't been like, outside of fighting shit like, what, Gaza? You fucking, like, annihilated the place. I see you can do just fine killing folks. So, you can do that without us helping you kill them. Well, we want to go take out Iran, and they're a much bigger country. Well, you know what? Keep punching above your weight class. Eventually, you're going to run into Mike Tyson. He's going to one-tap you. The only problem, so they have plans. There's a guy, and I can't remember his last name is Pape, Pape. If you can find interviews, I posted one. You should watch him. He's smart as shit. And he did war games for the White House and everything else for a long ass time. That guy, like, you can tell he's war gamed this shit out, every different fucking scenario possible, just by the shit he says and his understanding of everything. he's brilliant. He's brilliant, and the way he explains it is the same way I explained it, which is probably why I think he's brilliant, right? Because he agrees with me. But he's like, yeah, Trump's in a bear trap. Like, you try and take the ground, it's going to become a whole quagmire. You're stuck there. If you bail out and leave, Iran has control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they'll just lock down the Strait of Hormuz whenever the fuck they feel like it. They get pissed off for whatever reason. And, you know, Israel fucking bombs Lebanon or kills a bunch of Hezbollah or whatever, or hits Yemen and the Houthis. And, well, we're locking down the strait, and we're only going to let Chinese ships through, or we're only going to let this ship through. It's a whole fucking shit show now. Like, and that, again, this all goes back to, that's why I started thinking like, shit, Trump might actually like the whole thing with the nuke. That's why I even consider it a possibility, because when you're the most dangerous when you're trapped. And right now he's trapped. Like, he made a mistake. He knows Democrats are going to fucking hammer the fuck out of him come either the midterms. Well, actually, I'm shocked they're not hammering the fuck out of him now leading up to midterms. Maybe in like July, August, if this shit's still going on, then the Democrats will start seeing attack ads on this, that it's the Republicans' fault we're in this conflict and everything else. Now, granted, they're just going to say that this is the fucked up part, right? Because if not, they'll use it in 2028. But here's the fucking crazy part. They're going to tell you how it's all fucked up and Donald Trump got us into this mess and all this other stuff, and we'll get you out. Okay, well, how are you going to get us out? And they're not going to be, they're going to go, we have a plan, but we're not going to tell you because then Donald Trump will implement it. Or some bullshit like this, and they have no fucking plan. This is the shit part right here, is that they're going to run on that stuff and tell you they have a plan. We know how to get out of this. They have no idea. I got to look this guy up. Let me see if I can find his name for you. Pretty sure it's George Papp for some reason. But he's been on a couple different things. Or George Pape, rather. Let's see. I can't remember the show. I've seen him on this one show like twice. Let me see. Pape. I type in Pape in Iran. Let's see if he comes up. His name's Robert Pape. He's a University of Chicago professor. I think that's him. Let me see. Yep, that's him. Robert Pape is his name. And he talks very non-politically aligned. You know what I mean? Like I think he's more on the left than he is on the right, but he's talking actual strategy and real deal. Very nice man, very intelligent from what I can tell. We don't need the strait. We don't need to control it, not for our own gas flow. We need the strait open without any kind of tolls going to anybody for China, for Taiwan, for the rest of the world that produces our goods that we import. That's why we need it open. I mean, you just said it. Jet fuel is coming up short. Things like this. But all the other stuff that we make, like Rebel listed out a whole ton of shit, and he's not wrong. A lot of it is oil-based that you need, different types of oil for it just to create like plastics even. And if that's cut off or somebody has control on it, It's not even so much about gas or diesel prices. It's really about the products and everything else that come with it. And then the other countries that use it, like Japan. Japan's a good one. Korea, South Korea. You got to remember, these are our chip manufacturers. So just think about it. If you think computer chips and, you know, cell phones and stuff like that are expensive now, just imagine if it cost you that much more to get your chip for that phone. It's going to be redonkulous. Sticking it to China, though, the whole thing is the ships that have been getting out have all been going to China. They're not going to Japan and Korea. They're going to the Asian peninsulas. Yes, they're going to China. They're going directly to China because they're Iranian oil vessels, which is why I say that Trump is brilliant. The one move he pulled that I was not expecting at all, and if he really wants to hurt locker the shit out of them, he's going to fuck up the rest of the world too. The global economy for a little bit doing it, but he'll chokehold Iran badly. And that is by keeping every ship from leaving the Strait of Hormuz. If he keeps that blockade there, any oil tanker that comes through all that's Iranian, like they're warning them, like turn back to an Iranian port, blah, blah, blah. And the people are turning around. If instead of just doing that, they board them, they capture the ship and then take the ship to like Japan, take it to South Korea, take it to these other places. Like, here you go. Here's another ship. Here's another ship. Well, that one was destined to China. Fuck China. Send it over to Japan, right? If he starts doing shit like this, he's going to hurt locker fucking Iran's economy so bad that you might be able to get the people to revolt. You need to inspire the people to revolt. The big problem is that if they were going to pull this maneuver where they were going to go to war and they actually thought they were going to have a revolution and all this stuff over in Iran, they needed to do it when those initial people started revolting and were still alive. If they hit them then, when they were getting hit by that revolt, they would have been all right. The problem is they waited till all those people, the ones that were die hard and like, fuck it, I may die, but I got to revolt against this regime, were killed. So your hardcores get killed. Now the ones that were like 50-50 or, 60-40, like I'll jump, but I really need somebody to lead me into battle, that kind of thing. They're like, yeah, fuck that. No, they killed all them. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not leaving my house. The regime's good. Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell my friends and family. I don't want to get killed. So yeah, the blockade at this point actually it caught me off guard because I was like, I didn't even think about that. If you blockade them and jank the world economy for a little bit, then we're not, we're hurting them. You might actually be able to strangle them a little bit, make them come to a table and agree to some peace terms. The thing is that it's not working out that way just yet, but we haven't had that blockade on there super long either. So give it a little bit more time. His toning is coming out all right. This part is going to be the biggest bitch, is getting that face in there. He's got eyebrows and everything under that helmet I got to get to. I don't know. I don't know what's true with that one or not. I don't even know that we sent guns, if I'm to be honest. I mean, it makes sense. Reality is, again, this is that fog of war shit where Trump said, yeah, well, we sent them, the Kurds kept them, all this other stuff. Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he's full of shit and just wants people to believe that, he sent the guns. to try and inspire them like, oh, well, maybe you'll send us more guns. You know what I mean? Maybe they did. Maybe they ripped them off. How come we didn't bomb the shit out of the Kurds for stealing from us? You know, that kind of thing. So I don't know. I'm of two minds on that one. I'm not sure exactly what the truth is. The fog of war in Iran hurts. Like you said, with the internet down, we can't see what's actually happening on the ground. All that kind of stuff. But at the same point in time, we're not hitting the ground right now. You know, we are, we're sitting, we're holding position. I also have another fear about that too. Why he keeps extending the ceasefire. May not be because he's trying to get a deal. Maybe because those guys are out of like heavier ammunition and they've got to manufacture it and ship it to them. Could be something like that. Could be he's amassing a ground invasion and just going to launch it and surprise the shit out of everybody with it. I don't know. I don't know what the strategy is. I can say holding the blockade strategy is kind of working. So he might want to just stick to that for now. Oh. We are at 4:05 in the morning. I think it's been definitely a long ass show. I think it's definitely been a show. I think we've talked about everything from, well, steamed cabbage to movie trailers to the war to Kool-Aid heads and other things of this nature. I think it's a good place to call tonight too. Because, like I said, I want to clean up his skin tone. So I have too much poking through in some of this pink. A little too pink in my eyes. So I'm going to clean that up next time. I'll be back later tonight. I'll be back tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. I'm going to play that Cheese Private Detective game or whatever the fuck it's called. I appreciate every last one of you guys tuning in, liking. Hopefully everybody's still subbed to me and I didn't piss anybody off that bad. But I do really appreciate all you guys, like every time. It's always an awesome conversation. It's always fun. Hope they don't drop like 35 movie trailers on me next time either. I'm waiting to see how many copyright claims I get from what I showed tonight. But I'll be back later tonight, guys. I appreciate every last one of you. Beans, try and get some rest. Ian, if you're laying down out there, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Shout out to Bob, who I haven't heard from. Hopefully he's doing well. But yeah, I will see you guys tonight. Pickled cabbage and all. Yeah. I'll see you guys later tonight. Thank you again. Remember to always be creative and most importantly, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, guys, and I'll see you later. Thank you again.